Welcome to the North American Silph Continentals. I am Tuo Butters, and I'm joined by these fabulous people, NHoff, Speediest Chief, and sophtoph. It's great to see you all.
Awesome to be involved. Very excited to have this final Silph Continentals for North America of Silph, and what a great group of battlers we have competing today in a very interesting meta. Speedius, what do you like about this meta that Silph has put together for the Continentals? You know, I've been looking at it throughout the EMEA tournament this morning, very frequently in that final slot for the legendaries, and I don't know, it looks very potent, especially with Registeel Band.
Yeah, it looks very fun, very nostalgic, right? So there's one slot for the starters, one slot for the legendaries, and then for each of the basically 4 Silph seasons we've had up to this point, there's one slot sort of highlighting great picks from each of those seasons. So I think it's a really great way to kind of like say goodbye to Silph, and this is also the meta that they'll be using at the World Championships. So a great way to practice for that.
I completely agree, though, about the slot meta because there's always becomes like an obvious pick for each slot. Like that's how it always progressed. Like 4 slots are like no brainers. Like you got to bring Metacham in your like 3rd slot. There's always something like that. So it's so fun to just try to dig through like each slot and just try to find a good core breaker to the obvious slot picks. Like when it's 4 out of 6, a lot of people are bringing. Then you just get to the bottom of the barrel on each slot, and you're just looking at every single matchup, just desperately trying to find something fun and unique that can counter the obvious picks. I love slots. Yeah, no one wants to play it because it just sucks. Like when you have bad alignment, it's so inflexible. It's just you're having a really bad time if you play it poorly. Even though like it's on paper number one. What about like Scrafty? Hasn't Scrafty been like on paper like number one in like PV Poke rankings forever? Just because it's number one in rankings doesn't mean that it's actually good. And I would say Metacham is available to play. Tapu Fini is available to play. Bastiodon is probably not as strong.
Yeah, let's look at that.
As we know, EU has been setting the trends in terms of play Pokemon. So are they setting the trends in Silph as well? How about PvP David taking first place? Also a youngin, I heard. So the youngins are just continuing to dominate the PvP scene in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I believe David actually won a regional championship last year in the senior division. So, tried and true battler, just, continuing to dominate here in Silph as well.
Yeah, we see after... I was going to say, we see after him Giapi in 2nd there, and King OWT all making it to the World Championships for Silph from this EMEA Continentals. So we have 5 locked in for Silph's World Championships now. Those 3, Ventusky and Vroom Vroom Pow.
Vroom Vroom Pow. Go ahead, Speedy. No, you take it. No, exactly right. Because when you're talking about Vroom Vroom Pow and then Ventusky, is definitely the best of the best. So if these are the qualified trainers so far, this is an insane group, and we're gonna find out who's gonna be qualifying in North America today, right? So the top 3 that win these continentals are placed 1, 2, and 3 will guarantee a slot on this list. So who's it gonna be, and what is the meta gonna be like? Because like you mentioned, it is that slot meta. It is gonna be the meta that is available for Worlds, and this is different than just a pure open Great League meta where there's just a lot of nuances. You can do something completely unique. I know when I played Continentals one time, and I believe that was the time that I played like a Shadow Articuno in Continental. So a lot of things can fly in these tournaments. So it's going to be fascinating to see what the best of the best bring in North America.
Yeah, a slot system like this with a legendary slot makes for some very interesting picks. As you mentioned, the Shadow Articuno. I'm sure we're going to see some Buzzwole in this format, which I'm a huge fan of seeing Buzzwole play. And then the individual slots, obviously a starter slot makes some interesting picks around Shadow Charizard, which we've seen prominent recently, and some of the other fun starters, like Swampert, always a mainstay, and Samurott. Samurott, I feel, is a very interesting Pokemon for, like, encapsulating Silph. Like, I feel like there's some Pokemon that are, like, uniquely Silph Pokemon. You have your Vigoroth, you have your, like, Bibarel, which has been viable in multiple metas, and you'll never see it in an open format. And, like, as we're doing these, like, last tournaments within Silph, like, the memory of, you know, Alolan Marowak being everywhere in that second season of Silph just really, really is something that I appreciate. Soph, do you have any, like, specific Silph memories you want to chat about?
You know, most of my Silph memories have actually been through factions, which I guess is slightly more recent, but I definitely do remember kind of Samurott being very prominent, and again, like you said, pretty much only used in these restricted metas. I did see a lot of Umbreon this morning from EU, so that could be like one reason that you might want to use Samurott over something like Swampert for that starter slot. But yeah, I think, you know, there used to be a lot of Frostlass in Silph as well, so maybe we'll expect to see that in slot 4. Although there is a lot of competition there, right? There's also Sableye and Galarian Stunfisk available in that slot, so who knows? Maybe no Frostlass.
Honestly, right now, I'm kind of getting the old school Silph feels, because I don't know, I might be wrong about this because I live in California, it's always sunny, but I feel like when PvP came out, it was like the summer. I was like traveling to all these like local tournaments and learning the game. I was playing like in Boulder Cup, like multiples of the same Pokemon, and then I remember like sitting next to my friend and maybe a second or third cup of the season and like catching a move that was resisted, and like he like freaked out. He was like, oh my god, that was like the craziest play I've ever seen. Like you caught like an attack like that was resisted. Like, so it's just so fun like looking back, because really like Silph is the reason we're all here in a way, because that's where we learned the game. We all learned PvP at a high level because of Silph, because of these formats, and you learned all these intricate matchups because you wanted to go to your local tournament and try to win. I remember there was this one cup, like remember back in the day when return was a bait move? Do any of you all remember when return was a bait move? There was like you could get like
Sandslash, yeah.
Yes, exactly. But you had to get like some like really low IV to get that return Sandslash. And so you had to grind out all these stops and get this like really low IV shadow one that you could then have returned, which did nothing, but at least gave you a bait. Good times, good times.
Yeah, that's actually a big memory for me. After Return got changed to what it currently is, but before, the XL update, before Sableye was like super prominent in open formats and in team formats, or rather it was, but you still were running Foul Play Power Gem. And I was at a local tournament. I want to say it was the Fusion Cup for Silph. So it was like December or January of 2020, or 2019 into 2020. And I was chatting with House Stark, and I said, I think that Return has some merit on Sableye because Dark and normal coverage. And he was like, yeah, I've been looking at it as well, like, it's a very interesting move. And then now today, like, different spreads, because you were looking for the, perfect one back then, it was pre-XLs, but, like, those little conversations that you would have at local tournaments before, we had the spread information that we have today, like, PvPoke existed and was huge in formulating this culture that we have around PvP, but wasn't advanced to the stage it is today. Like, that website has seen so much improvement, and these little conversations of, like, analyzing the meta, analyzing individual Pokemon, that's what Silph has always been, like, all about, and really beautiful.
And the stakes always felt so high, at least to me. Like, whenever Silph started, like, I was so invested on, like, every single tournament, every single match. I was nervous before every single battle that I would have in the local tournaments. And I would always care because, like, especially early on with the rankings, and then you would have, like, your regional tournaments, and obviously then later Continentals and World Championships. But, like, it's just crazy, like, looking back. And we all had, like, you guys had experience with mega tournaments. I didn't have as much experience with mega tournaments, but we had like our own mega tournament ish with in San Francisco. But I never got to go to a big mega. I'm interested. I know Speedy. Like what's your fondest memory of those early Silph giant tournaments that Silph had? Okay. Well, we don't have Speedy, so I'm going to say what Speedy said. He said that. No, I won't say that. No, I'll just repeat. I'll just talk for Speedy. No, I won't talk for Speedy. But so yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll get Speedy back on here. Don't worry, we're gonna hear his sweet voice soon. So Silph, does that mean so your only Silph experience though is with factions, right? You never played in any of these the cups.
All right, so I started PvPing when the pandemic hit. So I got home and I had like nothing to do. So I was like playing GBL, like binging like Zionic videos on YouTube. And I did do a few like remote Silph tournaments just like because I was just like looking for stuff to do. And I was just like going in with all these like single moved Pokemon. And I remember this like random guy like DMing me on Telegram being like, you would have won that if your Steelix had 2 moves. And I was like, that seems right. I didn't know anything back then, but my first and only in-person Silph tournament was actually 2 months ago in Boston, last month actually, and NHoff was there, and it was very, very nice, and I don't know, I do wish I did more of these. It's like very nice to play with people in person. It's like a completely different experience. It feels like, well, maybe Boston is special in this way, but it feels very like familial, and of course competitive as well, so I think Silph has really brought a lot of great people together, gave us great champions like Speedy, of course, who has just risen to the top of the Pokemon world, one could say. So definitely very grateful for Silph and everything it's brought the community. Speedy said debatable for those of you who couldn't hear. But
we'll translate for him.
Do we have Speedy back, by the way? Are you live? Oh, not yet. But Hoff, did you go to any of the mega tournaments back in the day, early on?
So none of the ones that were like touted as megas. We had some big tournaments in the Philly area though. So I think we had a 6 or 7 rounder for the. I believe it was also the Fusion Cup or the. It was where you had one starter Pokemon. So I think it wasn't the Future. It was the Timeless or something like that. It was the Timeless Cup. And it was a very interesting meta to me personally, because I've always been a bit of a like sim junkie. Like I'll look through PvPoke, see what's all funky, and that was when Empoleon Community Day happened. So or Piplup Community Day rather, and the Empoleon Whiscash matchup was really interesting. And this is to get into the feeling of what Silph has always been like. It's like why else would you care about the Empoleon Whiscash matchup? But if you hit
Right.
a certain amount of HP on your Empoleon, you could survive a Mud Bomb from Whiscash and get to 2 Hydro Cannons to let you win the one shield scenario. So on Piplup Community Day, I was checking every single one I got, looking at the HP IVs, trying to get this, and then at this in-person Mega Tournament, it only happened once. But at one point, I led my Empoleon into a Whiscash, and I got the win, and it was the most satisfying thing ever, because, you know, it completely won me the match. It got me alignment, and then the rest of the match went as it did. But it's like, those little things, and having it happen in person, because my opponent was like, whoa, I didn't know that could happen, was just extremely cool. And those like big tournaments with everyone coming together is great. And then even the smaller ones, like having Soph in Boston last month was extremely cool, and having everyone around for our last in-person tournament in Boston was just great, being able to see the entire community come together. And that kind of bookend for like my first Silph tournament, similar to Soph, I did have everything double moved, but I was running some interesting things. So like I didn't have the dust or candies or a perfect IV Metacham for the Sinister Cup, because I started in Silph Season 2. But I looked at what Metacham beat. Metacham beat Poliwrath and Steelix. So I ran a Ferrothorn because it beat Poliwrath and Steelix, but this was before the Bullet Seed buff. For those who don't remember, Bullet Seed used to be worse than it is today, and it didn't do a ton else. But I did bring it for a few matches, and it did enough, and I wound up winning my first tournament, so that was like extremely cool. For like someone. Okay, we're gonna look at the first match now. It sounds like we have the tournament ready.
All right. Well, Speedy, it was nice hearing from you. Just kidding, but we're gonna hear from you when you get back. And so, thanks for joining us. They're gonna be on. We're just gonna be after one match. We're switching casters, so you're gonna see them really soon. But that means we got the first match. And by the way, it's your story. I could just imagine you just popping off like when you got that one Protect Shield win against that Whiscash, because you know I've seen you in the Play Pokemon tournaments. You get very animated, so it would have been awesome to see back in the day. But
Yes.
look at this first matchup. Is this the first matchup? Jays Fan 55 versus Fukin T. Jays Fan 55. As you can see, global rank #1. So this is an amazing matchup to start off with.
Yeah, starting at the pinnacle, and I see Jays Fan is rocking that Shadow Charizard as his starter pick, and he has Metacham, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Lantern, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini as his legendary.
This is kind of crazy because these are some strong teams for a slot meta. These are some strong picks. The huge dynamic is obviously Fukin T as the starter Pokemon brought the Venusaur, which gets hard countered by that Shadow Charizard. But like you said, I've always been saying Tapu Fini, but now I guess it's I'm Tapu Fini is the correct pronunciation, Hoff?
I believe so.
Tapu Fini. Okay,
someone
so
can fact check us if it's
I mean, I trust your source. You're literally the Tapu Fini master. So this is something that we didn't really see too much, except for your team in the past, where there's a counter to that Shadow Charizard, a hard counter in that Tapu Fini. Dugong is decent against it. Lickitung is decent against it. Umbreon is decent against it too. So I actually don't think Shadow Charizard is insane into Fukin T's team.
Yeah, I agree. With that standard Venusaur, it looks like, which is also interesting as opposed to the Shadow variant. Metacham, Umbreon, Dugong, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini. A lot of bulk. The comparison between the two teams, Jays Fan team also has some bulk, but it has that Shadow Charizard. It has that Shadow Alola Ninetales to have a little bit more Glass Cannon play. But a very bulky squad, especially with that standard Venusaur from Fukinti. And yeah, both teams having good answers to Fini. That Venusaur and Lickitung on Fukinti's side, and Lantern and Lickitung on Jay's Fan's side. But the rest of the team, the other 4 on both sides, looking soft to it. So I'm sure it could see some play depending on what lines of 3 both players decide to craft from these 6.
Yeah, I actually feel like you bring Venusaur into a lot of these battles because, like you mentioned, there's no like true counter to Medicham. Venusaur is the best counter available. I mean, Tapu Fini is a counter, but as well as others that sometimes Medicham can do pretty well if you land a Psychic. So, and then Lantern looks insanely strong, right? Like you're only really worried about Lickitung, but slightly worried. You could still win some Lickitung matchups. So Medicham, Lantern, that core just looks insane. So the only way to stop that is definitely to Venusaur. So now I think this is all going to come down to slot number 1. I feel like the first tournament of the day, our first match of this tournament, is going to come down to the first slot, and it's who's your starter Pokemon, because I think there's actually just going to be a ton of Venusaur out of Fukinti, and the best answer to Venusaur is the Shadow Charizard or the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, the Shadow Alolan Ninetales is very interesting because the Powder Snow versus Charm fast move is very night and day on certain Pokemon from here. Powder Snow obviously giving you much better play against Venusaur, and giving you more charge move pressure, of course. But Charm giving you a lot better matchups against Medicham, Umbreon, Dugong, Tapu Fini. So depending on what Jay's Fan has locked in as that fast move for Alolan Ninetales, determines both its viability. I think Charm is much better into Fukinti's team, but also what it counters and not. The Venusaur matchup obviously being the most important there of whether you're running Powder Snow or Charm.
Yeah, that's going to change a ton depending on that fast attack. And for Fukinti, there's no reason to never to sit Lickitung. You just kind of bring Lickitung, I think, into every battle. Like you're fine against everything. You're good against Lantern. You're okay against Tapu. Fine against Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Shadow Charizard, Lickitung. You're even fine against Medicham. I don't know in this meta. This is a different meta. Maybe some trainers are going to run Dynamic Punch or Power Up Punch just to have some better fighting type coverage. Especially because our first matchup of the day has a Lickitung mirror, which seems like Lickitung is going to be very strong in slot number 5. So you would be better off with that fighting type coverage. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. I thought at first when you're just looking at the starter Pokemon versus starter Pokemon, Jay's Fan, also he's global rank number 1. But the more I look at it, I feel like Fukinti does have a lot of optionality, neutral play here in this. And it looks like we're just starting. So here it is. There is that Lickitung into the Tapu Fini. And of course, there is Lickitung in the back as well for Fukinti.
Yeah, I hate this matchup as a Tapu Fini player, but I'm sure Jay's Fan is very happy having that Lickitung onto the Tapu Fini. And we see a quick swap to the Lickitung of Fukinti and a Medicham answering it, and we see those charge moves on Medicham.
Yeah, so it's going to be Ice Punch and Psychic, so this is going to be a very neutral matchup, and you came in pretty quickly after that swap into Lickitung, so you should be fine here, but as we know, this Psychic does not knock out, and plus the Licks, and then the Body Slam, suddenly you can lose alignment into Lickitung. That's why Lickitung is just so good in a Medicham meta, and look, it's just already at this Body Slam, it's already there, and this is almost a knockout. This plus Licks is going to be insanely close to who gets alignment here, unless there's a Protect Shield.
Yeah, I love this Lickitung for Fukinti now because it is so safe. He can basically run this team of 2 Pokemon weak to fighting because the Lickitung's not really weak to fighting when the fighting type is Medicham. And Jay's Fan gets to bring back in this Lickitung, lick down, but now alignment is lost. That Umbreon's going to come right in on it.
Yeah, and Umbreon, even against a double fairy team, bringing the Umbreon because it's the best answer to this Lickitung. And here comes Lickitung swap, and there it is. There is the fast attack. It is going to be Powder Snow on this Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and looks like actually going to throw a last resort and then swap in. I actually like this. This puts a lot of pressure on the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. It does almost half, and then you could pivot and then start throwing Surfs, and you're going to start getting Protect Shields.
Yeah, this is a really, really good play by Fukin because that last resort does two things. One, it puts Alolan Ninetales into Surf range to start forcing these shields. But two, it gets into a range where I'm pretty sure you can shield twice and Water Gun down.
Oh, no.
So it really just adds a ton of control to this matchup. And at the end of it, you get that Umbreon back onto the Lickitung. So it's not like you're giving up a ton. You're giving up energy, sure. But because you're resisting those licks and because you're two monsters in the back, yeah, it hurts to shield, these weather balls, but it's looking really good for Fukin from this point. His control in the matchup is just there.
Yeah, so I mean, you're not going to be able to get to that. So you swap here. You have the timer on your side, so you can actually just throw the Body Slam. You don't even need to ensure the knockout because the timers are so misaligned here. You could probably get a lick down before the Umbreon is available. Can you get that lick down? Not quite, but yes, no, you do get the knockout with the lick down. Suddenly, this Lickitung is just full of energy, and Umbreon is going to have to do so much because, as you know, that Shadow Alolan Ninetales does have health in the back, and you're not going to be able to snarl it down. So you're going to have to knock out this Lickitung and then have a foul play and be out of Weather Ball range against that Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, this is an incredible turnaround. This is why Jay's fan is global rank #1. That Lickitung play surprised even me against
bad timing.
Okay, yeah. But throwing the Body Slam instead of the Power Whip and getting that farm down, and like you said, now is in a very interesting spot of needing more moves than I think that Fukin will be able to get to, but we'll have to see. It could be anyone's game right now.
Yeah, so you need to get the 2 more foul plays because I believe there is a Weather Ball banked, and this is so close because I think you are pretty much in Weather Ball range. This should ensure the knockout into Lickitung. Is there that Weather Ball banked already? There it is, and this Umbreon gets the snarl through. If you do endure, maybe you get to the foul play here, but I don't think Umbreon can hang on against a Shadow Alolan Ninetales, and there's the knockout. So Jay's fan, like you mentioned, it looked like was behind in that battle, but that Lickitung play to bank all that energy and then the double bait on the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Jay's fan takes game #1.
Yeah, and that was just really great play by Jay's fan. We're seeing in this meta immediately, alignment is not everything. Fukin able to use that Lickitung, which looks so safe into Jay's team, to force alignment to their side, and then still Jay's fan just taking advantage of energy, taking advantage of switch alignment, which is really great, the switch timer rather. Get his Pokemon in at the right times and bank energy. Know that Tapu Fini isn't able to get out of the matchup, lick down, and just properly maneuver his team to a really great endgame there.
I feel like you have to have a fierce disposition to play Tapu Fini. I think that's why you're so good at Tapu Fini, but it's just so scary. You're just getting baited all the time. Like you said, you hate that matchup of Lickitung into Tapu Fini because they could easily just go straight Body Slam, but then you have to worry about the Power Whips. And the same thing when you think you're favored against that Shadow Alolan Ninetales, you use both your Protect Shields of the game on Weather Ball, because if that Dazzling Gleam does come through, it's going to be a knockout, the difference between a Azumarill. So I feel like you're always bouncing around with energy. You're always you feel like you're ready to go with the Tapu Fini because it's so fragile. It's so good, but it's also so fragile. And if you make one wrong misstep, you're already so far behind.
Yeah, it's an extremely fluid Pokemon. No pun intended because it is a water type, but it is so fluid in its gameplay, that one-turn fast attack. And again, like you're saying, it's a flimsier Pokemon than a Azumarill. It's not quite Glass Cannon, it's not a Trevenant, but it is on that more vulnerable side. But in turn, you do so much more damage. So didn't work out for Fukin there, but the water guns into the Alolan Ninetales, they start to add up. And it was actually interesting because we talked about that last resort thrown by Umbreon, but that actually worked to Jay's advantage because the switch timers were not aligned. And he was able to bring his Lickitung back in at the end. So it's really interesting when you get into these very rapid fire charged attack matchups when that switch clock can just come up and a bulkier Pokemon like Lickitung can take advantage of that.
And literally, if Fukin called one of the baits, Fukin just wins the game, right? The game is over. But Jays fan, global rank #1. I don't know. I'm starting to feel recently that you should just bait all the time because Jays fan is just baiting all the time on his weather balls. He's getting global rank #1. We see It's Axon, who I've been told baits a ton in the championship series, and he's one of the most consistent traders ever. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just seeing a trend. I think traders, you start baiting out there and you just start dominating games. And here is a dominating lead for Jays fan. The Medicham into Dugong, probably instant pivot. But what do you pivot to? Do you save swap the Venusaur or no, into your own Medicham?
Yeah, this is very interesting to me by Fukin not bringing the Lickitung at all after it looks so comfortable. And we see Jays fan not baiting at all because he has that one counter advantage, throwing the Psychic and it going through onto Fukin Medicham.
Yeah, and it's kind of a high-level lead from Jays fan, in my opinion, to lead the Medicham because that denies Lickitung in 2 positions. It denies Lickitung in the lead and in the safe swap because you don't want to safe swap a Lickitung into the Medicham, so it becomes less safe. So Fukin decided not to bring it at all. And as we know, we've seen this before, this does so much damage. And there is the call, no baits. Fukin, you need to start baiting, bro. You need to start using those ice punches, but you're switch locked, and now the Shadow Lowland Ninetales has a position to set the tempo of this battle.
Yeah, I love this play from Jays fan for a couple of reasons. One, once you shield that Psychic, you have so much control because you can nearly Powder Snow down. But 2, and he didn't know this, at the time, but it has good play into that Dugong in the back, but also the Venusaur. So Fukin is in a pretty uncomfortable spot here and brings in this Dugong. Now, a Pokemon where you don't really bait at all because both moves are the same energy, but what is this, Butters?
Yeah, this is the... Oh, called the Dazzling Gleam. I'm surprised because Dugong is actually so bulky you could endure that Dazzling Gleam. Now you have to throw the Drill Run before the next Dazzling Gleam is available. So here it comes. Here's the knockout. The problem is you're going to have that Venusaur locked in... Or sorry, the Dugong locked into the Medicham. So you're going to have the instant pivot. If you get an instant pivot from Lickitung, this is actually a pretty good situation because you could possibly win that, but... Will Jays fan throw this Ice Punch into that Venusaur? But no, decide to just throw the Psychic. Actually, Fukin was really smart to soak this energy before swapping the Venusaur.
Yeah, because this Medicham Energy Dry is actually really good for that Venusaur being able to farm down. And then the Lickitung matchup is one that isn't, as straightforward cut and dry. And going for the shield onto the Drill Run, goes for the Ice Punch. Will be interesting to see what Fukin decides to do here, knowing it could be, for all they know, a Charizard in the back. But goes for the shield.
And it is the Lickitung. So now you're up on energy, though. The problem is you still have to finish off that Medicham. The Dugong will struggle. But also another problem, Hoff, I don't think Lickitung is in range of Double Frenzy if the Venusaur is not Shadow.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is... Again, we talked about a few of the differences of Shadow and Standard Venusaur. You threaten Medicham a bit more. You threaten some of these other neutral matchups like Sableye.
Oh my goodness.
And it goes into the yellow, but there's been a good amount of Vine Whip damage. I think that Lickitung might survive this with just a sliver of health left over, but we'll have to see as it connects.
Oh, Fukin needs the knockout and secures it, and now it's just going to outpace it. Here comes the starter Pokemon, Venusaur, securing game #2 and tying up this series where I thought Fukin was kind of behind in that game. I really like Jays fans' lead to bring that Medicham. Really smart, in my opinion, because, like I mentioned before, you denied Lickitung in the lead and the safe swap, so countering the opponent's best Pokemon in 2 positions is a pretty strong move from Jays fan, but the counter from Fukin not even bringing the Lickitung, bringing the Dugong Venusaur core instead, which is pretty strong as well in the Jays fans team.
Yeah, I love that Venusaur at the back as well. It has so much good play. Again, assuming that Charizard does not come out to play, which makes sense as we talked about earlier. It has a few problematic Pokemon on Fukin T's team. We see that Venusaur, which if Tapu Fini or Lantern were in the back, it plays Go Fish, it catches them, it's in a great spot. But even against that Lickitung, having the energy control and just narrowly fainting that Lickitung at the end, and then being able to farm down that Medicham just worked out so well for T. And I would say actually better than if it was the Shadow in terms of being able to tank that damage to get to those moves. Really interesting as we see some of that bulk. You mentioned the Dugong Venusaur core. It's kind of our classic Shadow Walrein Trevenant, but it's amped up in its bulk. It is, both of these Pokemon are just like, you know, a little bit bulkier than the stand-ins that they're existing for, and it really paid off for T there.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you talk about trying to see the tendencies of your opponent, just trying to see what they're bringing to the battle, I think Jays fan decided to counter Venusaur, he's going to keep bringing the Shadow Alolan Ninetales and not the Shadow Charizard. And I feel like T realized that and decided there are two options against the Shadow Alolan Ninetales on my team. It's Tapu Fini and it's Dugong. And Tapu Fini had a tough time because of that bait pressure in that game number 1. So then switching it to Dugong as your counter to that Shadow Alolan Ninetales was a great play by T. And the reason he is a high-ranked player as well, 232 on the global leaderboard. But now, coming into game number 3, I think you're going to see the Venusaur again. I think you're going to see the Dugong again. You're probably going to have the Medicham. And I think we're going to have... Oh, no, I got confused with the transition. We don't have a lock-in yet. But do you adjust to the Shadow Venusaur or to the Shadow Charizard if you're a Jays fan, or do you keep going with your Shadow Alolan Ninetales in this decisive game number 3?
I think you have to bring the Alolan Ninetales just because of that Umbreon on the opposing team and that Lickitung. You have these bulk monsters that just kind of handle Shadow Charizard. Shadow Charizard doesn't like anything that can tank a Blast Burn comfortably, and not much really can, but that Alolan Ninetales just has a little bit more pressure, a little bit more bulk to be able to tank a move on its own, and additionally, still has play as we saw against that Tapu Fini, which I think is one of the bigger things scaring off that Shadow Charizard from Jays fan. It's really interesting as well. We've seen Jays fan has to bring that Medicham, but because it doesn't have a fighting charge attack, which surprised me to some extent. I thought he would have some fighting pressure to answer an opposing Lickitung like we saw from T. But speaking of Medicham, we have the mirror in the lead.
Yeah, once again, Medicham on Medicham, and no Lickitung in the back. But look at this, ABB weak to Medicham, but the Medicham is in the front. So T has some good options in the back line, but alignment will matter because there's a Shadow Alolan Ninetales in the back for Jays fan, and then there's an Umbreon in the back for T.
Yeah, and this is vital for multiple reasons. One, Alolan Ninetales would love to see that Umbreon, but two, Lickitung would hate to see that Umbreon. So, very alignment dependent. Doesn't mean that it's a full, rock, paper, scissors game, because we've seen Jays fan do a lot with energy in these matchups, but the throw here and the catch of the Psychic!
Wow, I mean, that was interesting. Maybe T knew he was not going to win charge attack priority, so he's like, I'm just getting out there. I'm going to bait out the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but this is exactly what Jace fan wanted. You're going to get pretty much knocked out by a Dazzling Gleam anyway, so that psychic damage didn't really matter too much because once the Powder Snow and the Dazzling Gleam hit, it's almost a knockout. But this is interesting because look how much pressure you're doing with these last resorts. If you can call the Dazzling Gleam correctly, you're not in a terrible spot here.
Yeah, and it's very interesting because if this Dazzling Gleam does connect, it doesn't, so very huge shield call for T. But we see the last two Pokemon on T's side, and this Dugong has nowhere to go. It's Medicham and Lickitung, which, I mean, we've seen Dugong take out Lickitung before, as we saw at the North American Championships finals, but Alolan Ninetales able to, with one shield, get another Dazzling Gleam, and this Dugong's going to be very unhappy with the backline from Jays fan here.
That was a pretty dominant one protect shield win from the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, able to land that Dazzling Gleam, and now it looks like Jace fan is going to try to instantly pivot into Lickitung, and here comes the pivot, going to try to go for this lick down. This is awkward for T because now you're taking all this super effective lick damage. You have to throw the Psychic here. You're probably going to have to pivot. Do you try to bank a charge attack before you pivot, or do you pivot straight away? Try to get to that Ice Punch. No, doesn't even get to the Ice Punch. Gets knocked out by the licks, and suddenly it's 3v1, Hoff.
Yeah, it's 3v1, and it's Lickitung and Medicham both against this Dugong. I love this play from Jay's fan, because the entire benefit that Fukin had from that catch on the Umbreon was hit an entire Psychic Still in his Medicham. But you bring in this bulky Lickitung, Fukin doesn't want to swap to the Dugong because that's a bad matchup as well, and it can easily tank that Psychic energy from that Medicham. So really expertly played from Jay's fan, saving a shield as well for that Medicham, which will be able to come in and put in a ton of counter fast move pressure onto this Dugong. We'll see how the rest of the match goes, but Jay's fan seems to be in this driver's seat.
Yeah, and you even have a switch available to clear the debuff if you wanted to get super fancy. You could shield this, you could swap into your own Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but maybe that's a little too risky because this Dugong is just so low, and Jay's fan is going to be able to knock out with the counter and take this opening series 2-1. And Jay's fan played really well, and it's no wonder he's global rank #1 for Silph.
Yeah, Jay's fan, a very consistent battler in solo Silph, in factions. I believe he's even done well at some of these Canadian play Pokemon tournaments, and he is just really showing how to maneuver around a team. Again, we were talking earlier, very fluid gameplay that can really help you win these games, and he's showing it super well. That switch out from the Alolan Ninetales at the end there. Alolan Ninetales, very interesting role in that game because it basically showed up as an Umbreon Exterminator. It says, get this off the screen, and then I'm dipping out. I'm going out to the Lickitung. The rest of you can finish the game, but I will handle this extremely bulky Dark type of Umbreon. And it did that perfectly, and then he was able to, consistently use that Lickitung and Medicham in the back to handle the Dugong. Just a masterclass of maneuvering around, even after Fukin made the great play of catching the Psychic on Umbreon.
Yeah, I actually really like the way that he protects his team with the double fairy, but it looks like we got our other casters here too. So let's bring in Speedius and Sophtoph. What did you think about the global rank #1 Jays fan's performance in that opening series?
Yeah, he did a great job. Certainly bring especially that game 1 back from a difficult position. And I think both of them, have actually quite similar teams, the Medi, Licky, Tapu with the Ice type. So, great to see those familiar matchups kind of playing out and see Lickitung really kind of just like powering through all these neutral matchups with that bulk.
Mm-hmm. I'm ready for mic check number 3. Chat, let me know if you can hear me. Seeing Jace fan battle is very nostalgic for me because my first round of Continentals in 2020 was against Jace fan, and there was this huge bug in the game where game audio wasn't coming through. And I was really frustrated because I used the audio to count moves, and he was my first opponent, and he kicked my butt in game #1. And I had to basically, on the fly, switch my playstyle and listen to the not listen to the audio and actually try to make my way through that series. But Jace Fan's incredibly talented. He's very good in ADL and other grassroots formats as well, and he showed a lot of that in that series that we just saw.
Yeah, and how about the team composition? I know we've seen some of the team compositions for Europe so far, but I'm really interested in the way the Lickitung matchups play out the rest of this tournament, because it seems like we're now in this like Lickitung meta, which I feel like is super healthy because you're so flexible. You're just banking all these charge attacks, using them for impactful times later in the battle, because a body slam against 100% or an 80% health Pokemon, not really doing anything. But if you bank them and then suddenly you position them to threaten a knockout, now you're getting protect shields with body slams, and Jace fan actually double protecting his Lickitung with 2 fairy types. How do you guys think his team composition is going to withstand the competition in North America?
I think it's looking great. I think there's a few things that you're mentioning. So the 2 fairy types to protect it against obviously fighting types and dark type in that Umbreon. But then also, he has the Powder Snow, Alolan Ninetales, and Lantern on his team. And obviously we didn't see it from Fukin, but Noctowl is in this meta. And Noctowl always is one of the best counters to Lickitung. Resisting, double resisting that Lick, and just putting out a ton of its own, neutral damage in Wing Attack, Sky Attack. So he's got the answers to the biggest answers to Lickitung. He's got Medicham answers galore on his team. He's got Umbreon answers in those fairy types, and then also the Noctowl answers. So he's crafted this situation where Lickitung's very safe, and Lickitung's already very safe in the meta because it's a Metacham meta. So I think it's going to serve him very well throughout the rest of this tournament.
All right, well, that's it for our first battle. We're going to go to break real quick, but we're going to be right back with some more epic battles in the North American Silph Continentals. We'll see you real soon.
Say something funny. We're testing. I think I hear myself. Yeah. Nice. All right, mic check 1 2 3 4. Attempt number 4. What's up, everybody? Welcome back.
I can
everybody.
hear you, Speedy. I can hear you loud and clear. You sound good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Butters. I can finally hear you as well. You silence me no more. I made that joke to the chat.
Someone's got to do
How
it.
many Speedies Chief 2s does it take to fix a microphone?
Eh.
There's only one. We're so lucky.
I wish there was another one at this point. Shoot. But but what I was saying before, because I think I was muted, I was saying it was very nostalgic for me to watch Jace Fan play, because my first round in 2020 Continentals, I was against Jace Fan, and there was this huge bug in the game where the game audio wasn't coming through, and I couldn't hear the fast moves. I know some people think that's weird. I want everyone to sound off in chat if you think it's weird to listen to fast moves, or if you always play on mute, or vice versa. But I remember I was super frustrated after game 1 when he beat me. He stopped me pretty hard in game 1. But then games 2 and 3, I was able to find my way through the series. But he's one of the best in the world, and I think he really showed it in that series that we just watched.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that the season that you were the world champion? You must have somehow came back and reverse sweeped it, because if you started off Continentals down 0-1 and still became the world champion, that would actually be even more impressive.
No,
Yeah, you mentioned a
Off.
huge bug in the game, but I remember a huge bug in your games. A forward.
That was good.
Hey.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I was super fortunate that nobody chose fire. Nobody had Charizard, so there we go.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, if we are talking about like Charizard right here, 54.2% win rate in the 1% shields. I love these stats, by the way. Shadow Charizard, I actually thought I'm actually shocked here, by the way. How is Shadow Charizard the number one? Is Shadow Charizard baiting? There's no way Charizard is neutrally the strongest starter Pokemon. This is actually shocking me. This is crazy.
What do you think, Silph? I don't know. I'm sorry.
Well, I think it's if these are PV Pokesims, I think often it'll assume a successful bait, and Blast Burn plus Wing Attacks takes out a lot of things, right? So it's not that crazy.
It's got to be with bait, because Charizard in general isn't the strongest neutral starter for sure, but as soon as you add baits or you get up energy, it has the most potential out of any of these starters for sure.
Yeah, and it's really interesting.
It is the highest. It's 54.2%. Look at this thing. Poor Samurott. Poor Empoleon.
I think
Why
the
is Samurott
usage
so
is
bad?
left to right but the win rate is what you were saying, Butters, right? So I think Swampert is the most used, and then Charizard is the third most used. But you're right that it has the highest.
No, I'm talking about the win rate. Look at its
Yes.
win rate. Look at 54.2% win rate. That's number one. I'm not talking about usage. I'm talking about its dominance.
Butters is like, practice? We talking about practice? Go ahead, Hoff.
I'm talking about win rate.
We see like also the nice thing here is we have the stat product listed. So that 1.6 mil, these are all stat product divided by 1,000, which is what you see on pvpoke.com. That 1.6 mil, almost 1.7 mil, so flimsy. And yet that win rate, because of how much shadow blast burn from this glass cannon is able to do, plus the fluidity of Charizard, because of that wing attack buff, you have a Pokemon directly, well, 2 slots below it of that Typhlosion. Same exact stat product, slightly different typing, but the wing attack on Charizard and not having a bait move in Dragon Claw is just night and day. And as you're looking at these other Pokemon, you're talking about Samurott, you're talking about Empoleon, they're a lot more consistent. Empoleon, for instance, doesn't really have a bait move. Both of its moves are 40 energy, but has such a worse win rate in neutral matchups, in bait-dependent matchups, because it's just consistent damage. It has that waterfall fast move, a little bit slower. But it's really interesting here, like, seeing our top picks from each type, because I think it's just night and day on some of these.
Mm-hmm.
There's other Pokemon that are viable. You have Blastoise, you have Serperior, which we've seen in some Silph metas, but in this more open format, these three, Charizard and Venusaur from Kanto and Swampert from Hoenn, really dominating the starter Pokemon pool.
I was gonna say Empoleon's consistent, all right, consistently losing. Go ahead, Soph.
I was just gonna say, also for Charizard, the flying typing gives you some like useful resistances, right? So like you're technically resisting counter, although it still does a lot. Whereas like, you know, Typhlosion, you know, you're just getting shredded by those counters with only the 1600 stat product. And then also, of course, resisting the mud shots on Swampert, which makes that matchup pretty decent for you if you have shields.
It's so tough, right? Because Typhlosion has such a really cool moveset. Shadow Claw and Incinerate as the fast attacks. Blast Burn, Solar Beam. It's got great coverage, great moveset. But like you said, so when you have the same exact stat product as Charizard, it's really, really tough when you don't at least get an additional typing advantage. Okay, one Pokemon we can all dunk on a little bit here. Come on, let's see if I can build some consensus. Chestnut. That's just not... I think Chestnut is not it, personally.
It's got like double the win rate of Empoleon, all right? If you're going to dunk on anyone, how about Empoleon next to it? Chestnut at least has, if it's a Lickitung meta, it's not terrible, right? Because it's got superpower for a Lickitung meta. I mean, I feel like out of all these starters, what's the best Pokemon versus Lickitung? You might even say it's Chestnut.
But Blaziken is right there. No,
yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Meganium was right there as well.
That thing has
Pretty decent
Look at it. It has the
Lickitung.
lowest stat product out of all of them.
Yeah, Blaziken's a flimsy fighter. No, I love the idea of Chestnut. I kind of agree in dunking on it because it just doesn't hold up in practice. But the idea of like this fighting type that has neutral play into Metacham because it has Vine Whip Frenzy Plant. It has like neutral play in actually a positive matchup, I would say, into a Pokemon like Sableye. And you have, you know, this fighting and grass coverage that as long as, like, you know, you avoid Charizard, you avoid Noctowl, you avoid things like Alola Ninetales, but even then, you're putting out neutral damage on Alola Ninetales. Like, everything seems to go right for Chestnut, but then you use it, and it's just, like, not quite the sauce. You have Pokemon like Galarian Stunfisk that it hard counters, but like you have to line that up. So I agree with you a bit, Speedy. I would love if Chestnut was just a little bit better, but it doesn't quite do it with a really good moveset even.
It just feels so situational, right? It's one of those Pokemon taking double super effective from flying types. It's really, really tough. And I've tried, even in Go Battle League, I've tried the Froslass, Charizard, Chestnut team, and it's just not it. It doesn't feel that good at all. I will say our top 3 finishers from the EMEA stream earlier today, one of them had Shadow Swampert. That was my first place finish. The other 2 had Shadow Charizard on their team. Butters, hot take. What do you think?
Well, when I look at Soph's camera, I just see Mudkip kind of like side-eyeing.
It's
Like, how come
true.
we haven't talked about Swampert yet? Like, just like, I feel like Mudkip's just waiting there. Like, is anybody going to bring up Swampert? Like, how about Swampert, top of the list here? I mean, technically can beat Shadow Charizard, except for we've seen a lot of times Shadow Charizard being a Swampert counter. But at least with Protect Shields down, I mean, Shadow Swampert has to be not only one of the best closers in Open Great League as a starter, but for any Pokemon out there.
Definitely agree that
Sophtoph,
water ground
by the
typing.
way, sorry. By the way, I just want to mention Sophtoph does make some of those plushies themselves. That has to be store bought. Is that a made Mudkip plushie?
No,
Or
it's definitely not. I am working on a made Mudkip though, as you can see.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
not ready yet.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead,
What were you
Haas.
saying?
No, you're fine. Always very happy to show off Soph. Extremely talented in multiple ways. I love that crochet plushes that you've made. They're really, really cool. Got to see the Altaria, was it, at Fresno, right? Just extremely, extremely cool and extremely good craftsmanship. And I love Mudkip as well. Mudkip's a big favorite of mine. And Swampert as well. So Swampert, that typing is so good, and we see a few other examples of it. We saw Shadow Quagsire show up in this most recent move update, getting Mud Bomb, but it's just so good. And we see, like, Charizard and Venusaur, they have the moves that really help, but Swampert, both with its type coverage of water ground, not like immaculate type coverage, you have things like Altaria, you have things like grass types, but the super effective profile on these moves, and then even neutral damage with Hydro Cannon is just ridiculous, especially with Mudshot. And then, as you were saying, as a closer, you get a Shadow Swampert up shields against a team that doesn't have Altaria and doesn't have a true grass type, which we're seeing so many Lickitung, and Lickitung isn't safe in that matchup. Lickitung against a Swampert with shield advantage, those Hydro Cannons just start wearing away at it. And it's a mainstay for a reason. Since its Community Day, Swampert has not left the top of the meta. It has not left this like top 3 or 4 water type situation, and it's not left this top 2 ground types with Galarian and Stunfisk. It is just so consistent in its role as an anti-steal that of course it's top pick. You know, it's up there with Venusaur and Charizard, but it's top pick for a reason, and it's just so potent.
Yeah, because grass
I think,
kind of sucks right now too, right? No, go ahead, Soph.
Yeah, I was just thinking about how we were saying Chestnut is underwhelming earlier. I think it's a little bit because you need 2 moves to kill most things, whereas for Swampert, like for things like Sableye, you can Mudshot down in the 2s, but if you need 2 moves to kill something or faint something, it is like just a little bit faster than Chestnut as well. So I think that really helps it, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, to Huff's point, if you're not resisting Hydro Cannon, if you're not actively resisting Earthquake, Swampert can really wreak havoc. And we've seen that shift in play Pokemon as well, where there's not as many Trevenant, and people are relying more on Lickitung or the Altaria in order to beat the Swampert. And if you don't rein it in, right, if you allow that Swampert to get up Protect Shields to get an energy advantage, your best shot at that point is just neutral damage. We've seen a lot of trainers come in with either 1-turn fast attacks or even counter on Metacham can just wear the Swampert down over time. So when you play the Swampert, it's kind of similar to Charizard in the fact that you need to manage your HP very carefully, because we've seen a lot of those, right? We've seen a lot of 2-shield Swamperts, and we're like, oh my gosh, can they pull it off? Can they actually get the win? And then suddenly Swampert's HP just evaporates into thin air. So it's really, really tough to play that Pokemon overall.
And for me, it's fitting that the slot number 1 is the starter Pokemon for the Silph Continentals, because I remember, I don't know if you guys played the early community days with like Bulbasaur and Charmander, but I remember like when PvP came out, I was desperately doing special trades for either shiny or just regular Venusaurs with Frenzy Plant, or like regular Charizards with Blastburn, because there was no elite charge teams back there. I was like literally hounding down every single local, just trying to get any PvP IVs for Venusaur or Charizard.
I remember trading specifically for a Shadow Ball Hypno and a Psyshock Hypno when those were both legacy moves on Hypno. And you're right, these top starter Pokemon, these first partner Pokemon and their Community Day moves, it's no surprise Swampert, Venusaur, and Charizard are the first 3 Pokemon that we got repeat community days. Whether Charizard's wasn't a community day classic, it was actually a second community day, but then Venusaur and Swampert, or Bulbasaur and Mudkip rather, 2 of the first community day classics as well. They know how good these Pokemon are for PvP and other aspects of the game as well. You have Swampert as like a very good raid counter for ground types and for water types, and it's very obvious that it's like the divide of their typing from these starters, because you have, you know, fire, water, grass, and these are just the top of the top at those typings.
Yeah. All right, looks like we have the next match up. So Speedy, Soph, yeah, take it. Me and Hoff are out of here.
All right, blasting off. All right, so I'm ready to get in this next match. I'm really excited to see what these trainers decide to bring. I feel like, again, Lickitung seems to be very potent, but when we looked at the EMEA finals, only one of the 3 top finishers had Lickitung on their team. So I'm curious if we'll see that much in this next match.
Yeah, I think trainers are realizing that because a lot of people are using Medicham in that second slot, or the slot that Lickitung is in. Or sorry, people are using Medicham in the slot that Noctowl is in, so Lickitung actually ends up being very safe. But it looks like we have the next 2 trainers ready to battle and ready to look at these teams a little bit here. Actually, only one Lickitung here. I think this is the second pairing as well. We have Riblet on the left and 17 Alpal on the right.
I'm a bit intrigued here that we have 2 defense form Deoxys, one on each side. I've heard a lot of people say defense form Deoxys, one of the only Pokemon that can beat Medicham, and yeah, that's kind of true, right? It's a little bit of an awkward matchup. You kind of come out on top there, but Deoxys does struggle in a lot of other facets. Not nearly as bulky as Medicham, doesn't have the same type of attack bonus on the counters, and can be a little bit tricky to maneuver in tough matchups, especially when you're running Psycho Boost, you know, debuffing Charge Attack and either Thunderbolt or Rock Slide. I don't know what the preferred coverage move is here in this meta, but I would lean personally towards Thunderbolt. What do you think, Soph? Do you think Rock Slide might be a better play overall?
I think people usually go for Thunderbolt when it's not like, you know, a very restricted match like Factions where you know exactly what 6 you're always going to be playing against. I think people just kind of gravitate towards Thunderbolt. But you're right, it is a little bit awkward. I think, you know, both of these trainers chose not to use Medicham actually, so they went for Deoxys, which is, you know, maybe a side grade, but maybe just, you know, a targeted attempt at countering those opposing Medichams, right?
And we also, I noticed something also, no Tapu Fini in this matchup. You know, Hoff leaves the cast, Tapu Finis go with her. Instead, we've got 2 Azumarils here, which should be fun to watch. Azumarill, Umbreon Core. This is something like Season 1 Silph Arena, though. So, I mean, this is a throwback when you look at Venusaur, Azumarill, and Umbreon here.
Right. I mean, it is a throwback, but those Pokemon have always been pretty strong, right? Like throughout time, not just in Season 1. But these teams actually are a little bit similar. So they both have the Umbreon, the Azu, the G-Fisk, and the DD. So really that main difference is the Charizard versus the Venusaur and the Lickitung versus the Pelipper, right?
Exactly right. I think Pelipper could have a lot of neutral play here, but again, when you have a Thunderbolt Deoxys lurking on the other side, when you have a Lickitung that's so bulky and an Umbreon as well, Pelipper's known for being flexible, but it's not doesn't have a super high success rate against some of the bulkier Pokemon. I'm looking here as well. Rivalet recently participated in PvP Steve and Katie's Silph Arena send-off using Pokemon like Aerodactyl, Staraptor, as well as Arankuru and Zweilous, which means that they are no stranger to the spice. So I'm really excited to see Rivalet play. I don't know as much about 17 Alpal.
I don't know much about 17 Alpal either, but I mean, they're here playing the Continental Championships, so they must be quite skilled, right?
Exactly right. So as it looks like we do have a lock-in here. We have our teams ready. Let's see what our lead situation turns out to be. Deoxys versus Umbreon, Soph.
Yeah, that is a terrible matchup for the Deoxys. Probably expecting Rivalet to instantly, actually going to stay in and do a couple of these super effective counters first. But I believe this is actually still a quite dominant matchup for Umbreon. Looks like trying to go for the catch there, maybe.
No, you're exactly right. Tries to go for the foul play catch onto his own Umbreon. Does go for the foul play here against the Pelipper. We saw Alpal exit the matchup with the Umbreon with almost 2 foul plays loaded up. It looks like our right side is just a little bit ahead, so I'm going to kind of focus on that one as well.
That's right, saving those foul plays for later when you hope to see the Deoxys defense again. Looks like Riblet's firing off another foul play here. This will do a good chunk of the remaining Pelipper health, but it's going to be tough to snarl all the way down from here.
Going for the big hurricane here. This is not enough to KO. Riblet is aware of that. Does use the Protect Shield. Great early call. Those early shield calls can be so risky because if you do make the wrong call, if that is a Weather Ball, you can really set yourself far back. Going to go for the Weather Ball chip damage here as Alpal's Pelipper does a little bit more to the Umbreon, but might get a few more wing attacks before it gets KO'd as well.
That's right, and this Umbreon might be going for this very aggressive snarl down. Looks like you can get it before the hurricane, which the Pelipper tried to commit to. And now Riblet has a very loaded Umbreon, but is down a shield.
Does look like Alpal's Umbreon does get to fire out the last resort first. That was probably a charge attack priority. Let's see if Riblet gets to go right afterwards. Does not actually, a little bit of an over tap situation, right? Misses out on a whole Snarl's worth of energy. Does go for the last resort though.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate. Once you get to 2 foul plays, it's dangerous to continue doing those snarls. But that's all right. Going for another last resort here. Getting a lot of mileage out of this Umbreon on Riblet's side.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this is great too, because we remember that Alpal's Umbreon banks so much energy before switching out. You do get to dump some of that, but Alpal also overcharging here, recognizing the situation and not exiting empty handed. Might look for a snarl down here, actually. Oh, this is going to be so gross, and does get it.
That's right, and I expect Riblet to come in and try to absorb that energy with the Azumarill. That Venusaur Upper Shield does look very scary, but remember that Riblet switched out of that Deoxys with a decent amount of energy, and Psycho Boost is really going to start chunking away, although going for the Thunderbolt here first, locked in, so doesn't want to debuff the Deoxys quite yet.
This is I felt like that was almost an easy bait call, right? You've got 2 Protect Shields. Your opponent does not want to debuff themselves that early, but we do see the Protect Shield on the Thunderbolt. I think this is a regular Venusaur in this matchup. You can definitely withstand 1 Frenzy Plant, but Deoxys is going to get really low here. I think if we see a shield on the Venusaur, we might see a full Vine Whip down.
Oh yeah, this is going to be very tough for Riblet. Looking to fire off both these Psycho Boosts, but I think Venusaur can take one and definitely will be able to take the second once that Deoxys has debuffed itself.
I agree with you. We're going to see the second Psycho Boost come through here. A little bit of chip damage, but we know that the Venusaur will win the charge attack priority over Azumarill, and Azumarill isn't even at a charge attack yet. Only 1 Protect Shield remaining. Let's see the Frenzy Plant. I think this is going to get shielded here, Silph.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you need to shield one of these, but you can take one, and looks like the Azumarill is going to be able to comfortably take that. But I don't think you can bubble down, and looks like 17 Alpal even catches the Ice Beam on Umbreon here. Riblet probably going to try to undercharge, then go for a big bubble down and come out with an Ice Beam for the Venusaur. I think that's one of your only plays.
It was too much, Soph. Look at that undercharge. It was too much of an undercharge. If you do a little bit more damage with the Ice Beam, maybe you put this Umbreon within bubble down range, but you've got 1 Protect Shield. The Venusaur has a charge attack ready. You need to use the Protect Shield right here, and you lose the charge attack priority to Venusaur. So I think Riblet, recognizing the catch was a little bit too much. Maybe there was a tiny win condition there, but it's really hard to say because the Umbreon did have a lot of energy as well. Unfortunately there, Riblet, after a strong start, does falter a bit, and Alpal takes game number 1.
That's right. Of course, having Venusaur up a shield in the back was very difficult to deal with, right? Because Riblet not bringing that Shadow Charizard didn't have a great answer. So a tough position to come back from. It is also hard, of course, to undercharge when your opponent makes a catch because a lot of the times the health bar doesn't actually show up. So you're kind of just going off your own memory for how much health that Pokemon has and how much you need to undercharge.
Yeah, it's one of those tricky things, right? You're kind of like compartmentalizing all these things, locking them into a little box, and then juggling them throughout the matchup. You try to remember the energy, the HP, the situational awareness has to be really at a high level in these Continentals levels of matchups. So I think you made a great call out there. So if the Venusaur was really tough to rein in without Shadow Charizard, as we look at how the series develops, do you think that that forces Riblet to start bringing the Shadow Charizard, and thus do we see maybe a double water strategy there from Alpal?
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, it is tough to bring Charizard into Alpal's team. And I think Alpal made a great call bringing that Venusaur first because there's 2 water types. Of course, the Galarian Stunfisk is also quite annoying. So kind of recognizing that Riblet was probably going to be afraid to bring it at least game 1. But I do think that, Riblet might try to change things up, whether it's with the Charizard or more be just trying to counter the Venusaur with like, Umbreon, Lickitung, DD, G-Fisk, those kinds of things, with the more neutral play as well. It's also a viable strategy.
As we think about that lead situation as well, we did see the Umbreon lead from Alpal, Deoxys defense form from Riblet. It's a little bit tough because unless you lead Azumarill there, you really have a tough time beating the Umbreon as Riblet because you don't have a fairy type that has charm. You don't have a counter user like Metacham. The best you can settle for is that defense from Deoxys. So I'm really interested to see as well if that influences the lead situation here. Is it safe for Alpal to keep leading that Umbreon because it's such a bulky sponge? It can do so much damage against anything not named Azumarill.
Right. I mean, actually, for both of them, the Umbreon is quite safe outside the Azumarill. So I wouldn't be surprised if they both try to keep bringing it, especially if Riblet is kind of scared to bring the Azumarill into the Venusaur, right? So that might make Alpal's Umbreon even more problematic to deal with.
I agree. I would love to see some more Lickitung play here from Riblet. I think it's got a lot of neutral matchups across the board. And anything not named Umbreon, you actually have a shot at winning that matchup. So I do like the Lickitung there from Riblet. Maybe as a safe switch, it could be pretty critical. But I think the question for me in this game number 2 is where is Shadow Charizard? Do we see that Pokemon come out here? And it looks like we might have a lock-in Silph.
That's right. It looks like Riblet is opting for that more neutral strategy against the Venusaur. Makes a great read on the lead with Lickitung into Azumarill.
Yeah, great lead situation here for the Lickitung. Can easily absorb some charge attacks. We actually see a Hydro Pump enjoyer, Alpal, Azumarill with Hydro Pump and Ice Beam. I do appreciate that a lot. And we see the Power Whip come through from Lickitung. This will connect.
Yeah, I was actually thinking before the match that Galarian Stunfisk is pretty good for both sides, assuming the Azumarills don't have Hydro Pump, but it looks like Alpal's Azumarill is carrying that Hydro Pump here, and it's going to land right on this Lickitung.
Yeah, huge Hydro Pump coming through. Lickitung will lose a lot more HP than it was probably comfortable losing, but it's going to take Azumarill a long time to build up to another Hydro Pump here. A Power Whip is ready just outside of Body Slam range. Great timing here by Riblet, getting all those licks into the center of this Power Whip, and this will connect, getting a KO early, Silph.
Oh, wow. That's right, and Riblet actually comes out with a good chunk of health still on the Lickitung, and able to carry that into the next matchup to do a bit of damage. Let's see. Looks like Alpal's going to bring in the Galarian Stunfisk. Again, going to try to rely on the Venusaur to close out the game here.
Yeah, I agree with you. This Lickitung is just annoyingly healthy. You can't farm it down with anything. Going for the Power Whip here. Again, triple Power Whips from Riblet here, trying to whip his way to a win here in game number 2. Galarian Stunfisk does take a lot of damage there. Going to look for an overcharge. Goes for the Earthquake.
Oh
Again,
gosh.
so frustrating, right? Because you can't Rock Slide KO here. You have to go for a big move, I think.
I actually think the Rock Slide would have been enough there, and if not, I think you could have just Mud Shot down. So I think that might be a little bit of an inaccuracy, but it's all right. Looks like Riblet's bringing in that Deoxys defense here, going to absorb this Earthquake, which will do about half of Deoxys' health.
Riblet's got tremendous leverage here because he has the energy lead on the Deoxys. He's able to load up this Psycho Boost and do what every defense from Deoxys player does. Psycho Boost and dip out into that Umbreon, which I expect to come here shortly. Actually going to bank some energy too here. A little bit surprising.
Yeah, it possibly wants to fire off this next Psycho Boost because even though it is going to debuff itself and it is going to be debuffed or do less damage, right? I think now the Umbreon can come in and pretty much one foul play will take it out.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. We do see the Frenzy Plant get Protect Shielded up. Riblet finally deciding to use his Protect Shield, probably 75% of the way into the matchup here. Venusaur was such a threat in game number 1, but I think that the leverage here again is in Riblet's favor. He is going to look for a no shield on the second Frenzy Plant.
That's right. I think Umbreon can even take 2 Frenzy Plants, not comfortably, but it can take 2. Going to be able to get off 2 foul plays here, 1 to take the shield and 1 to come close to knocking out the Venusaur here.
As the game moves along, we do see the switch timers expire. We see the switch into the Galarian Stunfisk. Going to look here for, I guess, a foul play. You can't quite switch out yet. Going to go for it here.
Yeah, I think that's all right. I think Riblet, was able to farm basically the perfect amount before the Galarian Stunfisk could get to some, threatening amount of energy there. And, able to come back in when the Venusaur is here with basically another foul play, which should be enough.
Yeah, you could double down here, and that's exactly what we see from Riblet. Doubling down into the Umbreon does go for the foul play here. You could have let that Frenzy Plant through, go for the Deoxys, and try to get to a final Psycho Boost, but the foul play will have the same effect. Venusaur KO'd. Riblet ties up the series.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good adjustment. Like we said, kind of dropping the Azumarill, going for that neutral play against the Venusaur, and was really able to not be super threatened. Having those two very bulky Pokemon in the back that can sort of more comfortably take the Frenzy Plants. So great adjustment there
No,
from Raglet.
you're exactly right. I think just getting out bulked, right? That reminded me a little bit of how it's Axon likes to play his matchups. He just likes to throw so much bulk, so much HP at his opponent and just wear them down over time. I don't know about you, Soph. I don't have the patience. I can't play out Umbreon mirrors. I don't really like playing a lot of Lickitung and Umbreon together because it just feels like that matchup goes on for so long. But it does pay huge dividends if you pilot it correctly.
That's right. I think it just gives you a lot of flexibility in terms of how you want to use your shields, right? I think another thing from Rivlet that game was not using any shields until the Venusaur came onto the field, right? Because you know that those Frenzy Plants are just going to be so threatening and probably do the most damage of anything there.
Game 2, still no Shadow Charizard. Is it too obvious to bring that Pokemon in game number 3, or is it even needed? What do you think?
I don't know. I don't think he needs it. He dealt with the Venusaur just fine, and it's not really that good into the rest of Alpal's team, right? The Umbreon is very bulky and can take you out with probably 2 foul plays. Deoxys also quite bulky. I mean, you do resist the counters, but one charge move's almost going to be enough to take you out. And then, of course, 2 waters and something with a rock move.
Right? You make a fantastic point, right? Because a lot of trainers will get kind of tunnel vision, especially if they're early on in their careers. They don't really know how to read teams of 6. They get tunnel vision. They say Venusaur's a problem. I need the hardest possible answer for it. And I think a lot of the best trainers have learned that just managing neutral matchups, trying to pilot your way around it, gaining leverage early in the matchup. Those are all things that you can do instead of just going for the hard counter option and avoiding what we like to say RPS, right?
That's right. I think a lot of trainers in play Pokemon tournaments as well think, this Pokemon is going to be the star of my team. I'm going to put that with 5 counters, so there's a lot of bench pressure, or 5 things to cover it. And it seems kind of like Alpal almost did that with the Venusaur. I'm a little curious why it's a regular Venusaur instead of a Shadow Venusaur, but I think that I don't want to speak for Alpal. Of course, there's probably a lot of nuance here, right? You got the Venusaur G-Fisk core, you got Umbreon Safe Swap. But yeah. All right, looks like we're getting into the last decisive game here. Azumarill time. Here we go, Speedy.
All right, it's Azu time. So both of these Azumarills on the field, it looks like one of them does have Play Rough. So Rivlet taking that matchup knowledge. He saw the Hydro Pump in game number 2 against his Lickitung. So this time he brings his own Azumarill with Play Rough. Famously, the Play Rough variant will win this matchup. So that's why the best Azumarill moveset is Hydro Pump and Play Rough, right? Right, Soph? Do you agree?
Well, it seems like neither of these trainers agree with that, but that's all right. Alpal, I don't know if Alpal reveals the Ice Beam already, but just staying in this matchup, it's actually not too bad of a matchup for the Hydro Pump Azumarill because Hydro Pump is just so much better of a move than Ice Beam or Play Rough. Although, of course, like you said, the Play Rough variant definitely wins here.
Yeah, you're right, though. It's close. It's very competitive, right? Because Azumarill is just such a bulk monster. I do want to point out the star Pokemon for each team have sat on the bench here for decisive game number 3. No Shadow Charizard on the roster, no Venusaur either. So it's going to be a bulk fest to the very end.
That's right. And I think Rivlet's in a very good position here because not only are you going to win this lead matchup, neither of Alpal's Pokemon in the back can really farm down without taking a significant amount of damage. So, unless something crazy happens here, I think Rivlet's going to come out with switch advantage as well as the ability to chip whatever comes in.
I think the difference maker here, though, is that Rivlet's Azumarill is very low in terms of HP. It is a prime farm down target for Venusaur. Do we see an instant swap to try to avoid a farm down? But he does have a bit of energy as well, so he might decide to stay in here. I think what we see is probably the Galarian Stunfisk because we know this is a Play Rough and potentially Ice Beam Azumarill, and we do see the G-Fisk come out here.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh my gosh, but shielding the potential Hydro Pump. I mean, the Galarian Stunfisk with energy, though, is very good for Alpal, so I don't hate this play. You can pretty much hit whatever comes in. Even Deoxys, of course, even though it has counter, is not a bad matchup for Galarian Stunfisk. And unfortunately, having to throw this energy onto this Azumarill, though.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough, right? 2 steps forward, 1 step back because you want to exit this matchup with energy. Coming in with the Lickitung now with a Protect Shield advantage. Rivlet looks pretty in control. I think we see the Earthquake right away. That's exactly what we get.
Yeah, I have to agree. And Riblet might be thinking, well, actually, Riblet might realize there's no Venusaur in the back now because it didn't come in to farm down the Azumarill. But probably saving shields for a potential Venusaur, which doesn't exist. But that is perfectly all right. Going to chip this Umbreon. Maybe go into his own here now that the Umbreon has been chipped, but maybe not.
Yeah, we saw him trying to make a catch in an earlier game. He might do the same thing. Does! Oh, but look at this. We see the last resort thrown from Alpal. Doesn't fall for it. Great play.
Yeah, that's right. Great patience from Alpal there. Making sure to throw the neutral move onto the opposing Umbreon. But I think, down a shield, it's going to be still a difficult position for Alpal to come back from.
Yeah, as this matchup grinds along, I think one eye on the matchup itself, but the other eye is centered on that switch timer. A little bit displaced, probably about 10 or 12 seconds between the two trainers, but we're going to see the last resort get fired off here from the Alpal. I don't know, Soph, how are you feeling today? We're seeing an Umbreon mirror. I feel like this is always a great discussion point, right?
Of course, the game opened with an Azumarill mirror. Now we have an Umbreon mirror, although we didn't have to sit through a Lickitung mirror this match, so it's always great.
True.
It's a nice day outside here in sunny California. Seems to be raining on Alpal's screen.
Yeah, I would love a little bit of rain here down south as well. It's been really, really hot lately. Looks like building a ton of energy on each side. Anticipating the switch out. Oh my gosh, catches the last resort onto the Galarian Stunfisk. If Alpal gets back into this matchup, he needs to make more plays like that.
Oh yeah, actually great play. I mean, the Galarian Stunfisk is low, but that definitely helps, right? Saving a little bit of energy because Last Resort is more expensive than Foul Play. But the Galarian Stunfisk does still get very low from this Power Whip, and Lickitung probably just going to try to fire off too. Oh my gosh, and the timer is coming up. You need to save your shields here. So you have to make sure you win this timeout match. Or sorry, use your shields.
Exactly. Use your shield. Yeah, preserve your HP, right? Timer rings. Right. That's it. In the matchup, it looks like we're going to see one more Rock Slide, the Protect Shield, like you pointed out. So great call here to be aware of the HP win condition. I think Riblet might have this one. Oh, it's a Charge Attack priority as well. Nice.
That's right. I think I recently learned actually that the win condition for timeout games when both trainers have the same number of Pokemon is whoever has the Pokemon with the higher percentage of HP remaining. And I think that was Riblet's Lickitung there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because these Pokemon have wildly different HP pools. You could say, oh, I've got a half health Deoxys defense form, but I have a 33% health Lickitung. And then you say, oh, well, the percentage overall would then go to the Deoxys, even though Lickitung's HP pool is larger. So these smaller, kind of more nuanced win conditions are very tough to keep in mind, especially in a high stakes matchup like that. Do you think, oh, I know this is the Rock Slide, I'm just going to no shield, you go into autopilot, and then you're like, oh, crap. Now I lost the game because I don't have any HP.
I'm sure. I think they had plenty of time to see the timer come up, so I'm sure Riblet was well aware that needed to use the shield there. But I think great adjustment there after going down game one. Obviously the Venusaur didn't come there, but I think kind of dealing with it very well in game two, and maybe kind of scaring it off for game three. Great series from Riblet, of course, and very well played by Alpal as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this was momentum-based as well. We saw in Game 1, the early Protect Shield advantage going to Alpal, the Venusaur, so powerful. And then in Game 2, Riblet did not allow him to do that. Winning lead and then trying to come in and get some energy advantage on the Deoxys did not allow his opponent to gain that leverage that was so key in Game number 1. And then Riblet, like you said, in Game 3, really controlling the matchup, scaring away the Venusaur. Keys to success right there. All right, so I think we're going to just chat a little while longer. We are missing 2-0 Butters. We're actually going to start printing his face on a milk cartons in your local area. If you see a tall, blonde guy kind of wandering around, you need to send him back to us because he needs to do some casting.
All right. That is very exciting. I will look out for Butters at my local store. He is semi-local of mine, actually, so maybe I'll run into him, except that I'm sitting here at my desk, so probably not.
I'm telling you, he's probably browsing the dairy section. It's probably where he's at.
That's true. He needs to grow even taller,
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
Well, that being said, so that was a really exciting matchup. Riblet, I feel like, is a trainer to watch, and I'm excited to see how J-Sven progresses as well through the bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Riblet is a very strong player for sure. I think I had him as a top pick at like maybe the Portland Regional or something like that. So definitely looking forward to watching him thrive here, hopefully.
I don't know if we're comfortable. I'll wait for the cue from production, but I'd love to do a bracket update and update some trainers on the other matches going on in the background, if that's all right. All right.
Yeah,
so
all
we
right.
have
So
a
looks
few...
like Jay's fan. Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Soph. Jump in.
Okay. It looks like Jay's fan won again with a big 3-0. Moves on 2-0 overall. It's, we've only had 2 rounds here. But Dodge also down in pair number 3. Looks like is also 2-0. Flying Pizza down in the 4th pair. 6-0 so far, Speedy. What an incredible record.
6-0 in games, right? Not rounds, because that would be
right in games.
miraculous.
So 2 3-0s already for Flying Pizza. We've also
That's
got our
insane.
friend Elite, who round 1 actually played Caleb Pang. I don't know if you remember a rematch of the Fresno Grand Finals.
Yeah, I think I remember
another
that Grand
dominant
Finals.
Right. Well, Elite is just sailing through 3-0 and Caleb yet again, and then another 2-1 here in round 2. So
Must be tough. We do see Magic Mason now 2-0. Mountain Dugong, one of our standout trainers, newcomers from the NAIC this season, actually falls to Iran past tense. Hot Pocket continues to coast along, and it looks like Mango actually doing well, taking a 2-1 over Broken Waggler, and Buckeye Fitzy winning a 3-0 as well. So a lot of interesting results.
That's right. We have also got Rise to Occasion. Actually lost the first round, probably a favorite in many eyes for this tournament, but coming back with a 3-0 this round. Hot Pocket is actually 6-0 as well, we should mention. So
wow,
definitely up there.
All right. Well, chat, your efforts paid off. We did find Butters. He was wandering around a local convenience store. He had a stick of butter and a gallon of milk, and we brought him in here to do the cast. Welcome back, Butters. And Butters is muted. He's pulling a me.
We can chat about some other things. You started talking about the Fresno finals and the rematch of Elite and Caleb here. Something that I think is even more cool about that. Caleb, of course, brought his Bastiodon to this tournament, and Elite brought the Alolan Sandslash to this tournament as well. So obviously we didn't get to see those matches, but I'm curious if Elite got another 3-0 on the back of that Alolan Sandslash, just tearing things up against Caleb's team. Obviously a big fan of Alolan Sandslash here, and a fan of both Elite and Caleb, but want to see the A-Slash win, of course, in that matchup. Butters, are you back?
Yeah, of course.
I'm back. I got some... I think you guys can hear me, but my casters can't hear me. So now my casters can hear me. I'm unmuted. I got some. I don't know if you guys have ever. There's a festival going on right now. I mean, they're really celebrating Silph Continental's strong where I live. So I don't know if you guys have ever had this. It's like corn in like condensed. I don't know if you can see it. It's like corn in like condensed milk. It's warm. It's awesome. It's like how I feel when I'm doing things with Silph or playing Silph. I just feel warm on the inside. I feel comfortable. So I'm feeling great, and I'm back.
Very vivid description there. Thank you so much. Butters. We're happy to have you. I think it's worth taking a moment to look at our slot 2 picks. NHoff mentioned Bastiodon and Shadow Alolan Sandslash. We won't see this Shadow Alolan Sandslash here, but we do see the big bad castle face Bastiodon as the number 1 in terms of total usage. Altaria not far behind it in number 2. Then we have Noctowl in 3rd place, Medicham in 4th. Are there any standout picks here? Toxicroak way down at the bottom. Don't tell Wadaj that. He'll argue with you all day that Toxicroak is meta.
Wait a second. These are not sorted by usage. There's no way Bastiodon is the most used in slot 2, right?
Right? I hope so. I feel like it's that Star Wars meme, right? Bastiodon's not number 1, right? Right.
So, okay, I guess it's the number 1 in PV Poke rankings then, but certainly not in usage. All right, yes. Confirmation from production. I think Metacham's probably the most used in this slot, but of course, if you're looking to break up that Metacham Lickitung core, might be worth bringing Noctowl in this slot.
I see. All right. And any other standout picks here? What do you think, Hoff? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I can't hear Hoff.
Oh, okay. You see two
Oh.
Pokemon next to each other in both the area. You really want Altaria to cover that Bastiodon. You have Medicham and Noctowl. They really want to cover each other. And then you have Skarmory and Quagsire, which is probably the most cruel. Is you really want a Skarmory with that Whiscash or Quagsire in the second slot, both that exist there. But you can't. They're locked away from one another in this slot. So if you want to bring Skarmory and a Mudboy, you have to do that Swampert in that first slot. But we see some other really fun picks, like Kanto Ninetales, which is always a really good Pokemon if you can avoid those water types, if you can avoid Altaria as well. We have Lucario, which, again, you were talking about Kingdom Cup. I believe it was Kingdom Cup that Lucario was super viable in, right, Speedy?
No, you're exactly
then-
right. I beat many Bastiodons. It was fun.
With your Lucario?
Yes.
Incredible. And then another Pokemon here that I want to ask you about, Speediest. I don't know if you can pick out which, but an interesting Pokemon you might have some experience with.
Oh gosh, we're going for the 3-year throwback nostalgia here. Fortress. I feel like this Pokemon was just slot in there just for me, because this doesn't feel like a very meta Pokemon. To be fair, it's really fun to play, but it's a little bit wobbly unless you're in a condensed meta. Will we see one on any of these teams today? I kind of don't believe that will be the case. I'm gonna do a quick search here. No, I'm getting no responses from Fortress on any of the teams. So as much as I would love to see it, we're not going to see it here.
Well, Fortress looks like he's seen some things in that photo, but Vigoroth is one Pokemon that I feel like actually might have play. And if we're talking Silph, this has to be like one of the best Silph Pokemon ever. Like, it's got to be top 3 of like a best cup Pokemon. Vigoroth, you just see so often in limited metas. And if Lickitung is going to be at the center of a lot of the meta, Vigoroth is actually good. Vigoroth is so good against Lickitung. And I mean, obviously, if other people are choosing Medicham in this slot, it's not as strong against Medicham, but Vigoroth could be neutrally really strong. And then, of course, like you mentioned, Wadaj brought the Toxicroak. We've been seeing a lot of Toxicroak in remix meta as well. So I think Toxicroak is a little underrated. So, but the problem is, I feel like they're all in the same slot as Medicham. So it's like, it's not like a different slot you're picking a fighter. It's like you have to choose these fighters over Medicham, which is a really tough choice.
Right, and I think I'm just looking at the usage very briefly here. I see 1 Vigoroth, 1 Toxicroak,
yes,
and 36 Medicham.
Yes.
So a tough day for those other fighters. But I do see a couple of people opting for those flyers, Altaria and Noctowl, possibly recognizing that Medicham will be very common.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Definitely has a case here, right?
For sure.
Hoff, I wanted to echo one of your points, Hoff, because I think that one of the best things about your commentary is that you look at teams in terms of segments and cores, and you actually kind of break these things down. I agree with you. It's really cruel that we have Flyers and the Mud Boys here in the same slot, and you can't build that complementary core. So, like, as you look across these other slots, that's one of the big challenges of a slot meta, is that you're not able to kind of just say, okay, Whiscash, Skarmory, Venusaur, Galarian Stunfisk. You're not able to do that as fluidly as you would be able to in an open meta. So I think it's really tough to kind of slot these things together. And when you break down the team itself, I would challenge everyone as well. If you look at the bracket, kind of pick out these complementary cores. What are these trainers using that seems to be very viable? I feel like Water Fairy, whether it's Tapu Fini or Azumarill, and Umbreon seems to be a really strong core. What do you think, Hoff?
Yeah, I agree for sure. We don't see a ton of like poison in the meta right now, so Tapu Fini or Azumarill can pair really well with Umbreon, and Umbreon's neutral against poison anyway. But like the breakers to Azumarill and Tapu Fini in the meta is effectively Lickitung, which Umbreon beats very aggressively, and grass types, which Umbreon tends to outbulk and also don't tend to be that common. And then you have things like Lantern, which Umbreon can outbulk. But the biggest breaker to Azumarill Umbreon or to Tapu Fini Umbreon is banned in the meta. It's Registeel. And Registeel is notably not present in this format, because Registeel beats both of those, but you remove it from the meta and you start to see different cores open up. You see Pokemon like Azumarill and Tapu Fini, which struggle in a Registeel meta, but now the best deal is either Galarian Stunfisk, Bastiodon, or Alolan Sandslash. and all of those do worse against these water fairies than Registeel does with Zap Cannon. I believe Silph was talking about the fighters, and it's interesting on this graphic. We get a little bit of foreshadowing because we see these alternative picks, and Whiscash is there with Poliwrath as an alternative pick, which does play a little bit more like a Mud Boy currently with Mudshot. But we have that Community Day coming up, and it's unfortunate that we couldn't see the new Poliwrath for this last Continentals, because I think in these kinds of format, it has a lot more play as a bit of a core breaker, a bit of a disruption to what you expect from like the Open Great League meta, where this is a little bit twisted. We have a little bit of a tilt to it from what you expect from Open Great League, and something like Counter Poliwrath, about to come into the meta, I think would be really cool to see. And obviously we're seeing a lot of strong water types, like you mentioned, Azumarill, Tapu Fini. We see Swampert, of course, as well, and I think it would be very, very cool. Some other fighting types on this graphic, but I don't think actually making it into the tournament. Let me check before I eat my words. No Galarian Zapdos. Was really hoping to see
shucks.
some of that as well. We see as an alternative for this Toxicroak, but that's a little bit luck-based on whether you can even run that Pokemon.
Butters, are there any Shadow Ledians registered here today? Or
I doubt there would be, but that's their mistake, because that thing is really, really, really bad. No, don't play it. It's really bad. And you know what it makes me think of, because of how bad Shadow Ledian is? You know who's really fallen off? What about
Who?
Skarmory? What happened to Skarmory?
True.
Skarmory in the first Silph tournament ever was so good in Boulder Cup, and Skarmory has been so good in Open Great League in general. And then if we're without Registeel because it's banned in the meta, is there some play for Skarmory? Because Skarmory is stronger against Lickitung. I mean, Noctowl's better. Let's say that. But Skarmory beats Noctowl. I think it should beat Noctowl. There's no way Noctowl beats Skarmory just going straight Shadow Ball. But how about our boy Skarmory?
I see some head shakes back here.
So, Butters, the problem is... So, if you go,
No, you can.
No
go.
way.
I
Are you
did
going to
my
tell me
opinion.
that Noctowl
Not
beats
verbally.
Skarmory going straight Shadow Ball?
Skarmory tends to win. However, it's a lot closer than you ever want it as a Skarmory user. Same goes for Skarmory versus Lickitung in the Zero Shields. PV Poke will tell you that Skarmory wins that. And especially in the One Shield, it'll say that Skarmory wins that. It doesn't really, because it involves baiting a Sky Attack and landing a Brave Bird. And as a Lickitung user, you just save your shield. If they Brave Bird first, then your Body Slams do more damage. If they Sky Attack first, then you have your shield for the Brave Bird. So, these matchups that like Skarmory would really like to be winning are not as cut and dry. And you're right that Skarmory should be better in this meta, because you remove Registeel and you have Galarian Stunfisk. Skarmory can actually win that matchup. If you save your shields and you go straight Brave Bird, as long as the opponent doesn't like wise up to what you're doing, you can actually win that matchup with Skarmory, which makes absolutely no sense. You're doing entirely resistant damage. But it's possible because Brave Bird is such a good move. But it's all these other matchups that like Skarmory just wishes it was a little bit better. It's looking longingly at Noctowl and Wing Attack and saying, why can't I have that? It's stuck with Air Slash, which is just... it's just not good enough.
Yeah. Skarmory and Shadow Ledian need Wing Attack, and then they'd be dominant, both of them.
No, Shadow Ledian needs counter. Give it counter.
It needs counter.
True. Yeah, but no, I mean, I think Soph already mentioned there's 36 Metachams, right? I feel like that's got to be the record for usage in a slot. I'm not saying that as fact, but I feel like 36 Metachams seem extremely high. So Metacham is probably just, I mean, it's the king of usage in all Pokemon Go in Open Great League, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be king of usage in this slot. So it's going to be Metacham most of the time.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit at the usage here. So I said Metacham had 36. So I think Umbreon has 45. Lickitung has 39, and then Swampert a little bit below at 33. So definitely up there for sure, but maybe those other slots just have a little bit less diversity than this slot, because there are good options here, right? There's the Noctowl, for example, and the Azumarill. We just saw 2 trainers actually using the Azumarill.
How much Altaria is there? Because if the 4 most popular Pokemon are Medicham, Noctowl, Medicham, Lickitung, Umbreon, and Swampert, Altaria is literally the best counter for those 4 Pokemon.
There's only 10 Altaria. It is difficult to bring, of course, because most of these teams have like 1 ice type and like 1 fairy, right?
Right.
Yeah, you create a situation where Tapu Fini is one of the best Pokemon in slot 6. You have Pokemon like Shadow Charizard, which actually does like fairly well against Altaria for a fire type. That really opens that up, and I mean, you love it against Shadow Swampert, you love it against Venusaur. There's a lot to love about Altaria here, but Soph's on the money of like, you have a bunch of Alolan Ninetales, you have a bunch of Galarian Stunfisk. Lickitung isn't a matchup that Altaria loves. It's kind of one of the most even matchups that we have in Great League between the two. And it gets interesting. But yeah, this slot doesn't have a ton of diversity comparatively to some of the other ones. I'm scrolling through the list right now, and I know we'll cover slot 6 later, but there's some picks that are just really standing out to me. I see a Raikou on one team. I see a Celesteela on one team. And this is what I love about Go PvP. I see a Regice. So talking about an ice on every team, but I don't think you usually expect Regice as that ice type. So some trainers really getting their last laugh in with Silph, enjoying their time with their team.
Hey, we have a Regice on screen too. Let's go.
Underrated Pokemon.
I was just gonna say, I've tried Shadow Regice in Ultra League. It doesn't feel like the play butters. I don't know. It's tough.
Well, I never tried Shadow Regice, but regular Regice in Ultra League is really strong because, especially in the Walrein Trev meta, which we're not in anymore, but it destroyed Walrein Trev.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, it is difficult to get a Great League Regice, right? It's similar to Regirock, where you need to only have like the research one and then trade for the good IVs and such.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
definitely.
I have a
Shadow Regice.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Even more difficult. I have a breaking news update. Wadaj is 2-0, but he left his Shadow Charizard at home, instead playing Venusaur this weekend. Venusaur knocked out Shadow
or regular?
Ninetales. Regular. Again, surprising, right? As well as Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini. Go ahead, Soph.
There's no Shadow Venusaur. What the heck? They're all regular. Very strange. There's like one Shadow Venusaur. Yeah, I don't know why.
No, I think I figured.
Yeah, almost everyone has regular. Oh, Caleb has Shadow.
We keep talking about a change to this meta compared to Open Great League meta, and it's that there's no Registeel. And I think that is like the single. There's multiple pickups. Like, you do better against Medicham, you do better against Sableye with the Shadow. There are benefits beyond Registeel, but Registeel is, in my opinion, the one most polarizing center of meta matchup that you really want to bring Shadow Venusaur for, because you just have that extra stopping power. You can tank the same amount of charge attacks, which is 1 really, without getting lock-on down. So I think a lot of people noticed that not being in the meta, and also just how good bulk looks here. We've seen it in both of the matchups we've highlighted so far. Shadow's Charizard exists, but like beyond that, a lot of people are just loading up on bulk. These Lickitungs, these Umbreons, these Azumarills, and a standard Venusaur. You know, you still threaten some of these Pokemon the same amount. You have to throw the same amount of Frenzy Plants, but you just have that 20% extra bulk behind your Venusaur that I think a lot of people are capitalizing on. So I get, you know, people like Caleb still bringing the Shadow. I think it still has a lot of merit. Again, things like Medicham, it's a lot better into. But I can also very much see the bulk in a meta that's absent Registeel.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point, and you're right, because we've seen so many Azumarill Umbreon cores. There's Lickitung, you've got even Charizard, and Charizard is so situational. We saw this at NAIC. You can beat the Registeel handedly, right? But you need Protect Shields. You need a certain approach to that matchup. You need to really capitalize on those charge attack intervals between the zap cannons is when you really need to farm. And without Rich still in the meta, I was thinking about like a remix cup or a typical Silph meta that has so many Pokemon banned. It doesn't need to be that complicated. You just ban one Pokemon. You ban something like Registeel, and it totally upends so many of these matchups. You would never see a Azumarill, Umbreon, Lickitung in a Registeel heavy meta in any other place besides Silph Continentals, right?
And I think that's also why regular Venusaur is probably a bit stronger or safer too, is just because like you're not getting knocked out by double foul play. You're not necessarily getting knocked out by double body slam on a Lickitung that's banked energy. And you just have extra bulk to be better neutrally in those matchups, which you're going to be facing a lot of the time. I even like it better against like Shadow Swampert because yes, I know your Vine Whips are doing less damage, but like you're
Earthquake.
not like just getting chunked so hard by the Hydra Cannons, and you can actually Vine Whip down something. So it's really interesting that it is all regular Venusaur. I've always thought that Shadow Venusaur just like didn't hold up very well. Soph said that Caleb's the only one that is running it, so we'll see which Venusaur does come out on top here. But I think the non-Shadow is just better against Medicham. Medicham's one of the most popular picks, and so is Lickitung. So I think it's just safer.
Yeah, I think if you go for the, I mean, I'm gonna give my own bias of like my preferred grass poison, but if you're going for something as flimsy as Shadow Venusaur, and I don't know if it's available in one of these slots, but like, why not just run Roserade and have that fire pressure? And I know that Roserade's not making waves in any open format, but I think it's just so cool. I think it's so much cooler than Shadow Venusaur, personally.
Just gonna yeet a Roserade onto your team.
The unfortunate thing is that these Pokemon have to have been good at some point to be eligible for this tournament. Unfortunately, I don't see Roserade as one of the iconic picks here, so unfortunately not an option. But it is very cool. Maybe one day. Zygarde.
Yes.
Well, we have it looks like our new round is live. I want to take a look at some of these matchups. Again, a lot of trainers watching are cheering for a certain trainer. Maybe they want to see someone succeed. The top billing though is Jace Fan versus Buckeye Fitzy. We also have a matchup like it looks like Firestar 73 versus Rise to Occasion. You've got El Cavissimo versus DeMarco 0505. Mountain Dugong versus Caleb Pang. That should be a good one. That's actually down there at pair number 17. Are there any pairings you want to call out here that you see, casters?
I love that last one, Mountain Dugong versus Caleb Pang, because you see, again, we talk about some signature picks. Dugong just got a lot better against Bastiodon with this most recent move update. Drill Run, being able to put on that pressure, that double super effective ground type damage, makes that matchup a lot more interesting. I'm sure Bastiodon still wins in like even fields, but you get Dugong to like farm down a Noctowl or something to that effect. You farm down a Shadow Venusaur perhaps, and you have a bunch of Drill Runs, and suddenly Bastiodon's scared against an Ice type, and that's just, I think, a really interesting dynamic for sure that these added moves change.
It's refreshing. Let's say that.
Yes. Some
what
other
else do you see,
matchups.
Speedy?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No,
what other matchups
on that list? Yeah.
Yeah, tons of good ones. We've got our fellow co-caster DeFi taking on Jet Force Gemini, one of the cooler names, I think. King Alexander versus Ace Twin to win. As moved down there, it looks like we do have CO as a Beast versus Gerardo 19. Dilap is still, I think Dilap is 2-0. He's taking on Sankey Lore as well. I don't know. So if any of these matchups really just jumping off the screen to you, or do you see what I see?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if you already mentioned Magic Mason versus Uaxod, a good friend of mine. Of course, Magic Mason, very strong battler, heading to Worlds. Also, both of them 2-0, and that's down in pair number 8.
I would love to see as well. Oh, go ahead, Huff. You go.
Oh, I was going to call out some other women battlers in the community. I see Emma 5 cents at pair 33 against D-Longs. I think I saw Sushi Must Write at pair number 21 against FreakyBot. With Emma, I believe she's the one bringing Raikou, so that's definitely something I hope to see her succeed with in the remainder of this tournament. An interesting pick. I'm sure it's a pick that Butters would be a fan of, one of those electric types with some interesting coverage in this meta.
You know who also I'm a fan of? The underdog picks, because we know Silph has been around for so long, and we know a lot of trainers that we met at the beginning of Silph. So in the chat, is there anyone that we haven't talked about that you're rooting for? It could be a local of yours that you've played against a lot of times. You might think they're underrated, but they don't play as much in tournaments, but they brought out their A game for the Silph Continentals. Also, DeFi, I think, is playing injured, so I think she just had like an eye procedure, but maybe it will be like her Michael Jordan flu game, and she's just going to dominate and take the whole competition with her new eyes. But I'm curious if anyone, like, I heard Freaky Bot, and that is a local of or not someone who has played with in Silph, but I'm interested if anyone has some locals that they know are in the tournament that we haven't mentioned that you're rooting for. If you do have that, please put it in the chat, because that's like one of the coolest parts about Silph is like getting these relationships with these people in your community, and then randomly seeing them in a Silph tournament. What they be like, oh, I know that person. That person is really cool.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like
all right. Well, we got our next game.
So we're gonna say goodbye to Speediest and Soph, and looks like Butters and I will be taking you through the next round.
All right.
Having a bite of corn there.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's really like the Silph dish. It's so comforting. It's delicious. It's so warm, and there's a lot of picks because there's a lot of corn in here. So speaking of picks, Wadaj, not only one of the best Pokemon Go Championships series player, but global rank 11 in Silph as well, bringing that regular Venusaur, as we mentioned, Noctowl, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, the Tapu Fini, Lickitung, Galarian Stunfisk versus JDDDYYY.
Yeah, so this is multiple shades of NAIC throwback for me. Wadaj obviously won the whole tournament, but I played against JDDY in NAIC, had one of the most interesting teams I've ever faced in an Open Great League tournament. Had Shadow, Kanto Ninetales, Vigoroth, Wigglytuff, which we see on this team, both Vigoroth and Wigglytuff, along with Shadow Venusaur. He was running Trevenant against me. Galarian Stunfisk, Dedenne, which is a very interesting Pokemon, although it's missing out on that Registeel, which I think it likes to see usually. And Tapu Fini of his own. So Tapu Fini looking pretty good against Wadaj's team if it can avoid that Venusaur and Lickitung. And on Wadaj's team, looking very good against JDY's team, because yes, it has to worry about that Venusaur, but little known fact, Tapu Fini, if it's a good IV Tapu Fini, beats Dedenne in the 0-1 shield, which I think is frankly a little bit insulting for the Electric Fairy type. That Discharge is just a little bit underpowered in terms of knocking out the Tapu Fini, and the Water Gun and Surf just adds up and takes out this Electric Rodent from JDY.
And that's kind of the story of Dedenne, where you feel like it should counter things, and then just somehow it doesn't counter it. But like we mentioned, Soph said that this is the only Vigoroth in the entire tournament right now, taking that slot number 2. But slot number 4, I feel like is crucial. That Galarian Stunfisk just kind of counters that Dedenne too much, so you can't really bring it at all. And here's the Galarian Stunfisk from JD, and met into the Noctowl, but you're kind of ABA weak to Galarian Stunfisk, so it looks like Wadaj is fine to just play out this matchup.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We talked about Skarmory earlier. Noctowl's another Pokemon that it's a flying type. It loses to Galarian Stunfisk technically, but also not exactly, in that it takes 3 Rock Slides to knock you out. You start to threaten with 2 Shadow Balls, and we actually do see Wadaj swap out of that Noctowl, swap into the Venusaur, which makes a lot of sense into JD's team. JD has to counter swap his own Venusaur, the Shadow Venusaur, but look how good this Venusaur is against, 3 Fairy types from JDY.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's so strong here, and that's why Wadaj did decide to say swap it, and then didn't throw the Frenzy Plant when he had it because he knew there was no rush there. He's not the Shadow Venusaur. He's not threatened as much by Rock Slides. Protect shielding that one. There's no way you can Vine Whip this down, but now you can start throwing the Frenzy Plant. So throwing a little bit, maybe one Vine Whip early, but you're almost energy capped, so you got to throw the energy anyway, and you actually pick up the Protect Shield. So now Wadaj can back to back here, and that's exactly what he does.
Yeah, this is incredible play by Wadaj, taking advantage of that Venusaur on his team, because we look at JD's team, he's not bringing his 3 Pokemon that are weakest to Venusaur, those 3 fairy types, Wigglytuff, Dedenne, and Tapu Fini, and yet still he had no answer to the Venusaur trying to catch a Frenzy Plant and doing so unsuccessfully.
Ooh.
But we see him maneuver around and get the Earthquake off.
That's a nice combo play right there to get both the Protect Shield, swap Earthquake. Can the regular Venusaur endure? It does hang on actually, but just maybe will be a sack swap later that uses all of the energy of the Galarian Stunfisk, and the Galarian Stunfisk is able to almost take out the Venusaur and then throw this Rock Slide. But like you mentioned, the double Rock Slide is not enough to knock out the Noctowl. So now this Noctowl has some time to bank up some energy. You definitely have to commit to the Shadow Ball. Oh my goodness, a little too late. No, a charge attack priority. Well played by Wadaj. Wadaj is always precise with his actions against the knockout of Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, we talk about people who are just super fluid and super aware of these matchups, and we see Wadaj wait until that Galarian Stunfisk is right at the Rock Slide before throwing that knockout Shadow Ball, and because of that, is able to get the Sky Attack off with effectively 1 HP on his Noctowl. Just immaculate play from Wadaj, getting all the advantages he can here, and now this Alolan Ninetales should be able to get to a Weather Ball and knock out this Vigoroth, unless JDY has that very low HP Venusaur in the back to be able to catch a move, and we'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to that. Both of the trainers have Venusaur at no health available for a third Protect Shield, and Wadaj doesn't have to throw it until this Vigoroth is near Body Slam. So he's being patient, finally throws it, and look at JD was trying to reach for it, but Wadaj just sneaks in the Weather Ball and takes game number 1 because he's just a powder snow away from, or a couple powder snows away from knocking out the Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah, knocks it out with an entire Weather Ball to spare on that Alolan Ninetales to take out a very convincing game 1, despite being the Noctowl into the Galarian Stunfisk in the lead. And that Venusaur from Wadaj, like, this is going to be the story of the set, is how does JD stop that? It's just so good into JD's team when you bring 3 fairy types. You see a lot of teams that will bring 2 fairy types. Wadaj has both Alolan Ninetales and Tapu Fini. And if JD had brought Alolan Ninetales, a little bit better into that Venusaur, but Wigglytuff, Dedenne, Tapu Fini is just a feast for that Venusaur.
No, absolutely. And I thought JD actually played the Galarian Stunfisk really well. But the problem is you just gave that Noctowl a little bit of a window to be able to get that Sky Attack to throw onto the Vigoroth. And it was the perfect timing by Wadaj. And the reason why he's the global rank 11, one of the best trainers out there, is he's just really good at finding any margin, scraping, clawing for any advantage that can put him ahead in the end game. And there, the Vigoroth, I know the Medicham would have taken super effective from that Sky Attack, but actually might have been able to hang on to a Weather Ball from the Shadow Alolan Ninetales, but would have had to get all the way to the Psychic. So Vigoroth wasn't able to close it out there. But like you mentioned earlier, the Venusaur is looking so strong, and that's why you saw Wadaj actually say swap it, because there is no true counter as we get into game number 2.
Yeah, and we see that Venusaur again, Wadaj just comfortably leading it, and seeing that Vigoroth on the side of JDY. And JDY, I have to imagine, is actually happy here because that Tapu Fini in the back is not facing this Venusaur, despite the fact that it means Vigoroth is against it in the lead.
Yeah, so here comes the Protect Shield, and this is interesting because you don't love soaking the Body Slam energy here. I mean, you can endure one Body Slam, but then by the next Body Slam, you're going to have to give it to Protect Shield. So early Protect Shield from Wadaj. We're going to see if he tries to swap in on the next Body Slam, because Vigoroth does barely outpace. And there it was. I think he did try to swap on that Body Slam, catch it onto the Noctowl, but banking up a ton of energy on Vigoroth to use later and then swapping into Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, I like these plays a lot from both sides, actually. Not bringing out the Tapu Fini despite the fact that the Venusaur is known to be there in the lead, because you know that Wadaj might have that Galarian Stunfisk in the back. You might have that target for the Tapu Fini, and even this little Ninetales, because we know it's on Powder Snow, is a good target for Fini. This matchup, again, so much more neutral than you would have it believe. A flying type against a steel type, but that Shadow Ball is so potent. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this game plays out. Like you mentioned, that banked energy on Vigoroth. Venusaur is able to tank it a little bit better than normal because it's not Shadow. But with that Rock Slide knocking out, there's just a lot of places for that Body Slam energy to go. And I don't know that Wadaj will be able to pull out the win.
Yeah, and now the Rock Slide is not going to be able to knock out. This is one of the benefits of the Venusaur. Instead of the Shadow Venusaurs, you can hold on to those Rock Slides comfortably. And now you're just going to go for the Vine Whip down. You just have so much energy. But Vigoroth can come in and just charge attack priority. Do we see Wadaj try to pivot and swap on it? Blind throw by the Venusaur to get the Protect Shield. I feel like you have to Protect Shield, but Wadaj is probably just going to back-to-back here.
Yeah, and this will be a charge attack priority event. However, this Vigoroth won't be able to survive a Frenzy Play, and you can't really swap your Tapu Fini in to tank it. So JDY is stuck between a rock and a hard place, going for that extra Body Slam, but won't be able to do it. And Tapu Fini will be able to Water Gun this down, I believe. Although it might be difficult without it being the Shadow, and Wadaj bringing in the Alolan Ninetales immediately.
Yeah, and the Alolan Ninetales is just going to outpace to that Dazzling Gleam, and that Dazzling Gleam should be able to one-hit knock out this Tapu Fini. So Wadaj has so much momentum on his side, just needs to get to this Dazzling Gleam. You're the Tapu Fini expert, NHoff. Is this going to be enough to knock out Tapu Fini?
This plus some Vine Whips will absolutely do it.
Or
just some Powder Snows is enough. I didn't get to see the CP on that Tapu Fini, but yeah, it puts it so close. 94, okay. It's a respectable Tapu Fini with the Powder Snow damage already, putting it in range of that last Powder Snow for Wadaj to pull out the win once again against JDY.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, you knew that Wadaj wasn't running Metacham, so you're just bringing a lot of Galarian Stunfisk Vigoroth because there's no reason not to with no Metacham. I actually like this change in bringing the Tapu Fini in the backline if you're expecting Shadow Alolan Ninetales in the backline like you saw in game number 1. But in that situation, with Protect Shields down, even energy, looks like the Fairy type of Shadow Alolan Ninetales is able to win that matchup, even though the Powder Snows are resisted. So even though JD called that backline, as we're going to go into this game number 3. Now, this is a really good lead for Wadaj. For JD here, is going to be running the same line, running the 2 things weak to Metacham, but there's no Metacham on Wadaj's side.
Yeah, there are few fates more cruel than leading your Tapu Fini into a Venusaur, and JD is experiencing absolutely the worst things that you can see as a Tapu Fini player in this matchup. There's not even really a target. Noctowl is a matchup that Tapu Fini can win, but it's actually IV dependent. It's one of my favorite things about my own Tapu Fini. And we see the mirror match in the back as well, and because Wadaj knows that this Venusaur is just so strong, was able to just keep it here against the Vigoroth and force advantage. And it doesn't even matter that, you know, the Tapu Fini got away from the Venusaur to him because he has no Galarian Stunfisk to worry about it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, you're going to come with the wing attack down. Even though the counters are resisted on the Tapu Fini, you don't really want to absorb those body slams. So, going to absorb the body slam here. Going to have to commit to a sky attack. There's no way you're going to wing attack this Vigoroth down. And suddenly, JD, the only Vigoroth user in this entire North American Continental, is getting a lot of work in this game number 3 with Vigoroth, but used all of his Protect Shields to do so. And now that's going to be a knockout into the Vigoroth in tough positioning for JD here with Wadaj up 2 Protect Shields.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Wadaj up 2 Protect Shields with the Tapu Fini. Few things in Pokemon Go PvP are more potent than a Tapu Fini with 2 shields against an opponent that doesn't have a water type. It's one of my favorite things. And we see the Galarian Stunfisk have to come in trying to catch a Moonblast, but unfortunately just catching Water Guns and Surf, which is not anything Galarian Stunfisk wants to take. And now there are 2 shields on the side of Wadaj. He can just farm down this and land the Moonblast. Doesn't even shield the Rock Slide.
Wow, looks like Wadaj is going to try to save all of his Protect Shields. I think he's not going to be able to Water Gun down, so he'll have to actually Protect Shield on this Rock Slide. But JDY went for it last second, didn't even get there. And now Tapu Fini is going to be able to throw this Moonblast. And I haven't seen a lot of Tapu Fini on Tapu Fini violence. This is going to be almost enough. One more Water Gun does it, and Wadaj doesn't even use a Protect Shield in game number 3.
Wow. Just extremely well played from Wadaj there. Getting the 2 shield flex, obviously JD had the opportunity to force some of those shields, chose not to in that endgame, didn't throw the Moonblast of his own, but just some expert maneuvering of Tapu Fini from Wadaj. Just a delight to see in a tournament of this caliber.
Wadaj is very good, and as you've seen in the championship series, he's really solid at adapting to new lines, which probably he got from Silph, because Silph is the format where you need to constantly be adapting and make a new team every single month. So then all these trainers that are well seasoned in Silph and just amazing at the game, just able to dominate with the Tapu Fini in the end there, and a lot of regular Venusaur gameplay, which is a Pokemon you don't really see that often in general in Open Great League. You usually see the Shadow Venusaur. So to play that at such a high level too, because he probably doesn't have a ton of experience with it, just a dominant performance, a clean 3-0, and surely one of the favorites here to win it all in Continentals.
Yeah, I'm going to quickly check, but I believe that puts Wadaj up at 9-0 on the tournament.
Wow.
No, he's at 8-1. D Longs took one game off of Wadaj in round 1, but otherwise undefeated. A 3-0 against Dragon Silk, a 3-0 here against JDY, and no surprise at all to people who know Wadaj, one of the top battlers across the entire globe at this game, and really dominating there, showing JDY exactly why to not bring a team that soft to an opposing Venusaur, which is something that's always interesting to me. When you have a team of 6 Pokemon, we saw JDY have the Shadow Venusaur on his own team, and you create a team that's actually weak to one of your own. And sometimes that's, knowing that you can win the mirror matchup or having confidence in the mirror matchup. I've done that plenty of times with like Registeel, where I'll be a little bit soft to an opposing Registeel, but I have my own. But the Wigglytuff, Dedenne, Tapu Fini, 3 Pokemon I love. I think they're great fairy types. They have their own niches, but you've created a situation where you're so soft to that opposing Venusaur, and Wadaj just exploiting that, as we've seen him do in other matchups as well. Things like his Shadow Charizard being very potent, and just taking advantage of that. He is a trainer that you cannot give an advantage like that, because he will absolutely destroy your team if he is given an inch. And we just saw that there, a masterclass throughout that set of 3.
Yeah, shaky tournament. He's only 8-1. He's not 9-0, so he could be better with Dodge. But you're exactly right, and that's the tough thing about these matchups, is where you build a team that's unique because you try to make different decisions in your slots. Like, you're the only trainer that brought Vigoroth, and that was actually beneficial because you're facing a trainer that doesn't have a Medicham. So suddenly Galarian Stunfisk and Vigoroth is a pretty good core. But then you did slap on 3 fairies onto that team, and then you face a team with a poison type like Venusaur, and then it just becomes hard to play anything else but that Galarian Stunfisk and Vigoroth. So he was kind of trapped into that duo, and I feel like Wadaj knew exactly what to expect. He knew what was really strong for him, and like you said, give him an inch and he'll take a whole foot and win every single battle. So really impressive stuff from Wadaj. Yeah, but we have our other casters here who were watching as well. What did you guys think about that Wadaj dominance?
Well, I think the Venusaur was just very difficult for Wadaj's opponent to deal with. So, if he comes out with a little bit of a team comp advantage, it's just really hard to come back from. Like you guys were saying, Wadaj is arguably the best player in North America right now, if not the world. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this might be a little bit too soon, but we all love and admire House Stark a lot. And we saw this at NAIC, right? When Madaj had that Shadow Charizard lined up against Stark, there was just nothing he could do. He just found ways to win. And I feel like Madaj, as well, is one of those trainers that's been flexible with his teams. We remember him earlier on from the season from using the Shadow Lola Ninetales quite a lot. He's switched it up a little bit, switched his team a lot for NAIC, and then he's back to the Shadow Lola Ninetales, but this time bringing Venusaur. And Hoff, you actually made a really good point earlier as well. I think that it's important that you play Pokemon that you're not familiar with, because if you're anticipating battling against them, you want to understand how they work. And I think that Wadaj is doing a great job of that here as well. I don't know how many Venusaurs we'll see at Worlds. I don't know if that's a hot take that Venusaur might appear, but we're going to see what happens in the coming month.
It's looking pretty strong. I like the fact that it can take rock slides and things like that. Like, I didn't mean to cut you off, but in that matchup where you Galarian Stunfisk, which in slot 4, we saw the matchup before this, straight Galarian Stunfisk. We saw in this matchup, straight Galarian Stunfisk. That is also a huge reason to be Venusaur that's not Shadow, is because you're not threatened by those rock slides, as we saw in that game number 3.
Yeah, to Speedy's point, the flexibility of multiple Pokemon. So we're at 2 weeks since NAIC, just 2 Saturdays ago, or 2 Sundays ago rather, when he won the whole thing. And we look at the team that he's comped for this tournament, and most, if not all, of the Pokemon that he used are available. We had the Cresselia, Umbreon, Dugong. We're seeing all of those Pokemon here: Toxicroak, Shadow Quagsire, and Shadow Charizard. So I'm not sure that he could have that exact same team, but he could see multiple of those players. And instead, he has a completely different team. He has Venusaur, standard version, Noctowl, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Tapu Fini. 0 repeats, 12 unique Pokemon between the two teams. And obviously this is a different meta, but it's not extremely different. It is still a very open style meta, and he is having dominance with this entirely fresh team, showing how flexible he is because of things like Silph that have forced that diversity of his roster of available Pokemon, and just continued dominance because those basic building blocks of PvP are so well established for people like Wadaj. Creating a great show.
That's a perfect segue. I actually wanted to pivot back to Butters. Butters, you mentioned before that Silph Arena was a great time to learn new picks, play spicy Pokemon, things that were underutilized. And I just want to kind of get your opinion on that with what Wadaj has been able to do. Do you think that the Silph trainers have a historic advantage, not only in Show 6, but also in Go Battle League?
I think absolutely. I think just because if you are a Silph trainer, first of all, you've probably been playing PvP for a long time, because Silph is, kind of the origins of competitive PvP in Pokemon Go. So you, first of all, have more experience. And then second of all, you are probably just more adaptable in those situations where you need to find and play something new, because the beauty of Silph is you're playing something new every month. So you're learning the game at a really high level, where when you're forced to play something different, like Wadaj or NHoff mentioned, Wadaj is playing a whole new team to 6 than he was playing 2 weeks ago. You have those baseline fundamental skills already very sharp compared to maybe someone who's just only been playing in Go Battle League and is kind of familiar with like 15 Pokemon. It's a lot of Pokemon, and you can make a ton of teams with 15 Pokemon. But if you have played Silph for multiple years, you might be familiar with over 50 Pokemon, which is kind of crazy, but it's true. So the more you are familiar with those situations of trying new Pokemon out, or in situations of like learning a Pokemon, you might even learn a Pokemon faster than someone else. Like, everyone has to learn different dimensions of the game and how much you'll do, how much a fast attack, all those little skills they add up to make a really talented trainer. And Silph just trains you for so many of those baseline skills.
I think that's right. These play Pokemon tournaments as well, especially in the early rounds, you might have been preparing for, Medicham, Noctowl, Galarian Stunfisk, all these things. And then in round 1, you see something like completely random. Well, if you've played Silph, there's a good chance that you've played it or you've played against it, right? So you're not going to be as thrown off, you might know like the move set of Giraffe Rig. You won't like be no shielding a Thunderbolt, and all of a sudden, you know, you're like, wow, I just lost to Giraffe Rig, and I'm basically out of this tournament now.
That one seems personal.
Very specific.
But
yeah.
well, I did see a Giraffe Rig at one of the EU tournaments, but I believe the person, I don't remember who it was, but I'm pretty sure they were a Silph player, and they were shielding the Thunderbolts, so they're okay. But yeah, I think just not being thrown off by those kind of unusual picks helps a lot for sure.
Yeah, so I think we want to look at another one of these slots. I think we're up to slot number 3 out of the 6. So this is based on that second season of Silph. We had the first partner Pokemon, Silph Season 1, and now Silph Season 2. I remember from Silph Season 2, the big bad thing throughout all the tournaments was Alolan Marowak, starting us off in the Sinister Cup, and then continuing through things like Timeless, like Fusion, just present everywhere, consistently with that fire ghost typing. And unfortunately, Alolan Marowak has fallen off a bit in the open meta. As we look at this slot and what we've seen a lot of this tournament, it's more of the Umbreon, the Alolan Ninetales, as we just saw with the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. And personal bias, but I'd love to see more of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash from this third slot.
Yeah, that's one of the most dominant Pokemon in Open Great League right now. I mean, I was going to say Medicham is on a lot of teams, but Medicham is always on a lot of teams, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash does really well. The key factor that makes it maybe not as strong is how dominant Lickitung is. And I know, like, it's not necessarily awful against Lickitung because at least you're resisting body slams and power whips. But if there's a lot of Lickitung Umbreon teams, you probably would actually rather be the Shadow Alolan Ninetales instead of the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which we've completely seen that flip in the Championship Series, where you'd rather be the Shadow Alolan Sandslash right now and not the Shadow Alolan Ninetales. But now this feels a little bit like a blast of the past, where I feel like Shadow Alolan Ninetales is pretty strong against the top meta that we've seen so far.
Good.
Some other fun picks in this slot. Lapras, kind of non-existent in Open Great League at this point, because we've seen just buffs to all the other like siblings of its typing. We have this Ice Water type, and we had Walrein dominance once it got its Community Day. We've seen Dugong now that it has Drill Run just everywhere, and Lapras is kind of sidelined, which is very interesting for the Pokemon that was for years the best water ice type Pokemon until that Spheal Community Day.
Yeah,
we've
Hoff.
seen it consistently in Silph. Sorry, Speedies?
No. I was just going to say, I can't wait to jump on this point because you brought up the Pokemon I wanted to talk about. I was really eager. Sorry. So Lapras. Yeah, I remember back in Timeless Cup in Season 2, Lapras was a very fun Pokemon to play. I remember battling in a remote tournament against and she Ice Beamed one of my dragons when I thought it was either going to be, I thought it was going to be a Surf. I thought she overcharged and was going to throw a Surf, but she Ice Beamed one of my dragons. And I was really kind of tilted there at the moment. But Lapras was a really big Pokemon for me, playing it in the Continentals in 2020. I remember Lapras Altaria, I mentioned at the top of the cast, was one of my most potent cores there. I also brought it to North American Finals as well, and that was a lot of fun to play. So I agree with you, Hoff. I think that Walrein has really taken over. Dugong is like the new kid on the block, you know, with its new moveset update, and has also kind of pushed Lapras out. And we don't have any Laprases registered this weekend, but I do think it is a really, really fun Pokemon to see.
Yeah,
one reason that I love... Oh, wait, sorry, Hoff. I just want to throw in here that there's one reason that I love like these slot formats. My eye is on Shadow Skuntank. You might think I'm crazy, but if there's just so much Lickitung, Venusaur, Umbreon, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, Shadow Skuntank looking kind of good. I'm not gonna lie, like against the top meta, and it's fine against Medicham. Like, I mean, it's not like beating Medicham, but it's just fine against Medicham. I actually think if I was competing, I would probably be running a Shadow Skuntank right now.
Yeah, I don't think it's crazy. Actually, earlier when we were talking about everyone bringing like Tapu Fini or Deoxys in that legendary slot, I was like, oh, like I bet the Drapion Skuntank, like one of those would be pretty viable. I think it's like only one person bringing Drapion and one person bringing Skuntank or something. Actually, 0 people brought Skuntank, so I guess you could have been that one, Butters, but sadly, you're here with us today instead of competing.
I was gonna say, watching this tournament, looking at these teams, it kind of makes me feel like I wish I was competing. This is I don't know. This seems really fun, right, Butters? We need to get out of the booth and back onto the field, right?
I know. Put me in with my Shadow Skuntank. I was just gonna destroy all those Venusaurs and Lickitungs and fairy types. Imagine if you were playing against JDY with those 3 fairy types that you just had Shadow Skuntank. You're looking pretty strong, but. No, yeah, I mean, it's that. I mean, not just this turn, but it's just fun to find those Pokemon that you think would be so good. The hard part about this is like in a format like this though, where there's just a one-time tournament. It's you have to actually predict the meta. Like in other Silph tournaments where you saw some usage data of previous tournaments, and then you go to your big local tournament. You feel like you have an advantage to like, I've been studying the meta. I know this is such a good core breaker. I know these Pokemon will be here because they've been here in the past. But these one-off tournaments are really difficult too because you have to predict the meta ahead of time, and then you have to be correct.
Yeah, the interesting dynamic we had EMEA just earlier today for us here in North America this morning. Went through their tournament, and I know that people from North America were looking at the EMEA results, and I know that APAC and LATAM trainers are going to be looking at the North America tournament as well and seeing like how this develops, because you're spot on, Butters, where you don't have a month worth of data to look at and see like, oh, you're talking about JUI with like 3 fairies, not just 3 fairies, but also Shadow Venusaur. A Skuntank would look so good into that team when you have 3 fairy types and a Shadow Venusaur. And I'm also a Skuntank fanatic. I know that PV Poke and Empoleon Dynamite, he's catching all kinds of strays today. Empoleon's getting dunked on in the first graphic. Skuntank, another favorite of his, not being played a ton, but he's doing great. He's providing us amazing information here, and I cannot appreciate him enough. But seeing in some of these later tournaments, maybe we see a Skuntank. Maybe we see some of these more interesting Pokemon like Gliscor. If we see a lot of Medicham and Bastiodon or Galarian Stunfisk, you have this kind of counterplay. I would love to see it. We'll see if it does just continue to be Medicham Lickitung, because it is definitely the safest and the most potent. But the 4 tournament progression is just very interesting to me personally.
Well, what they say, Hoff.
That this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, I was going to give you a shout out that you mentioned this will be the world's meta, right?
It will be. I was just going to say, NA is the most meta continent of all. So perhaps while we might be seeing a lot of Medicham Lickitung, perhaps the other regions will step up and not do that.
Yeah, bring the Skuntank to other regions, and then the World Championships. There's still a chance for NA. You can bring Skuntank to the World Championships.
My goodness, was it Forest Cup? Is that what it was called a couple seasons ago? I just want to call it a. Go ahead, Hoff.
The one with Ferrothorn and Blaziken and Kingdra.
Yeah,
that was Forest Cup. Yeah.
Galva was a big player in that too, right? Galvantula.
Right.
Yeah. So I just want to throw back some of these picks. I'd love for people in chat to sound off as well. I remember Shiftry from Fusion Cup. I remember Galvantula from Forest Cup, and I remember Alolan Graveler from Catacomb as well. Are there any interesting picks here that kind of got a little more spotlight in a Silph meta that you enjoyed, fellow casters? What do you think?
Ooh, that's a great
tough
question.
one, huh? I stumped you. I gotcha.
To go back to Skuntank love, I mean,
Twilight.
Twilight.
Also ferocious. So like ferocious for the people who haven't been following Silph a long time. Ferocious was a meta that was centralized around Umbreon. I want to say it had like 15 to 20 Pokemon in total in the meta that were like in the core meta. And Umbreon was core meta. Alolan Ninetales, this was before Weather Ball was on Alolan Ninetales. You had Skuntank. And Umbreon was so dependent upon having Last Resort, which was not widely released. There were no elite TMs. So for someone like me who was newer to the game and didn't have a Last Resort Umbreon, Skuntank was like the stand-in. It was the dark type. It had a lot of neutral play. And I have a lot of very, very fond memories of Skuntank in that meta. I also use Donphan a lot. So, like, when we talk about Silph bringing out some interesting picks, Donphan was, like, super strong there.
One of my best Silph memories is it's not on this list, but there's a Pokemon that reminds me. It's the Alolan Marowak. I forget which cup it was, but there was a cup where it was just Alolan Marowak and Bastion was everywhere. And
Kingdom.
I brought a water gun Slowbro to that tournament, and that was the first big tournament I ever won. It was in San Francisco. It was like I don't know, over 100 people. It was like, it wasn't a mega, but it was, you know, the only big tournament that I played in at that time. And there's a guy named Young Boomy. Shout out to Young Boomy. He's a Silph legend from my area. He was like the king of like Silph tournaments in like the Bay Area at that time. And I faced Young Boomy in the finals, and my Slowbro with water gun was 5 times strong against his team. And I had such a fun experience.
Oh, man.
I love that pick.
Is that like the player's origin story for bringing weird core breakers?
My Professor Chaos origin story. Yeah, that's where I no, seriously, like that was honestly like I'd always played like Silph and always did spicy picks, but that was the first time that it paid off and like a big stage. So it was a huge moment for me.
Yeah, and if you recall, I think Jumpluff was actually at the top of the meta for Innocent Cup. I'm sorry, go ahead, Hoff.
No, you're right. Jumpluff is always very interesting in these formats, and you see it a lot more than we've seen it in the open leagues, especially with the rise of Noctowl and other flying types that just kind of give it trouble. But Butter, you're like keying in on something that I think is super important to appreciate about Silph. For a lot of these consistent top battlers, the first like taste of that was in Silph. Like I remember my first like big tournament success from Silph before there was any GBL or official circuit as well. And again, like some interesting picks. I remember Toxic Cup. Toxic Cup was like my first big win. I 6-0'd a tournament. I beat Stark, who was at the time, like, again, local to me and someone who like didn't really know the game as well or know the community as well, was like the idol to look toward. And I brought Lickitung before XLs, so it was a level 40 best buddied 100% IV Lickitung with Body Slam from that like Valentine's raid day. Wasn't super common in the meta, and succeeded with it, and everyone's like, why are you bringing Lickitung? And I'm like, just look at its bulk. And now, obviously, with XLs, it's a monster. It wasn't really a monster back then. It was just a fun pick. But that's, like, the first time that I was like, wow, like, this, like, is achievable. Like, these top players, you can beat them. Which, you know, today we see, you know, anyone can beat anyone once you hit a certain skill level. And we see it all over, but... like the legend kind of status of some of these Silph battlers, and how that translates to feeling like some of these heights are achievable was just amazing. It was night and day back then when we didn't have these like GBL style formats where you're constantly seeing names if you're battling a ton and realizing more of that. And it's just something to appreciate about Silph.
I actually remember that day, the Valentine's Day Lickitung, the raids. It was like when Lickitung was released as a shiny, right? And I really wanted to get a golden Lickitung. And I was actually, it was post a Silph tournament that I was going around with all the trainers from the tournament. We were just going around raiding Lickitungs. It was such an amazing experience. I know, Sophtoph, you know YTX Pikachu. That was the first time I ever met YTX Pikachu, was at that Silph tournament on that Lickitung day. So, yeah, I mean, not only a lot of your great memories from Silph, but all these, you know, friendships and all these people that you know, like, it's been such an amazing journey to be not only part of your local community, but then, of course, now the global community we have.
No, I remember hearing about those trainers. I think some of our content creators in this space did so much. I was actually tuning into House Stark's stream the other night, and he said that King IV traveling up to his local tournament, making an appearance there, really helped to kind of spark that whole mythos about trainers like House Stark. Then we had, the Valarash, we had Toshi, we have all these incredible trainers that are so good and so talented. And I think that, again, Silph Arena was there to guide everyone when there was no real structure, when there was no real moving or forcing function to get people to battle. And I think that we always have a lot to be grateful for because they showed us so much. But you're right, Hoff. Once you get to a certain level, anyone can beat anyone. I mean, I don't think I've ever battled sophtoph, but I think if I get a good lead and a good swap, I got a chance.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of variance in this game. Like, you can play someone 10 times and it's not going to be 10-0, right? Like chess, for example, there's much more predictability. But for Pokemon, like, yeah, you get a good lead, you got a good swap, or you got a big farm down with something, all of a sudden you're like back in it, right?
Exactly right.
Yeah, it looks like we have round 4 matchups up, so looking through some of these matchups for the next round, we have Jays Fan 55 versus Hot Pocket 777 at the top. In that first pairing, you see Wadaj versus Silent Beast, Elite versus a Shady Equation, and I'm scrolling down a little bit. Our 6th pairing is two semi-locals, Rise to Occasion versus DeFi 250.
Oh,
yeah, Midwestern locals, right?
Wisconsiners.
Right.
Very, very interesting pair there.
Look at 9 as well. Magic Mason versus Trent. Trent taking down Rise to Occasion early on in the tournament, now taking on Magic Mason. We've got Mountain Dugong taking on Broken Waggler. Final boss AJ versus CSX1CD. And it looks like JDD taking on Caesar. I don't know. Any other matchups here? What do you think, Soph?
I would say Trent is probably disadvantaged on an online tournament because he can't stare to his opponent. So
That's
would be
true.
a key factor. I'm actually wondering, did he like Zoom call with Rise? How did he beat Rise? So I mean, I don't know if he had the stare, but he did it anyway. But we're at this point of the tournament where all these matchups are going to be really fun. So this is the exciting moment. We're here.
And speaking of that, I do think we have our matchups ready to go. Soph, are you ready to rock?
I am so excited for this matchup because it is two very well-known battlers who are both just incredible, and I look up to them a lot. So let's get into it.
All right, Butters, enjoy your corn. See you soon, Hoff. I agree with you 100%, Soph. Also, one more thing. A Shady Equation, one of the battlers I look up to the most, incredibly talented, fellow North American Continental champion in the past. I'm really excited to see what he's able to do in this matchup here.
That's right. Yes, you maybe will shine here as a former Continental champion trying to make his way back. And let's take a look at these teams, shall we?
Let's break them down. On the left side, we got Elite. On the right side, a Shady Equation. Elite with Shadow Swampert, Knockdown, Shadow Lowland Sand Slash, Lantern, as well as Lickitung and Cresselia. What do you see on the right side there, Soph?
Yeah, Shady as well has the Shadow Swampert and the Noctowl, but this time has the Alola Ninetales in that third slot, then Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Deoxys Defense. So the first thing that really jumps out to me is that Elite's Shadow Swampert is looking very, very safe against Shady's team. She's really going to have to be relying on probably the Noctowl and the Lickitung to deal with that. So that's kind of going to be tough to deal with for sure.
I agree. And as you look at Shady's team, the Shadow Swampert does seem pretty powerful too, right? The only, I guess the two grass pressures you have are Power Whip, Lickitung, and Grass Knot, Cresselia. But I think that kind of forces Elite to bring the Cresselia. And I think that opens the door for some Knockdown play, some Lickitung play, maybe even Galarian Stunfisk. There's a lot of versatility here. But you actually hit the nail on the head, Soph. I think figuring out where these Swamperts are is going to be key, because without a strong, pure grass presence, no Venusaurs here, no Chestnuts. Chestnut is still not it. It's going to be interesting to see how these things shake out. But I think we got to lock in as well. Elite on the left, Shady on the right. Guess who's back?
All right. Well, you are absolutely right, Shady. Bringing that G-Fisk there, possibly looking for Cresselia, but unfortunately met with the Shadow Swampert. So switching out right away into that Lickitung and hoping that Elite doesn't have the Noctowl. Very risky swap, but unfortunately met by a shiny Noctowl.
Yeah, this is really, really tough for the Lickitung. One of the big reasons that it fell out of the meta, it's kind of like rubber banded back and forth in the meta in the Play Pokemon Championship Series because Lickitung, it just struggles so badly against other normal type Pokemon. Going to go and throw the Body Slam here. This will do a little bit of chip damage, but so far a really rocky start for Shady Equation.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough here. He's going to have to find maybe an energy advantage or something after this matchup concludes because he is definitely not going to be winning swap here.
Mm-hmm. It's a very, very tough hill to climb. I think the game here now becomes about energy management. These licks are double resisted. Lickitung is going to be able to absorb the sky attack. Do we see an undercharge actually here from Elite? No, actually going all the way. Maximum effort here.
That's right, and I think Elite probably just going to be looking for a full wing attack down. Going to be able to come out of this matchup with a charged attack for whatever comes in as well.
Exactly
but you
right.
know
Body
what,
Slam does connect.
Speedy?
Yeah.
I wonder if Shady can go for an extremely... Yeah, like he's going for this possibly very aggressive mud shot down here. Trying to come out with as much energy as possible.
This takes so much guts to try to mud shot down, right? First Shadow Ball disconnects. Gotta look for a second Shadow Ball. I think Noctowl gets there.
Well, the thing is, you might, once you build up, say, 100 energy, you might actually go into the Defense Deoxys, right, to counter down. But I like this play from Shady, trying to make the most of a bad situation. Yep, and there's the swap coming out. And met by the Lantern, which is actually not a terrible matchup for the Deoxys. Looks like it's actually Water Gun as well, which is interesting.
Yeah. You're exactly right. Water Gun Lantern going to do a lot of chip damage over time. This is not HP Deoxys. This is defense form Deoxys, and it does lose a lot of HP quickly from the Water Guns. It does connect with the Thunderbolt, which is great progress, but I mean, again, you're just bleeding HP points as this matchup goes on.
Yeah, I think this game is definitely in Elite's control here. I think the only thing Shady can hope for is that somehow Elite's 2 shields just evaporate into thin air and then you can hit the Swampert with an Earthquake. But it looks like Elite is being very smart here, not throwing up that shield, and probably just going to have Swampert close out the game after getting off this last Thunderbolt.
Elite going for the big Thunderbolt here. We do see the Protect Shield here from Shady. I think his switch timer is all just about up, and it is. Like you said, Silph, though, 2 Protect Shields remaining. Going to come right for the Swampert. Goes for the Psycho Boost, try to peel away this first Protect Shield. I think Shady's probably going to go for a Rock Slide bait and then try to get to the Earthquake, but there's just not enough time. The Swampert is so fast.
Yeah, and the Stunfisk did leave with a lot of energy, but like you said, Shady going for the bait here. Actually, I don't think he even has the Earthquake, but Elite probably doesn't remember that. It was a long time ago. And actually, there is a little... No, there's no play for Shady. Elite already at the double Hydro Cannon here. Shady with no Protect Shields left, and very unfortunate start for him in this game 1.
Yeah, this game is going to end similar to how it began. We saw the Shadow Swampert versus Galarian Stunfisk. It gets the first KO. Here comes the defense from Deoxys. It gets the second KO. Shadow Swampert just powering its way through this matchup. If you can't rein this Pokemon in, you're not going to have a chance if you're Shady Equation. So back to the drawing board.
Yeah, extremely tough first game for Shady Equation. Just unfortunately not really able to come back from leading Galarian Stunfisk into Swampert and then having the Lickitung beat met with the Noctowl. But, you know, maybe he will try to change things up. Maybe bring the Noctowl. That's probably his best answer to the Swampert alongside the Lickitung. But, of course, it's very predictable for Elite as well, right? So Elite will probably know Shady is going to try to bring those normal types to deal with the Swampert neutrally.
Yeah, and it's so tough too because you know one Pokemon is going to be key, right? You know Shadow Swampert's going to be really strong against your team if you're Shady Equation, but you only have a 33% chance of predicting where it ends up. It might be in the lead, it might be as a safe switch, it could be in the back. So you're kind of like drawing out of a hat. You know, you have 3 options, you can only draw one, and unfortunately did find it in the lead there. The question now becomes, can Shady adjust? Does he decide to bring the Lickitung? Does he try to outbulk his opponent? And I noticed 2 things. First, we didn't see Shadow Swampert from Shady in game 1, and we didn't see Cresselia from Elite in game 1 either. Do you think either of those 2 Pokemon make an appearance in game 2?
You know, that's actually an interesting point because if Shady... I don't know if these 2 trainers have battled before much, but if Shady's Shadow Swampert wins CMP over Elite Swampert, then that's certainly a very good option for him, right? But of course, I don't know whether they know each other's IVs. I think Elite is probably just going to continue bringing Swampert Noctowl +1, right? Because the Noctowl is going to cover the Lickitung, which is probably Shady's best response to the Shadow Swampert.
I think you raise a really good point, Soph. A lot of my Silph grinding over the years has always been getting a strong rank Pokemon that it can actually still win CMP. Pokemon like Frostlass, Galvantula are super important to have just a little bit of attack. Let's see if the Swamperts are the same case as well. Going to this game in number 2, we've got our leads on the field. Shadow Swampert, Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
That's right. Looks like Shady didn't end up bringing the Shadow Swampert, but gonna look to play out this lead matchup with Alolan Ninetales. This is an interesting matchup because I believe they get to their moves at the same time, but Swampert is going to end up winning CMP.
And Swampert also going to hit way harder, right? Hydro Cannon just absolutely smacks the Ninetales here with that neutral damage. We'll look for the first Hydro Cannon here. Do we see Protect Shield from a Shady Equation? And he decides not to, calls it, but look at the Alolan Ninetales. It's
oh my
down into
goodness.
the red. Yeah.
Shady very confident in that Alolan Ninetales there. It has fallen before in the lead to nuke moves. But looks like he's going to take a 2 shield advantage in the lead here. And actually, I think this is a decent position for the Shady Equation.
You're exactly right. 2 shield advantage, but Shadow Swampert's got a boatload of energy and it's outside of farm range. Another no Protect Shield of the potential Earthquake. Shady Equation just going to soak that Hydro Cannon, but he's going to soak another one if he doesn't use a Protect Shield here. Shadow Swampert just wreaking havoc with all the stored energy. Another no shield Soph. I think that Shady thinks once the Shadow Swampert is gone, his Galarian Stunfisk can sweep.
That's right, and I don't think he's wrong there, because if you look at Elite's team of 6, right, there's no counter user, there's no Medicham, and this Lantern, once shields are down, can get one hit by the Earthquake. So I think Shady has found a little bit of counterplay here, probably going to try to leave this matchup with a little bit of energy so that you can knock out the Swampert with Rock Slide when it comes back in.
Agreed. It's really tough, right? Because you don't want to take any more water gun damage. You don't want to have to shield another Surf. Does connect with the Earthquake. It's not quite enough, but like you said, Soph, can he much all the way down? Going for it. Lantern trying to get to the Surf. It does. This is the worst case scenario for Shady.
This is a very bad scenario, but you know, maybe there's still a little bit of hope, right? There's still a touch of the Lickitung, which might be able to get to Body Slam. The Swampert is going to come in. You can farm up just a little bit more. Perfect counting, not letting the Swampert get to that last Hydro Cannon. And now Shady is probably just hoping against hope that the Galarian Stunfisk can somehow take out whatever's in the back. And it is a Noctowl.
Noctowl does come out. 2 Rock Slides are not enough. You need 3. That's 15 Mud Shots worth of energy. And in the meantime, Noctowl is definitely going to approach the double Shadow Ball. So I think the catch is probably the only win condition here for Shady.
That's right. Shady needs to catch. Ideally, also throw the Body Slam, because that would almost put it in double Rock Slide range. It looks like he actually gets it there, actually catches the Shadow Ball. So that's a great play from Shady Equation.
Oh my god!
Hangs on and able to throw this Body Slam.
The no charge on the Shadow Ball means that the Body Slam comes through. This might close the margin on the damage proc, and it looks like, oh my gosh, is there a way to win this, Soph?
Oh my gosh. Okay, does this Rock Slide KO? It's all going to come down to this.
Is
2 Rock Slides and a Body Slam, Speedy. Is that enough?
Is it enough? Rock Slide does connect into the Noctowl.
Oh my god!
And it gets the KO! Somehow, Shady Equation wins it. He switches in, tries to CMP tie on the Body Slam, doesn't get it. 0 charge on the Shadow Ball. Lickitung hangs on, gets to the Body Slam, and that was just the help that Galarian Stunfisk needed to win that matchup. 3 Rock Slides? No, we're throwing that out of the window. So if it's 2 Rock Slides and a Body Slam, that's how you beat a Noctowl.
Yeah, or 2 Rock Slides and a little bit of chip, right? I think that was a difficult position for Elite. You know, of course, maybe not knowing how much health the Lickitung had, maybe lost track of the energy, and maybe not even realizing that there's a Body Slam on it, because that Body Slam chip really sealed the deal, right? Or do you think that the Galarian Stunfisk would have gotten to 2 Rock Slides if Elite didn't undercharge?
No, I think that Elite was aware that the Galarian Stunfisk was approaching the Rock Slide, and he wanted to undercharge Wing Attack down the Lickitung to try to CMP tie on a Shadow Ball, right? But I think what you said earlier as well, unaware of where the energy was on the Lickitung, I think that was the nail in the proverbial coffin for Elite there, because that chip damage was so critical.
That's right, because the Noctowl could have taken another Rock Slide, so I'm not entirely sure that the undercharge was necessary.
Agreed.
But it would have been close.
Wow.
Yeah.
Shadow Balling normal types. Never thought we'd see it here, but we did. Great catch by Shady, keeps him in the game. But that's just the thing, though, Soph. Against somebody like Elite, who's so talented, you have to do crazy stuff just to stay in this matchup. The question is, Lightning struck once in game number 2. Can it strike again for Shady Equation?
I think Shady made a great team read though. Like once the Swampert is out of the way, the Galarian Stunfisk is pretty free in the back, especially if there's no shields left on Elite's side, right? The Lickitung basically all it did that game was sponge 2 Hydro Cannons and throw a Body Slam, but that was enough for the Galarian Stunfisk to wrap it up. So
Exactly. Sometimes that's all you need, right? Just a little bit of damage absorption and a key body slam at the perfect moment. Do we see the Shadow Swampert from Shady? Do we finally see Cresselia from Elite? Only time will tell.
That's right. I mean, yeah. I think Elite's going to stick with the Shadow Swampert. He probably feels that game was winnable, right? No reason to change at least that part up. The Water Gun Lantern, also very, very safe against Shady's team. Obviously, you need to watch out for the power up from the Lickitung. But aside from that, if you have shield against the ground types, you're all right.
We talk about star Pokemon. Can we just point out that we haven't seen the Shadow Alolan Sandslash from Elite at all? And we did see Shadow Alolan Ninetales and Galarian Stunfisk in that game number 2. Is there an opportunity for the Steel and Ice type to come in here?
But okay, I actually don't know the matchup for Sandslash versus Galarian Stunfisk extremely well, but I don't believe that that's too bad for the Galarian Stunfisk. You can definitely take a drill run. You're dealing super effective mud shots, but it looks like we have a lock-in, Speedy. So you said time will tell, and the time has arrived.
Shadow Swampert lead from Elite. Deoxys defense form from Shady Equation. The question is, how long does Shady want to stay in this matchup? Obviously, we're probably going to see a Psycho Boost and a switch here, but he doesn't have anywhere to soak a Hydro Cannon, Soph. He can't switch and catch anywhere on his team because both those Pokemon just get devastated by these charge attacks.
Yeah, I think it's a good play to stay here and absorb at least one Hydro Cannon because Deoxys is the bulkiest Pokemon on your team. I expect Shady to maybe throw this Psycho Boost and dip, taking advantage of a 0-turn swap potentially. But what does he dip into?
Oh, you're right. Goes for the Swampert here. Now we're in the Swampert mirror. The question of CMP reigns in our minds, but I don't think that we're going to find out just yet. Elite goes for the Hydro Cannon.
That's right, and Elite's already doubled up, so unless Shady is extremely confident in his Swampert, I don't expect him to throw this Hydro Cannon quite yet. That's right. Going for the Mud Shot, which is probably the safer play. And, maybe just hoping against hope that there is no Cresselia on Elite's side here to come in and punish.
Oh, final protection from Shady Equation spent on his Shadow Swampert. In comes the Noctowl safe switch. First Hydro Cannon will connect. Famously, the Shadow Swampert has a better matchup here, but without any chip damage whatsoever, I think it's still going to be a bit tough to KO this Noctowl outright.
That's right. Noctowl can live 2 Hydro Cannons if it's very good IVs, but just, 5 or 6 Mud Shots is enough. Looks like Elite's Noctowl is able to hang on here and get off this Shadow Ball. Wow.
Shadow Ball will connect. Very impressive as it does almost KO the Swampert. We see the switch out into defense from Deoxys, a huge counter down. Again, no Protect Shields for Shady. Lantern and half health Shadow Swampert in the back for Elite. What does he decide to come in with here? Going to come in with the Lantern.
That's right. And, as that clock ticks down, the more of a shield Shady has, possibly hoping that Swampert can come in for a sack swap later in the game.
I think so as well. Thunderbolt does connect into the Lantern, but Lantern going for the full Water Gun down, gets to the Psycho Boost here. A parting gift from defense from Deoxys. This is going to be meaningful chip damage. Shady needs this chip damage, but he needs to protect shield even more, and he doesn't get the latter.
That's right. Expecting him to fully wait out the switch clock here. The Alolan Ninetales is going to have to put in a lot of work here. Probably just going to try to get to 2 Weather Balls to take out this Lantern, but it's going to take a lot of damage in the process. I'm not sure if it's going to make it speedy.
I agree. 4 Powder Snows up. That Lantern closing in on the back-to-back Surfs here. Here comes the first one. This will do a lot of damage. Shady made a crazy catch in game number 2. Can he do it in game number 3? Going for the Weather Ball here. This will peel away that Protect Shield, I believe. No, actually putting it all in the Swampert, Soph.
Yeah, actually, now that the Alolan Ninetales is... Wait a second. Okay, now that the Alolan Ninetales is dry, the Swampert can maybe take...
No! Can't do it!
That's so unfortunate. Yeah, Shady really needed the catch there. It would have been tough, of course, because Swampert does win CMP against Alolan Ninetales, but very unfortunate there.
And the music cues perfectly with the end of that game. That is a 2-1 victory for Elite versus Shady Equation. Like we said, in game number 2, Shady really captured lightning in a bottle with that Lickitung play. Can't make the same magic happen twice. Not against somebody like Elite, right? Sometimes you get lucky against a trainer like Elite, against Kimisui, against Wadaj, but it's really, really hard to get lucky twice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Shady had a disadvantaged team composition and, was able to squeeze one game out. And every game matters, right, for the tiebreakers. So hopefully that game doesn't go to waste for Shady Equation. But I think really clean gameplay, tried his best. But unfortunately, the team composition was very hard to overcome there.
It makes me really curious too, because Shadow Swampert, again, having one of the highest usages in its slot, I'm really amazed by some of these teams that just apparently have no answer for either Swampert or Venusaur. It feels like there's so many holes and so many gaps. I don't know how these trainers have managed these matchups so far, because it's pretty uphill.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Although, like we were saying earlier, you don't have the usage data before the tournament actually happens, right? So Shady was potentially hoping that he wouldn't run into too many Shadow Swamperts. Also, having the Deoxys instead of the Metacham, I think, has a worse matchup against Shadow Swampert, so that's a little bit tough for him.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It's definitely tough because you're reliant on the switch mechanic there to clear the Psycho Boost debuff. One Psycho Boost is not enough. Rock Slide resisted Thunderbolt, not going to deal a lot of damage either, so it's a really tough matchup to be in. But that being said, really well played by Shady, really well played by Elite. Elite moves on. I believe he's 3-0. Is that correct, Silph?
I believe he's actually 4-0 because we're currently in the fourth
4-0.
round.
You're right.
But, the crowd of undefeated battlers is really thinning up here, so Elite is quickly climbing his way to the top of the bracket.
Absolutely. Well, I think it's time to get some opinions, some perspectives from our co-casters here. Let's bring in Butters and Hoff. Butters, we didn't have to use the milk carton trick this time. You're here.
I am here, and now I am unmuted. My casters can't hear me yet, but now they can. Now they can hear me. The audience couldn't hear me before, but yes, I am here, and it feels like such a change of pace. Like, now both these trainers running Shadow Swampert, it's like it's so much of a different utility or weapon that Shadow Swampert is compared to even the Venusaur that looked very safe in a positive matchup. But the Shadow Swampert was just looking really strong there, and interesting. Both trainers bringing the unique psychic type, the defense form Deoxys, and then the Cresselia in a heavy Lickitung Umbreon meta. But yeah, is really interesting, and Elite has just been on a tear. So 4-0 now.
Yeah, 4-0 against some heavy hitting competition. Faced Caleb Peng, obviously in that first round. We saw that rematch. Faced obviously.
He beat Caleb today too.
Yes, he beat Caleb
3-0.
So I think that's the
my goodness.
3-0.
He didn't even take a game? Oh my goodness.
No. So, yeah, I think that's the third 3-0 in a row, assuming they haven't played since Fresno. But
9-0.
Speaks more of a testament to Elite's dominance than anything about Caleb. I think just Elite has been showing just extremely good play throughout the day. And I like, again, your comment about the two psychic types was really interesting to see how that played up. Based on the pattern, then we're going to see, again, two Tapu Fini in this next matchup, because it was a Fini Mirror round 1 when Butters and I were casting, and then no Fini round 2, double Fini round 3, no Fini round 4. I'm hoping we get the get the Mirror again round 5, because definitely something I've been keeping an eye on. But I love both of those psychic types. Deoxys Defense. Interesting when you don't have a Metacham on your team for Shady Equation. You can run the double psychic counter user team sometimes, especially if you're not seeing a lot of Ghost. And we haven't really seen a ton of Ghost in this format. I don't know if we've seen any at all on the screen. Only that Noctowl with Shadow Ball and that Lickitung with Lick. But very interesting. And then Cresselia, as we've been talking about, whether or not you have answers for Shadow Swampert. And whether or not you have answers for these water types like Lantern, Cresselia gives you the benefits of a grass type without actually having to use a grass type. So is interesting there as well, and definitely a good injection of bulk into a team as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
Yeah, actually,
Go for it.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah, I was also didn't realize that there were so few ghost types, and I'm looking at the Sableye usage. It's unfortunately in the same slot as Galarian Stunfisk, and I imagine a lot of trainers are thinking, well, I don't have Registeel, so I have to use Galarian Stunfisk. So very few Sableyes there to punish the Metacham.
Or the defense form Deoxys, which I think is looking kind of strong. Obviously, it's not amazing versus Lickitung in Umbreon, but it seems very safe. And if you lead it, you Psycho Boost, you swap out of it. We've seen Kimisui in the past, but just in general, like that Pokemon could be really strong if you use it really well. I would say that like Tapu Fini has been really good in some of the battles, or just like really underwhelming. I think maybe I didn't realize it is a credit to you, Hoff, but it seems like a pretty high skill ceiling Pokemon because it just seems like you have to position it perfectly. It's not one of those Pokemon, like top meta Pokemon like Lickitung, Umbreon, Azumarill, like you could just throw it in there and hope to succeed. You actually have to position it closer to something like a Shadow Charizard, which is kind of interesting because they have different roles, but you kind of need to play them a little similarly.
No, definitely agree, and not to gas myself up too much, but like Tapu Fini is definitely a Pokemon that you need a lot of reps with. You need a lot of repetitions. I can very clearly see a player that has not played Tapu Fini a lot if they're trying to pilot the Pokemon, because it brings in a lot of these situations like waiting until you're very low health to throw a charge move, counting exactly up until your opponent's about to throw a charge move, and knowing whether you can tank a certain amount of charge attacks from your opponent as well. We see things like Wadodge, no shielding a Rock Slide from Galarian Stunfisk, which usually people who haven't played Tapu Fini a ton, they just think, oh, it's a flimsy Azumarill. And they'll shield these moves that you really don't have to shield. Things like Rock Slide from Galarian Stunfisk. Things like Psychic from Metacham, sometimes you don't have to shield it if you know that, you can get to a move against them. And having that familiarity with the Pokemon and its relative bulk is huge for these matchups. And you've hit the nail on the head of, like, it is a high skill ceiling Pokemon, and I would say especially around familiarity. But that's slot 6. I think we now want to look at slot 4, which has some other interesting water types in it. We see Lantern, of course. We see Rainy Castform, which is a personal favorite. I love Rainy Castform. It's no Tapu Fini, but it's up there in terms of water gun users. And then Mantine as well.
I can't believe you didn't list the Primeape. You're famous for the Primeape, Hoff. On that bottom right.
Well, that's not a water type, although it did have Weather Ball Water for a hot second, so... interesting.
Yeah, totally on purpose. Not an accident at all. What do you think, Silph? Are there any standout picks here that you see? I don't think Raichu is going to make it onto any teams, but something like a Sableye or Frostlass seems like it has viability.
Yeah, I think both of those ghost types are definitely viable with all the Metacham floating around. I think Munchlax, I don't know if anyone brought it, but in my mind, it's like a kind of a Silph-only Pokemon. Of course, it's very difficult to get those ideal IVs, but I think a really bulky Munchlax is like incredibly powerful. Like I think now in like Echo for factions, it's just like tearing through teams. You also have the flexibility with Tackle and Lick. So if your opponent doesn't know your moveset, that's very helpful as well.
I shout out to slot 4. I feel like this is the strongest slot yet. I mean, there are a lot of good Pokemon. Galarian Stunfisk, Sableye, Mandibuzz is even super strong. Mantine, shout out to Weedle, Dugong, Mountain Dugong, and like all these Pokemon are pretty good. I mean, sadly, probably the worst Pokemon is the electric types, like the Raichu. But I love Whimsicott too. Whimsicott's quite strong. It even had a good performance at NAIC running Charm. So there's actually a lot of really strong picks here. But I think because Registeel's banned, everyone's just slapping on Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, there's definitely a centralizing of steel types when it's Galarian Stunfisk, Alolan Sandslash, and Bastiodon. And Galarian Stunfisk can beat those other two pretty consistently. Although Alolan Sandslash, to its Keratic can win the 2s there. But you're talking about electric types. I'm unfortunately going to take a look right now, and bet that we don't see any of those Unovan Stunfisk. Yeah, all those Stunfisk are the Steel type versions. But a big fan of Unovan Stunfisk as well, especially with that Mud Bomb buff that it recently acquired, but not quite overcoming its Galarian sibling. I love the Primeape. I don't think we saw any Primeape in the tournament today because of that Medicham dominance, and then the things that tend to beat Medicham tend to beat Primeape as well, so in a bit of a rough spot. But yes, definitely always a soft spot for me. And maybe you'll get Rage Fist someday and have a Ghost type move to be able to hit back at the Medicham. Fingers
if
crossed
only.
on that one. Yeah,
If only that was the thing that existed in the new game that just came out. I really love to see that come to Pokemon Go. Butters, I'm kind of shocked that it took you so long to mention Flimsy Whimsy. I remember playing that in Marsh Cup. That was definitely a really fun and dominant Pokemon. Also, Credilli, a really fun Pokemon to play. Escavalier has just been really strong. Is that how you say it? Is it Escavalier? Or I've heard other pronunciations like Escavalier as well. Any professors?
I say
those are
Escavalier,
incorrect.
but
I mean,
Those
I
are
think
incorrect.
I think it's Escavalier also, but we'll figure that out. And yes, I would say that is also on the top 10 list of Silph Pokemon. Escavalier is so strong in Silph in so many cups. You just put that on your team, so that's also got to be. I don't think it's going to be on any of these teams because, like, if you're not picking Galarian Stunfisk, that's what poor Sableye. I mean, I can't believe Sableye is pushed down to like the third option in a slot because I think Lantern is just so strong too. Lantern is probably stronger than Sableye in this meta at least, so that's why you probably aren't seeing too much at all. And even like something like Frostlass doesn't even get a look at all. Like it just gets neglected over here in this slot.
yeah, Frostlass could be so good against the Medicham Noctowl style cores. But it's competing against Galarian Stunfisk. Even Jellicent could be, so strong against these, but you're seeing, again, so much Lickitung, so much Umbreon, that it's just really tough to bring that Jellicent, even with its newly buffed Surf addition to its moveset. But additionally here, competing against Dugong, which we've seen at least a couple Dugong in these matchups as well. With its new addition of Drillrun and looking like a really potent pick in this slot that just forces out some things like Escavalier, which are really fun Silph, style Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree. We were talking about Vigoroth earlier as being one of the top 5 all-time Silph aesthetic Pokemon. I think that Frostlass also belongs in that conversation. I don't think a lot of trainers even tried Frostlass until they played it in limited metas, and that's definitely a valuable Pokemon. We also have an update from production. It is Escavalier, like Cavalier. So if you say Escavalier or anything like that, I'm sorry, but you're incorrect. You're voted off the island.
Well, it's not from
French.
the Kalos region, right? Kalos is the French region. I think Escavalier is from Unova, which is the New York region. So not going for that fancy EA at the end.
Hey, it's Escavalier. Like that.
Amazing.
By the way,
that was one time only. Go ahead, Butters.
do you guys think like can't Mandibuzz have some play? Like if there's no Registeel in the meta, like isn't Mandibuzz kind of decent? This is also a Pokemon that in limited metas you see very often in Silph, and it's been pretty dominant in some cups. I feel like it wouldn't be terrible in this situation if there is no Registeels. The problem is there has been some ice types like the Shadow Alolan Ninetales.
But
yeah, I think there's at least one ice and one fairy on every team. But other than that, it's actually pretty decent. It's all right against Galarian Stunfisk, obviously all right against Medicham. It's all right against all the starters. So yeah, basically maybe just like one hard counter on each team and then maybe like one soft counter. And then actually pretty neutral against the rest. So there's, let's see if any made it in. A big fat 0 Mandibuzz. Well,
Yeah, I'm looking at the top 2 teams. Jay's fan not only has Shadow Alolan Ninetales, he also has Lantern and Tapu Fini. Rise with Lantern, Abomasnow, and Tapu Fini as well. It's really tough to run a dark and a flying type in this meta, I think.
Why do you always check the usage of my random picks? So if you're always checking my like ever when I see a Pokemon that like it is like a fat 0. People were talking about is Scavalier and Primate. No fact checks there, but as soon as I bring up Pokemon, Goose
I was just curious. But kind of looking at the standings again, maybe we can like update the viewers on a couple of the results from last round.
Sure.
So
Yeah. We got to take the heat off of Butters. Let's do it.
Thank you.
yeah, all right. So we've got Jay's fan continuing to win here, another 2-1 against Hot Pocket, very difficult opponent. So Jay's fan moves on with 4-0. Wadaj actually falling to Silent Beast 4 there in that second pairing. So Silent Beast 4, I believe, is also undefeated now. Pair number 3, of course, we watched on stream. Elite moving on. Pair number 4, my personal favorite, Uraxod, moving on with a big 4-0. Hopefully we see him on stream next.
Wow.
And I think that's all for the 4-0 battlers. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Gotcha.
Wadaj, one of the favorites, going down. That's surprising, though. I mean, tough competition in North America Continentals, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as we look at round 5, some matchups that we might be featuring, we see Uaxod is facing against Elite in pair number 2, so that's bound to be an interesting matchup. We see Jace Fan versus Silent Beast in pair number 1, and then M. Rinker versus Rise to Occasion, who took a nice 2-1 against DeFi E250. Bound to be, or had to be, a really great matchup between those two. Again, locals pairing off. I think we will be seeing that matchup from Rise and M. Rinker in this next round, so they're just getting in. But then we continue down, we see Riblet versus Wadaj in pair number 4. Just some really big names, some really great matchups throughout this tournament as we see this like top portion of the tournament start to solidify.
Yeah, actually, Rise, fighting back. Yeah. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say Rise fighting back after going down. Yeah. Round 1 lost to Trent, and then I think back-to-back 3-0s, and now back up in pair number 3. So great for Rise, and hopefully we'll see some great play from him.
Yeah, I'd love to hear you guys.
One of the favorites, right?
Yeah, it's a few of these names, like no matter what tournament they sign up for, we're like, oh, this is a person to watch. I think Rise is absolutely one of those trainers. I've got a dark horse pick. You don't have to choose yours right now if you have any, my colleagues here, but I'm really like what Flying Pizza is doing. He stumbled a little bit earlier against Shady Equation in round 3, but since then he's quietly like hovering up the rankings here. Currently, I believe in 6th place overall. He's actually, I think, excelling. And I remember, I have a funny story real quick. I remember we were in the airport after Columbus, Ohio, and he was playing Auto-Rect in Go Battle League, and he used an Absol to wild charge an Alomomola. And he's definitely having a fun time doing stuff like that.
Yeah, actually, Flying Pizza has a great run. Just that 1-2 to Shady, but 3 3-0s outside of that. So, very impressive.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that Absol got Wild Charge. I thought it was like
right.
Mega Horn and Dark Pulse and just an interesting Pokemon. Of course, top meta pick, Absol. Very great. But I love stories like that. And again, like, not quite a Silph style Pokemon. I don't know that Absol was ever really dominant in a Silph meta, but those kinds of like off the wall picks that you get. Again, we just looked at things like Escavalier and Cantone and Raichu that are just really interesting in these limited metas. And Flying Pizza looks to be doing great in this tournament. What do they have for a team? They're another Cresselia believer, so I like that as well. Obviously, I love the Feenies, but something different to spice it up is always cool. And another Shadow Charizard user, so we'll see as we view this next round matchup, like what we start to see rise up along with Rise to Occasion on this kind of team solidification at the top.
I really like Cresselia right now. I feel like it's the most consistent grass Pokemon. It's like, it's the only Pokemon that actually gets to grass charged attacks. Like, I mean, obviously Venusaur, but I think Cresselia is more consistent than Venusaur is. And it gets to grass knots more consistently than Lickitung even gets to Power Whips. We've seen Cresselia kind of come out in the Championship Series. We've even seen it a ton in the recent GBL Cups as well. I feel like a lot of people might be finding out just how powerful Cresselia is. And we always have one trainer like that. Flying Pizza, flying up the rankings, a trainer. I know I've never heard of Flying Pizza, and I would remember that name because that's an amazing name. But there's always that one trainer that just soars up the rankings and that you don't expect. And that's one of the most fun experiences.
Absolutely.
Yeah. To continue on your point, Butters, I really like Cresselia here because we see so much Metacham and we're not seeing a lot of ghost types. So Cresselia fills that niche of a very good Metacham wall. You don't ever want to be a Metacham against a Cresselia. But it also has play against Swampert. It has play against Lantern. You have that grass type coverage. And additionally, because we're not seeing ghost types, Cresselia is all that more safe. You're obviously worried about Umbreon. You're obviously worried about Lickitung. But you're not terrible into those, especially like if you comp something like a Cresselia with Future Sight. The Lickitung matchup looks a lot better. The Umbreon matchup looks much worse, but that's, stuff you account for when you're comping your team of 3. And having that hard wall to Metacham that also hard walls or has a hard-hitting charge attack against Swampert, against Lantern, has a lot of utility on a team of 6. Okay, so it looks like we're still taking some time to get Rise to Occasion and M Ranker ready for this next round, but it's going to be very interesting to see their teams as they pop up. Haven't taken a look yet. It looks like Rise is using Shadow Obama Snow, so an interesting grass type to bring into a team. And then Ranker is using Pelipper, another Pokemon we haven't seen a ton of.
And then Rise.
Yeah,
also
I'm really excited to
has
see
that
the Shadow
Charizard.
Bomber Snow. I feel like it's. Oh yeah, true. You can go ahead, Butters. Sorry.
Oh no! I was just pointing out he is so good with Shadow Charizard. Also, he's global rank 4 right now in Silph, which he's been a really, really well decorated Silph trainer and an amazing factions player as well. I think he's actually one of the best, I don't know if this is kosher to say, but when you're doing factions and all your teammates are in the Discord with you and they're talking about the games. He's one of the best in-game advisors or someone who will give advice that I've ever seen. He's really good at it because he doesn't say too much. Some people say too much and it's you're trying to focus on the game and they're just giving too much information or something's too vague. He is really good at his timing of what he says and he only says important
and choosing
things.
his words.
I know this is I know this is kind of a really unique compliment that is maybe not super relevant in Pokemon Go PvP. But I just want to give a shout out, especially because this is Silph. He's one of the best in-game advisors for Silph that I've been around.
Yeah, you want Rise as your co-pilot. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we're getting ready
the game's
for the next round. All right,
game's
see
ready.
you guys later.
See you, Soph. See you, Speedy.
Bye.
See ya.
Yeah, Butters, I love that compliment, and you're so spot on. The isolation of information in when you're talking someone through, if you're coaching someone, not overwhelming them with all the information, because this is a game that is dripping with data is the term I've heard before from some friends, and there's so much. You're counting moves, you are knowing individual matchups in specific shield scenarios. A Pokemon matchup that's more neutral, something like a Noctowl versus a Swampert, that varies greatly depending on shield scenario, and having someone that can just give you that pointed information is a skill. It is a very good trait to have from a teammate or a coach, and Rise, I agree completely, is great on being able to give that information.
Yeah, and I mean, how useful is it when you're in a game and someone says, it's been a matchup or it's been a Pokemon you saw earlier swapped out, swapped back in, and then they just say they're 4 away. They just say those small words, they're 4 away, but now you know exactly where their energy's at the picture is painted perfectly. And I mean, that's what the top traders obviously have in their head already, and they don't need the help. It's but it's also very, very useful when you do have that little bit of help. And he's one of the best at it. And then one of the best Pokemon Go PvPers in general. He's global, ranked number 4 in Silph. He did lose to Trent earlier on, but Trent, as we know, is super talented. You mentioned it already, NHoff, running the Shadow Abomasnow. So we've been going over some of the slots. We haven't gotten to the Shadow Abomasnow slot yet, but really interesting to commit to that Pokemon over some of the more meta choices.
Yeah, I really like it, especially paired with that Tapu Fini. So we've seen Shadow Abomasnow paired with a few different Pokemon over time. It's really good with Azumarill as well. And that pairing is just very good because Tapu Fini covers, obviously, the Fire-type double weakness that it has. It covers that Fighting type weakness. Both of them are weak to Poison, but you're seeing the best Poison in this meta be that Venusaur, and the Shadow Abomasnow should win that on even energy. It makes for a very potent combination. Not the bulkiest core, but a very strong core nonetheless. And it's what's interesting to me in this matchup is you have the Tapu Fini on Rise to Occasions team, but then on M. Rinker's team, we see the Azumarill as the other water fairy type. Also, the Pelipper is another water type that resists fighting. So some very interesting dynamics here. We also see, when we're looking at like psychic fighting types, and I think we'll get the teams up here in just a second, but we see the Medicham on Rise's team and the Deoxys Defense on M. Rinker's team. Just another, like, you know, parallels but not quite exact mirrors. This Fini Azu kind of similarity, this Medi Deoxys similarity.
And I personally think that Defense Form Deoxys is looking pretty strong in general against Rise's team. And yeah, brought the Azumarill in slot number 2, said, nah, knocked out, and no thank you, Medicham, which is surprising to decline those 2 really strong Pokemon to bring the Azumarill, where you already kind of have an easy Azumarill-ish pick, right? Because we've seen so many trainers just get the Tapu Fini as your 6th slot. So to say no to the Tapu Fini and then also go the Azumarill route is really interesting in this meta, as we do see the teams on screen here. The Shadow Abomasnow is a pick that I love because you talked about it a little bit, but there's the dynamic where there's been a lot of either Swampert Venusaur. Okay, that's great. That's like fantastic for Shadow Abomasnow. And then you have more of those picks that maybe you choose to go Noctowl. Suddenly you're really strong against Noctowl as well. Trainers are going Lantern, like we see Rise to Occasion going Lantern. Suddenly, Shadow Abomasnow is looking really strong against everything that's meta, except for probably a Medicham and maybe a Shadow Charizard, but you can still do something back against the Shadow Charizard. The tough thing for Pelipper here is, yes, there's no Registeel in the meta, but this Pelipper has to face Rise's Lantern, choosing that over the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, the Pelipper, hide the Pelipper from the Lantern is so tough, and M. Rinker does have that Venusaur to hard shut down the Lantern, but then you're playing such an alignment-based game. It's going to be very difficult, but similarly to the Abomasnow and Tapu Fini core that Rise has, that Venusaur Azumarill core, one of the oldest in Pokemon Go PvP, because we're looking back even at the beginning of the Go Battle League. Venusaur, once it got Frenzy Plant, once PvP was introduced, has been a mainstay of that grass type. And Azumarill, obviously, always having that ridiculous bulk and extremely good typing. The 2 pair very well because, again, without other poison types, there's not really much that breaks the 2. You have Venusaur protecting against electric types, against other grass types, Azumarill protecting against fire, and beating a lot of the flying types. And additionally, since it's not a Shadow Venusaur, a ton of bulk in that core duo for M. Rinker.
Well, my first guess on this series is you're going to be happy, because I think there's going to be a lot of Tapu Fini, because Water Gun Tapu Fini is looking very safe against M. Rinker's team. And if you had Water Gun Lantern, it would be so safe too, but I don't think... Oh, wow, there is the Lantern in the Pelipper. We're going to find out if this is Spark or Water Gun here. I think water gun would be redundant. So there it is. There's the spark on the Lantern.
Yeah, and we see Rise win that lead aggressively. You're talking about Pelipper and what it doesn't want to see. Lantern is top of the list, and he's able to get his Umbreon onto this Deoxys defense immediately. And we get to find out what the Deoxys defense is running. It is Thunderbolt as that coverage move with Psycho Boost as well.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here because in the zero protect shield situation, you're just going to lose the Umbreon. And with shields up, you're still going to lose the Umbreon. So you're going to lose alignment. And like you mentioned, Pelipper literally is okay seeing almost anything but Lantern. It's probably the hardest counter available, similar to Shadow Charizard trying to avoid the Lantern here. I'm actually shocked here. Imrinker does go for the Protect Shield, trying to... The thing is, Umbreon just doesn't get knocked out here. Is Imrinker going to give up 2 Protect Shields for alignment here?
He might, and this is just such a good position for Rise, if so, because it does happen. The second shield goes out, but this Lantern is so strong up 2 shields. There's nothing that Pelipper can do against it, and against the Galarian Stunfisk, with a 2-shield advantage, you can just win that matchup. So, bringing in the Lantern to soak this energy, I like this play as well, because Abomasnow, while there's not the targets of Venusaur and Azumarill, it has play against everything.
Yeah, and here comes the Galarian Stunfisk, and here comes the swap. So Lantern got its wish to avoid that matchup, but now it's just gonna... I think it's just gonna get knocked out by an Energy Ball. It went straight for the Energy Ball here, and I think this is gonna be a knockout. Pelipper doesn't have too much bulk, and no, it does barely endure, but I don't know if it can get to a Hurricane. Rise is probably counting precisely. He doesn't even give up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, and this is just a brutal, brutal situation for Imrinker. You bring in that Galarian Stunfisk, but you can't Mudshot it down. It's a Grass type. And that Lantern is waiting in the back with 2 Protect Shields. Rise actually opting for the Protect Shield here, knowing that he'll reach a move against this Galarian Stunfisk. Really good maneuvering of this Shadow Abomasnow.
Yeah, I think you just put this Galarian Stunfisk into range of Surf with this Energy Ball. Now you could just let the Shadow Abomasnow go, because you don't want to give up your last Protect Shield in case something weird happens and you take an Earthquake on the Lantern. Oh, he actually does give up the Protect Shield. Looks like he doesn't even want to use his Lantern. So I didn't even need to use this Pokemon. It was just pressure to give me 2 Protect Shields. And I don't know if this is enough, but what I do know is that was a pretty dominant game number 1 for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, it's really interesting how these matchups can play out, because you see the Umbreon versus Deoxys defense matchup, and it's a very clean Umbreon win. Like, that's kind of a given. It's not quite a Sableye against Deoxys defense, but it's up there. And you think, like, oh, Deoxys defense has counter, it can force this, and we did see it force that, but just not quite enough. And you see... the Deoxys defense at the tail end of that had a bunch of energy. Rise brings in the Lantern, and there are certain points in time where Deoxys defense not getting same type attack bonus on its moves just really punishes it. And we see it there with both Counter and Thunderbolt just being a little bit too wet noodly. The damage just not quite connecting in the way that you want it. And Rise, obviously cleanly winning that as a result. Just very dominant.
And that's definitely not the role for Defense Form Deoxys, is you don't necessarily want to use your Protect Shields on the Defense Form Deoxys. So using both of them just to assure the alignment there. But then Shadow Abomasnow, there is no Medicham on the opposing team. So as soon as Defense Form Deoxys is out of the picture, that Shadow Abomasnow is looking insanely strong. We know also this Defense Form Deoxys is running Thunderbolt and not Rock Slide, so I expect to see a lot more of the Shadow Abomasnow. Maybe that's why Imrinker was bringing the Pelipper and Defense Form Deoxys core. What do you think would be the best answer for that Pelipper Defense Form Deoxys core?
Well, we've seen it already. That Lantern, it's not a hard answer to the Deoxys, but generally pretty fine into it. It's not hard losing anything there. And unlike the Medicham, your same type attack bonus move of Psycho Boost has to be used very sparingly, as opposed to Medicham, which can just throw that Psychic, that heavy-hitting charge attack, and then Lantern against Pelipper is just a gourmet feast. So that and the Umbreon's also very strong, and we see the Umbreon into the Deoxys defense.
I'm actually kind of shocked that Tapu Fini's on the team. I thought that Rise would just bring back the Shadow Abomasnow, and once again, it's just in a beautiful situation, having the alignment in a good matchup against the Shadow Venusaur. Return swap the Shadow Abomasnow to meet it. No Protect Shield, hangs on, is going to be able to get to that Sludge Bomb. So at least now, Imrinker is kind of in the opposite situation. Going to be able to be up Protect Shields, but lost alignment.
Yeah, and that was interesting. Rise undercharged that Weather Ball, so going for the additional energy, we'll see how it plays out the rest of the match, but I actually like that because you're going to be able to throw some energy at what I assume is the Deoxys defense coming back in. You're able to put your Umbreon back on it, and then Tapu Fini looks very strong against that Galarian Stunfisk in the back. Obviously, Rise doesn't know about it yet, but it was very interesting to see Rise undercharge that Weather Ball.
Yeah, because you could just keep the alignment and keep the protection advantage. What is this energy doing for you? Uh-oh, this is bad. I think this was charge attack priority. I think Defense Form Deoxys from Imrinker did click on that Thunderbolt, and let's get to see if it did register. Oh, no. Now, this Defense Form Deoxys is almost knocked out, by the way. Then had to throw a really weak Thunderbolt undercharge. The timer is back available. No pivot from Rise, so Defense Form will get that counter down, but Rise is... has a lot more health than Imrinker right now.
Yeah, and we get this Umbreon on the Galarian Stunfisk. So again, looking at the relative bulk of Umbreon, you can very comfortably tank an Earthquake from Galarian Stunfisk. And again, Rise still has the Umbreon in the back, which can be used most of its HP in this matchup because that Deoxys defense has effectively no HP left. It is so low, it is so dry on energy because it forced that Thunderbolt. And Rise is just looking extremely dominant, especially after shielding that Earthquake.
Yeah, and this is tough because the core between Shadow Abomasnow and Umbreon is just so strong and safe into Defense Form Deoxys. So Rise just leaning on that core and now just putting so much pressure into this Galarian Stunfisk. No Protect Shields remaining. This is an Earthquake. Tapu Fini's not too bulky, but is going to be able to endure and probably just get to the next Surf or maybe not before the Rock Slide. But like you mentioned before, oh, here comes the swap. Try to swap into the Surf. Did effectively swap into the Surf, but there's literally a fully healthy Umbreon in the back.
Yeah, and if there's one thing that Umbreon's good at, it's tanking non-super effective charge attacks. So an Earthquake and a Rock Slide, and maybe another Earthquake wouldn't even stop it. It gets to the foul play and secures this second game win for Rise to Occasion.
Yeah, in Rise, pretty dominant 2 games here from one of the best trainers in the world. You see his global rank, you see in his performances in the championship series, and bringing the core that's been really strong in the championship series of Shadow Charizard and Umbreon. You don't see a lot of trainers actually bringing it, but when they do, it's really strong. And in this meta, maybe is a little more risky because of how often Tapu Fini is on teams, and that's one of the best Pokemon to counter that core. But I really love the team composition to bring Lantern and Shadow Abomasnow, so you pair that up with 2 really hard counters to Tapu Fini, or in Rinker's case, the Azumarill.
Yeah, I really like that dynamic because you look at Rinker's team, and Azumarill makes sense to show up. You have the Charizard, you have the Umbreon, you have the Medicham, and Azumarill tends to win against Tapu Fini. As much as I don't like that it does, it does. And the problem for Rinker, though, is Rise has a free ticket to bring Abomasnow every single game. It loses to that Deoxys defense. However, Deoxys defense, as you mentioned earlier, isn't running Rock Slide. And the counters are same type attack bonus. So it's a losing matchup. I'm not going to deny that it's a losing matchup for Abomasnow, but it's not as bad as Medicham is. It's not as bad as some of these other fighting types, and then the rest of the team is just so open for it. Galarian Stunfisk gives it issue, but it's actually a much closer matchup than you would think. And, you have that Azumarill, that Venusaur, there's so much play. And, well, Rinker finally got the Deoxys onto the Abomasnow, so we'll see how this match plays out.
Well, like you mentioned before, because it can't just counter down, and here comes a swap into the Umbreon, met by the Venusaur, and this isn't a hard answer, but now we're going to find out if Venusaur, down a turn of energy, is going to be able to hold up neutrally to the Umbreon, I think both the trainers do want the alignment here, but the problem is Rise brought the Shadow Charizard. So if Imrinker starts giving up Protect Shield, so Rise is really good in two positions. You either win alignment or you get Protect Shields, and either way, your backline's looking really strong.
Yeah, I love that Rise brought that Shadow Charizard. I know you've been hungry for it all day, waiting to see if it'll show up, and now is a great position, assuming that Venusaur knocks out the Umbreon, to get it a little bit of energy advantage, have 2 entire shields behind it, and yes, there's Galarian Stunfisk on the side of Imrinker, but rather than a Registeel, but still threatens a lot with that Blast Burn, and we see shields going down. Rise actually opting to shield that first Frenzy Plant, or that second Frenzy Plant.
And we see the strength of the Venusaur there because it's able to hold on to 2 foul plays and hold on to all these snarls. Shadow Venusaur would have been knocked out already. So now it looks like Rise is going to lose the alignment, but did get a Protect Shield down for both trainers. Now you get only 1 wing attack. That's not enough energy generation to flip a Galarian Stunfisk matchup. And now suddenly Imrinker is in a really good spot because Rise didn't get enough energy advantage. You should be able to get the double Brockside unless you Protect Shield this Dragon. And he calls it! Imrinker calls the Dragon Claw bait. Not very effective.
That is a massive call. That is basically a game-winning call from Imrinker. Obviously, there's still play for Rise to occasion, but letting that Dragon Claw go unshielded is such a huge advantage swing for the Galarian Stunfisk player. That is 35 energy wasted, and most importantly, the shield preserved. As you get to these late-game matchups against Charizard, having the shields that you have is just so vital.
Your only win condition here, could you ever get to double Blast Burn? I mean, you have to endure a Thunderbolt. You have to let this go. It's super effective. You can't shield because your opponent has a Rock Slide. Your only win condition is if you endure this and get to double Blast Burn. It's actually possible here. Can you get this? Oh my goodness, almost got there, but no! Had to throw the Dragon Claw of energy because Defense Form Deoxys barely got to the Psycho Boost, and now Rise won't have enough energy to back-to-back here.
Yeah, and that was wild because that Deoxys defense, you know, to my eye, had 1 HP. This matchup came down to IVs. If that Deoxys defense had slightly less HP in the tank, then Rise would have gotten the full farm down, would have had 2 Blast Burns. And that's just a testament to how interesting and how powerful Shadow Charizard can be in these matchups. Almost brought that match back from a, Shadow Abomasnow into Deoxys defense lead, and again, 2-1, Rise still gets the win on the set, but really interesting endgame.
I wish that he actually got the wing attack down because I think Imrinker could have made a decision. You could have not gone for the charge attack and gone for the Mud Shot. That Charizard was in range of Mud Shot, I believe. It had no health. You could have even maybe got a shield knockout. That Charizard was literally at 1 health. What a finish to that game as we're joined in by our other casters, Speedius and Sophtoph. I mean, how about able to get that game number 3 by Imrinker, but what a performance from Rise in this series.
Yeah, I caught the end of that last game, and I was thinking the same thing as you, Butters. I was like, all right, maybe this game will end with a shield knockout, but unfortunately not. I was actually also thinking, like, maybe there's a lose con for Imrinker as well. If the Deoxys had 1 HP, shielded the Dragon Claw, dies through the shield, and then Rise can Blast Burn the Galarian Stunfisk. Of course, Imrinker would never let that happen, but I was like, maybe.
Yeah, I really feel like that series was just a testament to the resilience that we've seen Rise build over his years of experience in Silph. I mean, like we said earlier on in the tournament, lost around, has just bounced back tremendously, absolutely crushing it, all the competition. And I think, like we saw with Elite, like we tend to see with matches with Vidage, any of these Elite trainers, you can get lucky once, but as soon as they gain leverage, as soon as they get a solid lead, a solid swap, it's so hard to just wiggle out from the hold that they have on you, because again, like Rise is so good at not only recognizing typings and matchups, but also roles. We saw in that game number 1, he had the Abomasnow to take out the Pelipper and the Lantern. Pelipper literally had nowhere to go. It was like playing 3 versus 2 because Rise just managed his Pokemon so well. And a lot of trainers might think just in terms of Lantern's my best answer, that's what I'm going to use to KO the Pelipper, and they would have fought harder for switch advantage. But Rise sees the other flexibility, the other play that's available to him, and he goes with the flow a bit more, and he's much more patient and measured than a lot of the unseasoned competitors.
I'm curious to hear you guys' perspective on this, but there's a factor in Silph that's you win the series by winning 2-0, but then you still play game number 3. And some people in the audience, if you haven't been following Silph and you're just joining us, the game 3 does matter because when you get to the end of the tournament, you need to have more points than other trainers that have the same record as you. And the best way to do that is to have more overall wins. We saw Rise not winning that game number 3, where that would have helped his case because he's already taken a loss in this tournament. I'm just curious how much of a skill is that to be able to focus even though you're up 2-0? Because I know I don't have that skill. If I'm up 2-0, game number 3, I'm like 0% focus. But Hoff, do you have that focus for that game number 3, even when you're up 2-0?
So, yes and no. I'm going to give a non-answer because I'm in a similar boat to you, but not quite to the same degree. I will still focus, but I'll usually throw something a little more out there. I usually use that third game as practice, or not quite scouting because you're not going to face the same opponent most likely, but seeing, how much I can test the limits of certain Pokemon or of certain cores. There's some Pokemon that you bring very sparingly in a tournament. So we see like Caleb very rarely actually brings his Bastiodon. Usually it's the other 5 Pokemon and that Bastiodon is bench pressure. I do the same with Alolan Sandslash a lot of the times. I'll bring Alolan Sandslash, in a precise way, but very sparingly. The other one that, gets talked about more is Primeape. But like you have these Pokemon that sometimes you just want a little bit of loosening up around of, okay, I know this Pokemon well, but I haven't used it today yet. And I usually like to take those third optional games as a way to get practice in with those Pokemon. A Pokemon like Ferrothorn way back, like getting some reps in with that. So I wouldn't say that I have no focus, but rather I'm going to take it a little bit less heavy-handed and less intent on getting that 3-0 than I am on securing that win.
Well, I'm curious to hear Silph's perspective because your main experience with Silph is factions, right? So factions, you actually need every single victory because you play 3,
True.
but even if you 2-1, there's some situations where you need to get all 3 of those victories. So actually, when you add up all the wins, all the trainers, each game is as important. It doesn't even matter if you win the series. Like every single game is important. Do you feel that way more as a factions player, Silph?
Yeah, I do. And also for GBL, when you're just like sitting there grinding 25 battles a day, like every battle is just an independent event. Like if you won the last 2, it's all good. You just keep winning. But I thought it was interesting you're talking about it from the winner's side because I feel like once you're down 0-2, you're like so demoralized. It's really hard to focus and like fight back for that win, right? But the 1-2 looks a lot better on paper than the 0-3, and especially for factions, like 0-3s are extremely hard to come back from. So it's very important to be able to focus for each and every game. But usually you have your teammates on call, right? So
exactly. And if you got Rise, you're in good shape. I was just going to say it's really tough. It's really tough in game 3 because like Hoff pointed out, sometimes you want to try a new Pokemon that you don't get as much practice with or as many reps. I feel like it's hard as the winner too, because then your opponent just throws things at the wall and things that you're not exactly ready for. And then it's even harder to get that third point. But as the tournament goes on, these one-loss competitors, the gap between them is going to narrow more and more and more. And those individual wins are going to count a lot. Speaking of individual things, I think it's time we take a look at slot 5 and our top picks here. Butters, I just want to talk about the 8th choice here. That's a Dragonite. I think you're a big Dragonite enjoyer. Is that true?
Love me some Dragonite. I mean, it would have play right now because, it's good against Lantern, Noctowl, Medicham, Lickitung. It's okay it's good against Umbreon. The thing is, well, actually, it can't be that terrible against Tapu Fini. I mean, we obviously have an expert against Tapu Finis here, but it can't be awful against it. So it actually would have some play. So I feel like out of any of the slots, I'm curious what you guys think, but isn't this the most toss-up slot you've seen? Like, you don't have a clear pick in this positions besides Lickitung.
I think that you have a point there, but Lickatung's so good that it's very hard to bring some of these other picks. To your question about Dragonite versus Tapu Fini, the thing that gets Dragonite is usually it's Shadow Dragonite, and it's one of the few Dragon matchups where Tapu Fini is comfortable throwing a Surf, especially once they've thrown Superpower. Tapu Fini tends to be a little bit sketchy against some of these Dragon types, like Altaria, against like Haxorus is actually kind of close and can win the 2-shield. Dragonair as well with those body slams, but Dragonite, everything's resisted, so they have to throw a move first, and if they throw that Superpower, it gets into Surf range. I do agree with you, there's some variance in this slot. I liked a couple teams that had Kofagrigus. I'm a huge fan of Kofagrigus as a ghost type with some bulk to it. Definitely in a Metacham meta, it's going to look really strong. The only problem is, again, the best, quote-unquote, best pick in this slot is Lickitung. We're seeing a lot of Umbreon. There's a lot that just makes Kofagrigus really upset. I want to quickly address a question from chat. J-Jan's asking, how many people qualify for Worlds from this tournament? Is the top 3 performers at the end of this tournament will move on to the World Championship. So those top 3, we're starting to get closer and closer to figuring them out. But those will be the trainers that we will then see on at Worlds. But some other picks that are here. Speedius, what do you say?
Yeah, absolutely. So it didn't get a whole lot of play in the one chance that we did get to see it, but Dedenne is always one of those Pokemon that it feels like it straddles so many different typing matchups. It's got such a good position meta-wise, but it just can't quite break through. And I wanted to actually shout out to you, Silph, because you called out Skuntank and Drapion as being 2 Pokemon that had a ton of potential, We've seen teams with Deoxys, with Azumarill, with Abomasnow, with Tapu Fini. I think that Crunch, Sludge Bomb, Drapion could have been a menace in this meta, and arguably, I don't know, maybe a little bit better than Skuntank because it's more flexible. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, we're talking about like trying to find core breakers for these tournaments that haven't even happened. Yeah, I think Drapion absolutely could have been one of them. And I definitely agree with Butters that, of course, a lot of people are using Lickitung, but outside of that, I think nothing like super dominant has come out in terms of usage. Like we just saw Rise using the Abomasnow. We saw a couple of Pelipper's earlier as well. And I don't know how many people ended up using Walrein, but I think Walrein, could have had a lot of play if you're looking for an ice water or even just an ice type and you didn't have room for Alola Ninetales, for example. So yeah, this is definitely an interesting slot.
Did I miss the cup where I don't even know if this is Slurpuff? Is that the name of this Paraguay? What cup?
It says it's Brawler.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that had to be strong somewhere to make it to this list.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Sorry, Slurpuff.
I got the history on this. I know what's up with Brawler Cup. It was an allowed pick meta, so similar to this where there's slots and each one, and it was divided by weight class. So what wound up from the meta.
Yeah, I think we lost Hoff audio.
I see her lighting up in Discord though, so not
the chat.
It wasn't necessarily like anything crazy from Slurpuff's moveset. It's that it was a Charm user in a Sableye Machamp meta in that Brawler Cup. But you're right, it's a little bit of a fish out of water here. I love some of the picks like Steelix and Dragalge that are, very like Silph coded Pokemon. Big Steelix fan here.
I like Dragalge as well. Dragalge's really fun. Poison and Dragon, incredibly rare typing. But I found in Continentals in 2021 that it's not quite as versatile as you would hope. And it doesn't, it can't carry your team in a way that a lot of these top meta choices can. But honestly, I'm really excited for our next matchup. I'm hearing some rumbling, some rumors. We might finally get to see Elite versus Jace Fan. All right. Well, I think that we're going to wave goodbye to the Corn Eater and NHoff, and we will go into our next matchup, guys. Have fun. See you in a little while, and let's see some awesome games.
All right. let's get into it. So Elite, obviously, we've already seen actually, we've seen both of these trainers on the stream, right?
Yeah, we
That's
have.
right. All right, so Jace Fan, I believe, was the #1 seed coming into this tournament. So even though he's only 4-1, while Elite is 5-0, they end up being the top pairing, I believe. So very exciting to watch that.
Oof. Yeah, I can't wait to break down these teams as well. This is going to be a very, very exciting matchup. Again, this feels like a grand finals. If you were to tune into any other Silph tournament or any other stream anywhere in the world, if you saw Elite versus Jace Fan, you know you are in for a good time. Again, global rank number 25 from the US Elite, and then global rank number 1 hailing from Canada, Jace Fan. We've got Shadow Swampert, Noctowl, Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, Lantern, Lickitung, and Cresselia for Elite. How do you think Jace Fan's looking over there, Soph?
Jace Fan has Shadow Charizard as the starter, Metacham there in the second slot, Alola Ninetales as sort of an alternative ice, Lantern and Lickitung just like Elite, and then Tapu Fini in that last slot. So what jumps out to you, Speedy?
I was going to say, I really would love to see some Tapu Fini action. This is the first time we get to cast a Tapu Fini matchup, which is fun. But then if you look at the opposing team, you've got Lantern, you've got Lickitung with Power Whip, and Cresselia with Grass Knot. So it almost feels like at this point you can just kind of cross Tapu Fini off the list, make this a 6 versus 5. And then if you look at the team as well, Shadow Swampert and Lantern for Elite, where's Shadow Charizard going to succeed? Are there many avenues at all for that Pokemon to actually take flight and do well? Or is it going to be up to the other 4 on Jace Fan's team? I would definitely give Elite the early team composition advantage. I don't know if you agree or not.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think both of Elite's waters are looking very, very strong, and it's maybe going to be a similar situation that we saw with Shady, where Jace Fan has to kind of rely on that Lickitung, and that power up to kind of deal with Elite's team. Jace Fan does have the Lantern, which isn't too bad against the Swampert, and I think Elite had a Water Gun Lantern. So potentially,
Yes,
if Jace Fan has Spark Lantern, I don't remember actually. Yeah, I don't remember what Jace Fan had, but if that's Spark, then that can help deal with Elite's Lantern as well. And then, of course, Jace Fan also has the Metacham, which does well against. It does well against everything except obviously the Cresselia, and then the Noctowl is a bit annoying as well.
All right, so if I got a personal question here, if you're looking at this team composition and you see basically no opportunities for Shadow Charizard as Jace Fan, or you see no opportunities for Sandslash as Elite, are you one of those trainers that just leads it anyway and you just yeet that Pokemon into the lead and you're like, I'm playing my favorite Pokemon no matter what? You just have to deal with it. Or are you someone who's a little more measured? What do you think?
I definitely take the lower risk route, but I don't think the Charizard is like completely out of the water, like we were saying earlier. Like, it definitely has play against Shadow Swampert, right? If it has shields up. Obviously, the Lantern is just like a nightmare, so on its own, that's already a huge detractor. But if Jace Fan can find an opportunity to take away Elite's shields, I think the Charizard has some play. Just get 2 wing attacks and you're good to go.
2 wing attack advantage, and you can beat almost anything in the meta. Maybe Sans Lantern, right? Lantern's a bit tough.
Right.
I don't know. We saw some crazy things. We've seen some crazy things over the duration of Silph and also in the championship series. Tons of Shadow Charizards have beaten Shadow Swamperts, so you never know.
That's right. I think we might expect Elite to maybe bring the Swampert Noctowl core again, possibly with Lantern as the third, because of course Noctowl is going to deal very well with the Metacham and Lickitung, right?
All right, I think we got a lock in heading into game number 1. We finally see Cresselia here from Elite, I believe the first time on stream, if I'm not mistaken, versus the Shadow Alola Ninetales. Powder Snow, Psycho Cuts, not going to deal a lot of damage with the fast attacks here, Soph, but the charge attacks are where it's at.
That's right. Cresselia, very, very bulky. So like you said, not doing a lot with the fast moves, but 2 charge moves should be enough to take out this Shadow Alola Ninetales. You see that first Moonblast landing, can probably go for a Grass Knot at this point in the matchup.
This is such a gross call by Elite. He knows that Cresselia is bulky. He knows it can withstand the Dazzling Gleam, so he does not Protect Shield up that Weather Ball. Great call out, but it will... Oh, he does get to the Grass Knot just 1 Psycho Cut early. This is a really nice play by Elite.
That's right. Jace Fan, the Alola Ninetales is very loaded, so you definitely want to shield that up and preserve all that energy. And then just going for the Weather Ball, a safe play here. And probably going to need to throw a second to take out the Cresselia, but Jace Fan probably going to take Swap here, but not shield advantage, unfortunately. Perfect counting there as well, throwing on CMP.
Lovely counting there, throwing on CMP like you pointed out. Going to connect with the weather ball there, get the KO. Elite opting to seed switch advantage in lieu of shield advantage. Just look for the water gun down. Fast counter swap into the Lickitung though. This is a bulky backdrop for Jays fan, and I think it's in a solid position even though it's down a shield.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, Elite didn't end up bringing the Noctowl, which is very interesting, and Jays fan kind of reading that correctly and hard swapping in the Lickitung. And Elite doesn't have a hard answer, right? It's actually his own Lickitung in the back, for which Jays fan has the Medicham. So actually, even though Jays fan went down a shield early, I think he's in an okay position here. Gets that first shield with Body Slam as well.
Jays fan baiting with these low energy charge attacks, not only with his Shadow Lord Ninetales, but also with the Lickitung. Finally gets a Protect Shield on the third attempt, and a second Protect Shield on the Power Whip. Elite is dialed in here. That was a great call, but I don't think he gets double surf in time. He might need to reach for his own Lickitung here soon.
Yeah, looks like he is going for one surf. I don't know if this quite KOs, but perhaps one or two water guns right afterwards will do the trick. But the Lickitung actually barely reaching a Body Slam there. Elite possibly should have gone for the Thunderbolt. You know, Jays fan has two Pokemon at very low health, just going to bring in the Medicham here, up a shield, and I think this looks pretty decent for Jays fan. What do you think, Speedy?
I don't know. I would say it looks pretty decent, but at the same time, Elite does have that bulky Lickitung. Going to go ahead and switch it in here. Now that the Medicham took that surf, it's within single body slam range. So if he can somehow withstand this onslaught of damage, get to the double body slams, he might have a chance to win it. Medicham will connect with Psychic, looking for the defense fall, which would wrap this game up, but it doesn't occur.
Yeah, actually, you're right. It is going to be a lot closer than I thought. Lickitung, like you said, needs to reach 2 body slams, but these counters are adding up very quickly. Jays fan probably going to be, you know, spamming that Ice Punch as hard as he can when he gets there.
Oh, just
There
a couple
is.
of turns too soon, and the Ice Punch will connect. Obviously, no Protect Shields in play. Elite is down to his final option. He's got his Lantern here with a little bit of HP. Still 3 Pokemon remaining for Jays fan. I don't think he gets a counter down,
This is
though.
going to be extremely close. Counter versus Water Gun. Can
Oh.
Medicham make this Ice Punch? And it doesn't.
Okay. Surf does connect, but here's the thing, though, right? Lantern has a little bit of HP, a little bit left on the Lickitung, a little bit on the Ninetales. Powder Snow coming through, does have the Weather Ball banked, and that's going to be enough to get the victory. It did look pretty close there in the end, but Jays fan keeping Elite at arm's length until the very end, and the Weather Ball is just enough to dust off that Lantern and send it back into its Pokeball. It's a Game 1 victory for Jays fan.
That's right. These trainers increasing friendship as well, possibly working towards best friends and maybe even lucky friends one day. I'm actually quite surprised that Elite didn't end up bringing the Shadow Swampert there, Speedy. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that's a really, really great point. He's leaned on that Pokemon a lot. And I think that we don't talk about this enough, right? We talk about matchups with teams. We talk about how a series develops. The third thing we don't talk about enough is as these trainers appear on stream time and time again, their tendencies are noted. Like, people watch them battle and they pick up on things. Famously at NAIC, Rise was watching how Wadaz just demolished House Stark with Shadow Charizard, and he was taking notes. And he said, I'm going to play it exactly like that because I want a similar success rate. So I think if you're Elite, if you're bringing Shadow Swampert over and over again, people are going to pick up on it. They're going to start to realize what you're trying to do, and they're going to start to hard counter you. So I feel like Jays fan, again, maybe a little bit off balance there in the early matchup, but he was able to kind of rein it in. Maybe Swampert is that breakthrough candidate that Elite needs in game number 2.
That's right. I mean, Jays fan did bring the Medicham and the Lickitung as well, which are probably his best answers to Shadow Swampert. So we might also see Elite kind of adjust and bring that Noctowl as well to protect the Swampert.
Mm-hmm. No Shadow Charizard in game number 1. I don't think we saw. We didn't see Shadow Lone Sandslash either. So these star Pokemon, these MVP Pokemon, are staying at home for now. But with the 1-0 lead, I think this is a little bit deceptive, right? Because Elite is so talented, such a good, solid trainer. I think he could definitely come back from this. Jace fan needs to keep his foot on the gas. Elite needs to find a way back into this series.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely don't want to underestimate Elite at all. But I just also am realizing that Jace fan's Lickitung is incredibly safe in all of these matchups, except against the Noctowl. And we kind of saw that last game as well, right? Jace fan hard swapped the Lickitung, and Elite didn't have an answer, which kind of allowed him to preserve that Alola Ninetales as well. So, yeah, I definitely expect a Noctowl from Elite here. That's going to be my call for game 2.
And that's crazy too, right? Because earlier on, I think we saw Elite versus Shady Equation, and Elite had the knockdown for the Lickitung safe switch, if I recall. Because I think that Shady had a really tough lead. He reached for his own Lickitung, knockdown came out, and it was downhill from there. So it's very curious that Jace fan saw that. He saw the game tape, and he still says, "Yeah, I'm going to safe switch Lickitung. You're going to deal with it." So that was pretty interesting.
That's right. I mean, I guess he also had the Weather Ball banked on a Lola Ninetales, so even if he did draw the Noctowl, right, it's not game over.
Exactly right. Tapu Fini still looks a little bit tough here to bring for Jace fan, but I think it could be a great way to counter the potential Swampert pick. Again, as the series develops, it's tough to predict and over-predict what your opponent's going to bring and how to counter it. So that's why it takes so long between these lock-in screens, right? This isn't quite a Factions voice call where we're all chatting about the matchups, but these trainers want to get it right, especially in round 6 of North American Continentals, right?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this match is like quite literally like the second to last round. Elite, I think he's the only undefeated trainer left in the tournament, and if Jace fan can take the series, he's right up there at the top with Elite. So this is definitely a huge matchup. Definitely want to be thinking through very precisely what to bring and like what strategies you have if you see each lead.
Let's talk about the definites, though. I think we're definitely going to see Lickitung from both trainers. I think you made a great point. So it looks so safe for Jace fan. In spite of the knockdown there, you have neutral to positive matchups across the board. You've got 2 water types. You're going to deal ghost type lick damage to Sandslash, super effective ghost lick damage to Cresselia. It's a really positive position to be in. And without a counter user on your team, Elite kind of needs to lean a different direction. We talk a lot about typing matchups, but also roles. What Pokemon on his team has he designated to beat Lickitung? It's got to be Noctowl, right? So by process of deduction, you can kind of anticipate what's coming.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Lickitung looks extremely safe for Elite. I think you also mentioned. Obviously, you need to watch out for the counters from Medicham, but we know that's not a bad matchup, and Lickitung, in fact, wins the zeros there. So we think Elite is bringing, like, let's say, Noctowl and Lickitung. Then what do we think the third is? Possibly a water? He did bring the Cresselia just now. Oh, and it looks like we're locked in, actually, so I guess we'll find out.
When you have double normal, you have to have an answer to Medicham, right? But we're going to see the Shadow Swampert lead into Lickitung. Jace fan opting for the bulkier Pokemon to control the lead situation here. Will build up to a Power Whip, but we've seen Elite build to Earthquake and throw the Hydro Cannons over and over again. He does that exact same thing here.
That's right. And it's not just about baiting, right? You want to have extra energy just to prevent your opponent from being able to swap out in the middle of a match and you not having an answer. Looks like Jace fan is firing off that first Body Slam here, getting a shield. It's not a power, but Body Slam would still do a lot to Swampert as well.
I agree. Swampert building a ton more energy. Does go for the Hydro Cannon just before that second Body Slam is ready. And we do get a shield in kind from Jace fan. This is curious, though, because Jace fan can throw the Body Slam here, get a Protect Shield, and maybe control switch. But I know Elite also wants to ramp up on his Swampert. 2 shields in the lead here. So for the Shadow Swampert.
That's right. I mean, Shadow Swampert is the hardest hitting Pokemon, and a lot of top trainers will just kind of double shield that glassy, hard hitting Pokemon. Looks like this was a CMP tie. If Jace fan wants to, and it looks like he does, he can shield this and guarantee getting off the Body Slam here, which is actually going to be quite important because Elite doesn't have any shields left. So looks like Jace fan has 1 swap, and he again has that super safe Lickitung kind of set up to chip whatever comes in.
That's so massive. Was that a potential misplay? Because now you lost lead and both your shields, and this Lickitung is so bulky, you can't farm it down. You don't have a counter user. You don't have any fighting type charge attack damage. This Lickitung is putting in work, so serious overtime.
Yeah, it really is. And it looks like Jace fan's happy to just kind of stay in and do as much with this Lickitung as he can. Elite continuing to farm up, and I think that lead was a little bit of a misplay because Elite essentially lost an entire Hydro Cannon, right? Probably needed to throw just a tiny bit sooner and possibly switch out to preserve that.
Let's think about it, though. There are no answers to Lickitung in the back there for Jace fan. He's got his Shadow, Alola Ninetales, and his Lantern. I assume Lantern's going to come in here. It's going to get double Body Slammed. This matchup might be closer than it looks because now I think you can get a KO with 2 Body Slams, right? It's awfully close.
I don't know if you KO particularly with well, I guess we'll find out in a second.
Okay, not quite.
Really hang on. But the thing is, Speedy, that now you have Cresselia for the Lantern, and that matchup is actually extremely dominant for the Cresselia, like more so than you would think, because two grass nuts faints Lantern like pretty much perfectly.
So
So
all this,
Ninetales is pretty low.
yeah, all this energy output has forced the Alola Ninetales to throw. We see the counter swap. Now, just like you said, Silph, here comes Cresselia into the Lantern. 2 grass knots is the recipe for success. Lantern has a tough hill to climb. This looked really tough for Elite. Looks like he misplayed the lead. It looked really uphill, but now it feels like he's just cruising.
Yeah, Cresselia, as we know, extremely bulky here, going to be able to take this Thunderbolt as well as the next with no problem at all. And probably going to have health to spare for that Alola Ninetales when it comes back in later.
Right? We do see the Surf get fired off here by the Lantern. A little bit of an overcharge here. And this is the thing, too. Once you throw the Surf, you recognize that you can continue to overcharge a few more Psycho Cuts, build up some additional energy because you're not threatened by a Thunderbolt. That's exactly what Elite does.
That's right, Elite going all the way up to 100 energy, coming out of this matchup with a Grass Knot ready for that Alola Ninetales. Yeah, really nice play by Elite. I think it looked like a horrible position coming out of that lead matchup, but able to kind of turn it around. Potentially, if Jay's fan had saved the Alola Ninetales for the Cresselia, he would have had a better time. But that's a very tough call to make at the moment, of course.
Game 2 victory for Elite. He's got 12,000 wins in the Great League. He just added that tally right there. Wow, that's a lot of minutes, a lot of battles.
It's a lot of battles. You know, you've got GBL, you've got Silph, Gym Breakers, so many formats that Elite battles in, and each game really contributes to that medal. So
I wanted to dive in a little bit more on a point that we made in that game number 2. When you know that your opponent doesn't have a counter user and you leave your Lickitung with even 15 or 20% health, it's so awkward. It's so weird. It's so difficult to fast attack that down. Look at Elite's team. You've got Shadow Claw, Alolan Sandslash. You've got Psycho Cut, Cresselia. I guess you've got Water Gun Lantern that's going to take super effective Power Whip. I mean, Lickitung is really annoying to deal with when you don't have any fast attack pressure.
yeah, and Elite still isn't bringing the Noctowl, but I guess he didn't need it that game. But I think if you have Noctowl, you can just like wing attack down, take a Body Slam, and just be on your merry way. But I mean, Jay's fan did bring, you know, Lickitung and 2 Noctowl answers that game, so a lot of bench pressure against that Noctowl.
Yeah, I agree. It was really, really fun to watch Elite kind of wiggle his way out of there. You would think after, you know, having his Swampert KO'd in the lead, going down 2 Protect Shields there. Well, I guess they both went down 2 Protect Shields in order to win the lead. So it wasn't as bad as it seemed. But honestly, I was a little bit concerned. But Cresselia, shout out to Butters. I think that his core breaker is pulling through.
Yeah, absolutely. Cresselia definitely a great core breaker for Medicham and Lantern. And, you know, Jay's fan, Medicham is like his only Lickitung answer. So we were talking a lot about how Jay's fan's Lickitung was putting in a lot of work, right? But yeah, Elite's Lickitung can put in a lot of work as well. So
yeah, I agree with you. It reminds me of Continentals 2021 when you had a lot of defense from Deoxys, or not Continentals, excuse me, Regionals 2021 when you had a lot of defense from Deoxys and Lickitung. And again, that's where the HP Deoxys joke came about because the Licks just do so much damage over time and you can't really win that matchup even if you're using counter. So I agree with you. I think Lickitung on both sides looks really strong. So managing that in game number 3. So if you were in the shoes of these trainers, how would you rein in the Lickitung? I mean, Elite did a miraculous job in game number 2. Can he do it again in game 3?
Yeah, I mean, I think both sides can just continue to use their own Lickitung, right? At the very least, you're neutral against the opposing one. I mean, maybe Elite doesn't feel like he needs to bring his Noctowl. Like, Swampert can power through Lickitung quite well. 2 Hydro Cannons with all the Mud Shots is pretty much enough to take out. But of course, we did see Jay's fan's Lickitung reaching that very last Body Slam kind of just in the nick of time, right? But yeah, Swampert is fine. I mean, I think you just need to be aware, like, which Pokemon is taking super effective damage, right? Like, for example, you could imagine if you're the Swampert, you take a lot of licks from the Lickitung, you throw your Hydro Cannon, but then you take the energy on Cresselia or something, right? It's very bulky, and, you know, the licks actually don't even do that much, really. So I think kind of just being aware where you're taking damage and where it's not super effective is really important.
Yeah, a phrase I like to use is just distributing damage. You can't let all the
Hmm.
damage pile onto one Pokemon, especially not a Shadow like Shadow Swampert. You have to kind of, again, distribute, manage your HP across the board. I think that's going to be really important. Going into game number 3, Lickitung could appear anywhere. It could be in the lead, it could be in the swap, it could be under your bed at night. There's no way to know for sure because it's such a flexible Pokemon. It's got a ton of play across the board. So I think once you zero in on where the Lickitung is, if you don't see in the lead, you just assume it's in the back. If it's the last Pokemon that comes out, you can finally see it, manage it, deal with it. But at the same time, I think they can just expect that the Lickitung will appear.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right there.
Yeah. I don't know. A lot of speculation, right? These trainers taking just a little extra time. Somebody in chat pointed out these two are the only undefeateds left in the tournament, if that is not a misread by me. But still, very, very impressive.
Well, I'll refresh the page in case I misread something, but...
Okay.
Oh, wow, okay. Okay, I think I misread something. Yeah, Jaceman is undefeated as well. I was saying he was 4-1. But yeah, you're right. They are the only 2 undefeated left. So whoever wins this match is going to be in a very good position and probably has their invite to Worlds sealed up.
Yeah, that's why this game is so important.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, that's why this game is so critical. We had a spike in viewership as well. Everyone, welcome in to the Silph Arena North American Continentals. Sound off on who you think is going to win here. Elite, Jays fan tied up. Again, I think finding where the Lickitung is going to be is really critical. But in game 3, these trainers might throw something at the wall. They might try to bring something that we haven't seen yet. Maybe we do see the knockdown finally in game number 3, or maybe that's too predictable. And we see a Lantern Alola Ninetales adjustment from Jays fan. We'll find out.
Yeah, and let's give a shout out to all our Canadian viewers as well. You know, we have so many US battlers from North America, not as many from Canada, and Jay's fan, you know, global rank 1 in the world, representing the Maple Leaf country very well here at the Continental Championships.
Yeah. Trying to stick Elite in some syrup here, slow him down, but Elite has been very effective. For heading into game number 3, we've got a lock-in on both sides. We've got Lickitung in the lead versus Shadow Charizard. Jays fan letting it all hang out here.
Oh my goodness. And Elite doesn't have any water types. What a read from Jays fan. Gonna stay in this matchup. And Lick is, you know, not a lot of fast attack pressure. So great. Oh yeah, look at that. Distributing the damage, taking the licks, and saving the blast spring for later. I like that play a lot.
Yeah, exactly. Trying not to catch the Body Slam onto the Shadow Charizard, go down a Protect Shield early. Body Slam will connect into the Lickitung. We have the Lickitung mirror on the field, but Elite still has the option to switch. But Soph, I don't think he wants to. I think he wants to win this matchup. He wants to try to align the Lantern against that Charizard later.
That's right. And excuse me, actually, Elite does have the Lantern in the back. So possibly very happy to just kind of stand here, hopefully try to take out Jace Fan's Lickitung and then align the Lantern onto the Charizard later. But the Charizard does have a lot of energy, which will still threaten the Lantern to some extent.
Exactly right. Body Slams slinging back and forth, being thrown by both these Lickitung. Somehow they're at energy parity. I think they literally are the exact same energy at this point. We're going to see the Body Slam connect into Jace Fan Lickitung. I think each of these Lickitungs need to get to, I think 2 Body Slams for Jace Fan, 1 for Elite. But again, controlling switch is going to be really critical here. A little less chip damage on Jace Fan's Lickitung also might be important. So we'll see how this shakes out.
That's right. Elite did take a few wing attacks there, but I think can still hold on for this last Body Slam. That's right. Mm-hmm. To get off
double resisted licks.
Well. Getting very low so that whatever comes in, you know, doesn't get farm. I like the strategy. Or possibly just seeing whether he could get to do Body Slams.
Oh, controlling switch by the hair on his chinny chin chin. Elite is able to hang on there with the Lickitung. Here comes the Charizard. Can't quite get to the Body Slam, but the work is done. Lantern comes in. Charizard is in trouble here.
It really is. J-Fan probably needs to get out of here as quickly as he can before the sparks add up too quickly. But unfortunately, his Lantern is going to be met with the Cresselia. So, you know, Jace Fan's Lantern is really going to need to put in a lot of work here, starting things off with a Surf Beat.
Yeah, it doesn't even get up to the Thunderbolt here. Throwing Surf right away. Does peel away the Protect Shield, which is important. Each Charge Attack minigame takes about 10 seconds. So as these Charge Attacks get fired off, I think the only win condition for Jace Fan is to catch on his Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. You want to catch on Charizard and maybe, get off a Dragon Claw on the Lantern later, but I think you really need to rely on your Lantern here. Elite's Lantern, like we saw, is actually Water Gun, so potentially if Jace fans can somehow power through this Cresselia, he still has a little bit of play, but Cresselia already almost at 2 Grass Knots here.
Lantern will absorb the first Grass Knot, like you pointed out earlier. So if 2 Grass Knots will KO, first one does connect. Psycho Cuts do basically no damage to anything, and it is a charge attack priority event. Surf will connect here.
That's right. It's going to connect, but not take out, of course, and Cresselia able to get off this last Grass Knot. So I think if you're Jace fan, you need to get out of here before the next Grass Knot comes through, because once your Lantern... Oh, never mind. All right, he's going to rely on Charizard to close this game out. Do you think this Lantern is going to be taken out by Blast?
There's no way, right? There's no way this Blast Burn's enough. Going for the biggest
No, I don't
Blast
think
Burn
it is.
of his life. Jace fan connects, Lantern hangs on, and a fish out of water takes down the Shadow Charizard. Elite going to win this series 2-1, and Jace fan's had enough. He says, I'm out of here.
Oh my goodness. All right, what a series, Speedy. And that was to decide the last undefeated participant.
Only one remains. Elite standing on top of the proverbial pile here, undefeated in the Silph North American Continentals. What an incredible performance there, especially after going down in game 1.
Yeah, I think that's a great performance. And Jason played really well as well, right? Like making the read that Elite was just not going to bring the Noctowl and like hard swapping that Lickitung game 3. But unfortunately, right, like it was just kind of too behind and lost swap there. But
Something I really admire this about Elite. We've seen this in Play Pokemon. We've seen this today in Silph North American Continentals. His prediction capabilities just get better as the series goes on. It feels like maybe game 1, he doesn't exactly have all the right answers, but by game 2, and especially by game 3, it's like, man, you cannot outpredict Elite. He just knows what you're going to do. He's in your head, rent-free.
Yeah, absolutely. Elite, very, very talented trainer. And yeah, I don't think he's competed since Fresno. So, like, if you consider this the tournament right after Fresno, he's, like, on a crazy win streak right now.
That's true. That's correct. Well, I think we need to wait. We need to get some opinions from our co-casters. Let's bring in Butters and NHoff to dissect that matchup. I don't know. NHoff, kick us off here. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that was an exceptional display by Elite. Specifically, the Lickitung, Cresselia, Lantern team composition from his position. You see that there's no Lickitung answer on that team. The answer is the mirror. And so often, a less experienced player will see the opponent swap and rush to make a swap. And he can't. There's no Pokemon on his team that hard beats Lickitung. But he has his own Lickitung there. He has an energy advantage. He has the Lantern that he knows he can align against the Charizard, and the Cresselia that he knows he doesn't want on the Charizard. He doesn't know that there's a Lantern in the back at this point, but he just says, you swap, I'll stay in, and I'll win alignment here with my mirror match. And just the composure then throughout the rest of the matchup. Yes, he has alignment advantage, but you have to pilot that correctly, and he did perfectly. Getting his Lantern on the Charizard, getting his Cresselia on the opposing Lantern. You can have a matchup that like you should win 10 out of 10 times, and you can absolutely butcher it. And he just was very comfortable in this winning position and closed out the matchup perfectly. And that's, a mark of a great trainer like Elite.
Yeah, I kind of want to expand on exactly what you're talking about, because I feel like something that goes under the radar is positioning your team, because it's kind of like chess positioning where Elite knew that his team is very weak to Lickitung, especially what he's bringing. He's bringing Lantern Cresselia. That's weak to Lickitung. If I position Lickitung in the lead, that blocks Lickitung in the lead and the Say Swap. Because the Lickitung can Say Swap in, that's fine. I'll stay with my Lickitung. And then if it's lead Lickitung versus Lickitung, that's fine too. So I feel like these trainers have really have next level positioning, like especially someone like Elite, who's the last remaining undefeated trainer here. And a lot of these top trainers, they find a way to position what the opponent knows you're bringing, because the opponent at this level knows exactly what's strong, what they're likely going to see. but it's all about positioning it properly and having less room for error. And Elite has done that amazingly, not only obviously in this tournament, but in past tournaments as well.
Definitely. We're getting some of the other results from this 6th round as we look at the bracket. So we can see, obviously, Elite moves on as the only trainer that is 6-0. Jay's Fan drops to 5-1, still an amazing score. We see Rise versus Hot Pocket. Rise was victorious 2-1, so I believe he moves to 5-1 as well. Wadaj against Firestar picks up the 2-1. Silent Beast takes down Flying Pizza, who we've been talking a good deal
about.
No! I know, but still, there's no complaints. If you are 4-2 in Continentals this stacked, I don't think there's anything that you can say negative about that. A Shady Equation taking a decisive 3-0 against M. Rinker, and then Magic Mason with a 3-0 over Sean from LA. I don't think I see if Dialap and Uaxod is reported yet. Oh.
Yeah. It looks like Mango reported a loss, only winning 1 game. So we're going to see if Eddie takes the 2-1 over Mango here.
And another win from DeFi 250. Sorry.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think he's 4-2 as well, which is an incredibly good score. Again, 4-2 at an Continentals. This stacked is very, very strong, especially as you're saying with the bionic eyes that she's put on from her recent operation.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, I remember I only competed once in Continentals, and I went 6-2, and I was off by Worlds by I think 2 positions or something like that. But I still felt good about it. So all these trainers that we're covering, that are barely getting not to qualify to Worlds, because as we mentioned before, only 3 of these trainers are going to qualify for the Silph World Championship. So it's going to be the coveted 3 for North America.
Ooh, it looks like we have our final pairings up. If you hit refresh, go ahead, Soph. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for those 3 spots, we're probably going to see Elite, and then there's, I believe, 8 trainers that are 5-1, so probably 2 of those 8 are going to be joining us. But yeah, you're right, we do have the final pairings up for round 7. We have Elite versus Silent Beast in that number 1 pairing, Jay's Fan versus Rise at number 2, and Wadaj versus Mountain Dugong in pair number 3. All very exciting matchups, and of course going down, Magic Mason versus Shady in pair number 4, Dialap versus Flying Pizza in pair number 5. So there'll be some great games.
Wow, I wish we could watch all 5 pairs, because those all sound absolutely cracked.
I know.
Yeah, and it's tough, and it goes into those pairs, but also your previous pairs, because at the end it's going to be comparing how many wins you've had throughout the tournament. I don't know if there'll be any tiebreakers, but this is where it gets really stressful as a competitor, because you're not only looking at what's ahead of you, but you're tracking how many wins your opponent has. You're trying to do the math, which is hard to do. So this is the tension point of the tournament, and 2 of those trainers are going to qualify. And, I think we've gone over every single slot so far. Now we got a fun one. We have our slot number 6. We've seen a ton of Tapu Fini, of course, but Cresselia was really strong in that last matchup for our only remaining undefeated trainer.
Yeah, I love this 6th slot. You see, Registeel's absent in the tournament, so we have its 2 siblings there of Regirock and Regiice. And it's interesting, some of these picks and the parallels we see up here. Cresselia, obviously, Shadow Hypno's a very clear parallel. Regirock acting as one of those anti-flyers. My favorite thing up here, though, is Mew, because you can't really place a parallel to it, and I see the attempts at alternate picks. There's Oranguru, Bronzong, and I think that's Latios in the bottom section.
Yeah.
There's nothing quite like Mew. Obviously, I'm biased in my favorite of these picks, but a really interesting slot. I love it, just like Butter's talking about.
It's like you're in the car, right? You're in the car and you say, "Mom, I really want a Mew," and she says, "No, we have Mew at home," and it's Oranguru and Bronzong and all this nonsense. It just never works out that way.
Very true. Very true. I wish I had some Mew for dinner tonight. I mean, not the actual Mew, but some good dinner.
Well, we do have Guzzlord on the chart there. The only trainer that I'm familiar has brought Guzzlord in other competitions is Magic Mason. If I recall, bringing it to Hartford. We don't see it on any team here in this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just hard to
Reggie
compete
Rock
with
as
those...
well.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just hard to compete with Tapu Fini and those bulky psychics. We're seeing so frequently in these matchups. It's either Tapu Fini in that 6th slot, it's Cresselia, or it's Deoxys Defense. And there's a pretty clear reason why. Those three are just extremely good. They bring bulk to a team. They're all very strong against Medicham, which we're seeing so frequently. And all three of those in particular, Tapu Fini, Cresselia, and Deoxys Defense, very happy that Registeel is not here. Both from a perspective of slot competition, because you don't have Registeel in this legendary slot, but also it beats all of them. Deoxys Defense, one of the saddest matchups is you're using this fighting type fast move of counter. Even if you have Thunderbolt as a charge attack, you're up against a Registeel, and you are just not happy as a Deoxys Defense user. And then obviously Cresselia can do nothing to chip away at that armor. And Tapu Fini, as much as I love it, as much as I know you can, occasionally win the 2 shields, it's not a matchup you want to be in as the Tapu Fini user.
Yeah, but how about the Guzzlord, which I know Speedy mentioned for a second? I feel like if any place this might look pretty good is in a heavy Lickitung meta, and also we've seen Cresselia. The problem is if it's a lot of Tapu Fini, that's tough. But against some of the top competition, Guzzlord's actually, I feel like, one of the more underrated Pokemon in Open Great League. It's really bulky. It's got a decent move set. It obviously is one of those Pokemon that has the double super effective, the things like Fairy, which is quite scary. But I didn't mean to rhyme there. But it's a really, really underrated Pokemon that we've seen Magic Mason. I don't know if Magic Mason is running it in this tournament, but we've seen him do extremely well with it. And I actually think it could be decent in maybe future regions or even in the worlds if the meta shapes up to be a bunch of Cresselia, Lickitung, Umbreon. Guzzlord's not bad.
Yeah, I think you're right, and especially here, sorry Hoff, but especially here, like everyone's required to bring a starter, right? And there actually aren't that many dragons because, right, Altaria is competing in that super competitive 2nd slot where there's Medicham and Noctowl. There's not really anyone bringing like Dragonite or Dragonair, so yeah, Guzzlord definitely could have had a lot of play here. Go ahead, Hoff.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna follow up. Like Guzzlord, as you're saying, the dragon typing is so good. It's definitely lost one of its biggest targets in like all of Great League in Trevenant, since it was that hard wall. It resists both ghost and grass damage, but it still has that like lumbering effect. And compared to something like Deoxys Defense or Tapu Fini, which is defense weighted, Guzzlord is massively HP weighted. It's like one of these Lanterns or Wigglytuffs or Driftblooms that has a huge HP weight. And that works to its benefit because the bulk distribution is just so much better against things like Water Gun, against things like Lock-On that we see from Registeel. So huge fan of Guzzlord, both here and in Great League as a whole. I actually, before Mason brought it to Hartford, I used Guzzlord against him in Toronto. I actually used quite a few Pokemon from this slot because I did an all legendaries team. So Cresselia, Guzzlord, Buzzwole, Tapu Fini, Moltres I brought. I think Moltres is a little bit slept on, except not really. It's like Charizard at home. You talked about Mew at home earlier.
Yeah.
Moltres is Charizard at home. He gets the Sky Attack and Overheat. You can really just cook something with that Overheat, but unfortunately, Shadow Charizard does exist. So
you can cook some onions off. You can roast some onions, right?
Certainly an option.
But yeah, I had to get that one in there.
Shadow Moltres actually like destroys Metacham, by the way, because it just like paces with Metacham on Sky Attack, and when we attack Sky Attack, it actually just destroys it. It can't take a charged attack at all, like so that's maybe one of its weaknesses, is that like if it takes one charge attack, it gets knocked out. But other than that, and by the way, the proper pronunciation, I like it, the Moltres, or Tres. I always say Moltres, which is probably incorrect, but you know, it's okay. We can say Drapion and Moltres here.
Here's the thing, Butters. Arda Kun Uno?
No, I know the Spanish thing,
okay,
Speedy.
Okay.
I know.
I'm just saying, dude. All right. A lot of these interesting picks, a lot of things we haven't seen yet. I want Buzzwole so badly to be meta, but I just don't think it's time. Oh, actually, production. It was actually active in the EU Continentals, which is really, really impressive. So, hey, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I was watching that this morning.
Kind of nice.
Yeah, its moveset's so good. Its typing's so interesting. It's like, again, talking about memories of Silph. I remember fuming for so long that I didn't have a Heracross. And I still don't have really that great of a Heracross. Speedy, don't nod along, because you have access to it. You don't know the pain. You don't know the pain of not having a Heracross. But
yeah, sorry, Hoff, can't relate.
Yeah, Mr. Halucho over there.
Oh, come on.
But now we have Buzzwole, so it's like better, but still could use a little bit more juice.
It's already pretty juiced, but that being said, I think that this next round is going to be juiced. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
Let's do it.
All right.
Bye.
All
right.
See you too.
Thanks, friends. We're in our next matchup now. As we mentioned, Elite has pretty much qualified for the World Championships for Silph, but we got still 2 trainers remaining. Every trainer with 1 loss. So Silent Beast versus Elite coming up next, it looks like. So Silent Beast definitely needs to win this battle. His journey is going to be on the line here. But what did you think overall, Hoff, about Elite's team running that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which we know we've seen a ton of from him in the past, but that Lickitung Cresselia dynamic duo was looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I like Elite's team a lot. We've seen Elite's team that he used in the Fresno Championship tournament didn't have a correct answer for Lantern or Swampert, and we see here very much does in both Lickitung and Cresselia. So doubling up on that pseudo grass type, neither of them being a grass type, but having that coverage for those water types, serving him very well in this tournament. Obviously, again, 6-0 so far, and then I love the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. I think it puts on so much pressure. Looking at Silent Beast's team, though, no shadows on 2 Pokemon that we generally see as shadow Pokemon. Both Charizard and Abomasnow opting for the non-shadow variant, which is very interesting. Sorry. Production's saying Abomasnow is shadow, but Charizard isn't. And Butters, what do you think about that?
Well, we saw this at the Oceanic International Championships, and it's good. Like, the thing is, it's still good. Without the shadow, it obviously is not as overwhelming, but you can actually hold on against some charge attacks, and so you're able to find momentum in situations that the Shadow Charizard might not be able to find that momentum, and we're just in it already. The Cresselia into Umbreon, and a huge factor here is there is no counter for Umbreon on Elite's team. Do you just pivot into Lantern? Do you stay in here or pivot? You probably just build up energy, maybe throw the Moonblast, and then swap into Lickitung or something, because Umbreon's looking so strong against all 6 of Elite's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a really interesting pick, and like we mentioned a bit ago, like Elite not having answers against certain Pokemon and just playing out neutral matchups. We see here he brings in the Lantern, which is his only neutral matchup against his Umbreon. Both Cresselia and Lickitung just not doing well. And we see the Metacham come in, but Silent Beast is so happy to not have Charizard against this Lantern. I think that is the biggest takeaway that Silent Beast is taking here. But we'll see, what do you think of the Water Gun Lantern Metacham matchup?
Yeah, so, I mean, Water Gun Lantern is just so strong, surprisingly, compared to even Spark. At this point, the Lantern is low enough that this Psychic will get knocked out because, an Undercharge, trying to get one more counter in maybe, but no, still knocks out. You did take that foul play, but like you mentioned, now you're able to avoid the Charizard. You have so much play. You have two good options into Cresselia. Even though Silent Beast wasn't running a Lantern counter at all three Lantern counters are on the bench, still able to counter it, no problem. Cresselia is going to struggle to fast attack down here, though. So how do you play this? Do you try to go for a Grass Knot undercharge and go for a Psycho Cut down? You can't fully commit. There's a swap into Umbreon.
Yeah, I love this play from Silent Beast. We'll see whether he shields. It goes no shielded, and it's a Grass Knot. It is not a super effective Moonblast.
What a call from Silent Beast. That's exactly what he needs to stay in this tournament. And this isn't going to quite knock out the Cresselia. The Cresselia does have a lot of energy close to the Moonblast, but the timer is back up. Going to throw the Moonblast nonetheless. Is this going to be a 2 Protect Shield situation? Lickitung versus Charizard.
Yeah, and it's looking very good for Silent Beast because, yes, Lickitun's a bulky monster, but you're not pacing the moves that quickly, and the fast move, or the charge move pressure, I mean, frankly, I don't know the non-Shadow Charizard matchups nearly as well.
Yeah.
But I would just assume that you're, one, able to take these licks much better, so the fact that you don't get whittled down, and two, you're just able to rapid fire off moves so much more quickly. And this Blast Burn call from the Lickitung is going to be huge here for Elite.
I think the huge difference here, I think you can go straight Blast Burn. You just need to endure one Body Slam because the Lickitung's probably going to get the double Body Slam. Here comes the Body Slam. Do you get the last Protect Shield? So can Silent Beast Charizard that's non-Shadow survive one more Body Slam? If so, I think this Charizard can just go straight Blast Burn. It might even outpace the Lickitung going straight Blast Burn.
Yeah, it's super interesting. We see two shields both on Blast Burn for Elite, doing the best they possibly can, but we see the swap out to Medicham, and the move is caught on the Cresselia!
What a move, but now the Medicham is gonna no-charge this. It's gonna do nothing. I don't know about this because now, wait, the Cresselia is just sitting there. The Cresselia does not want to do anything here. Once it get countered down, it's gonna have to throw a Psycho Cut. No, it just gets countered down there. The Lickitung, this is interesting here, and here comes the Lick. The Psychic is not going to be enough. This Lick should be able to knock out, and the Charizard's just at a Dragon Claw.
Yeah. So, super interesting here. Okay, so the Body Slam goes off. I assume that we will have to have a call on this because that was a game error, but the matchup there from the Charizard, it's so interesting. Against the Cresselia, obviously you use all the energy. Very interesting. Another aspect of this, as we look at like these trainers and their familiarities with Pokemon, Silent Beast has that best buddied ribbon on the Charizard, so we have to assume some familiarity with the Pokemon there.
Yeah, that was very interesting because that swap onto the Psychic was absolutely huge, but then the undercharge, and then at that point, Elite's Cresselia just wasn't doing anything. So I thought maybe for a moment that was just a decision not to do anything, but I'm not sure if that was a decision not to do anything.
Yeah, you get to these endgame scenarios, and really, really interesting like interplay in individual matchups. But we are, as expected, getting a dispute on that matchup, as we saw at the end, the charge move sequencing the Lickitung getting a Body Slam off, and the Charizard not getting to throw the Dragon Claw impacts, the outcome of the game. So we'll see, we're taking that over to the judges, but the matchup itself, just very interesting how that played out, how we played out the Water Gun Lantern. I really like the Water Gun Lantern from Elite. Because you have other answers to these flying types. You have Shadow Alolan and Sand Slash, which does really well, and Water Gun helps you in some of these other matchups, like against Defense Deoxys, having that one-turn fast move, and others. So very, very interesting pick as we see Spark so frequently.
Yeah, so it's funny because the top left three, the Charizard, Medicham, Umbreon, which we saw in that game number one, are all the three Pokemon that are not that strong, or not that strong. Umbreon and Medicham are just fine. Charizard's weak to it, but the bottom half is really the counters to that Lantern, because Shadow Bombsnow,
Mm-hmm.
an amazing counter, Cresselia is a good counter, and then if it's Spark Lantern, that's another counter to the Lantern there, but decided to bring none of those. So Lantern coming in was pretty safe. I just want to touch on that in game one more time, because I know this is for
Mm-hmm.
the judges to decide, but I feel like as soon as if as soon as you catch that psychic, uh, if the Medicham is able to undercharge it and leave that Cresselia healthy, which it decided to do, and say Cresselia does Psycho Cut down,
Mm-hmm.
the only win condition of the Charizard is to get the double Dragon Claw, and Dragon Claw being enough against Lickitung. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think it could have got to Dragon Claw plus Blast Burn before Cresselia got to a charge attack. So we would need to knock out the Cresselia and then Blast Burn the Lickitung. So I feel like the key deciding factor of that game actually came down to the swap catch on that Cresselia into Medicham. So that might have just been a game-winning play from Elite. It's so complicated, like you mentioned, that they might replay it, but in my eyes, that could have secured the battle there with that swap.
Yeah, definitely a huge play, and we see these tense catch scenarios, these extremely decisive moments in the battles. We've seen, Psychics caught onto Umbreons earlier in the tournament, and we see it's really interesting whenever you see matchups with, bulk to this degree, but then a Pokemon that has no bulk at all, and how it plays out. We see Charizard on Silent Beast team, but also Pokemon like Lantern, Medicham, Cresselia, and then on Elite's team, that Lickitung, Lantern, Cresselia, so much bulk, but then a Charizard trying to maneuver its best way through it. And I think it makes for some very interesting dynamics when the two clash.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, as you can see, slot 4 and slot 6, uh, Lantern, Cresselia are the two Pokemon that these trainers share. And I feel like these two Pokemon in general, in those two slots, devoting to Lantern or Cresselia, has been really strong for trainers in this tournament so far. There's been a difference between if you bring Charizard and Venusaur or Shadow Swampert. Some people bring Medi, some people bring Knocked Out. Obviously, some trainers deciding to bring that Shadow Bombsnow, like Rise to Occasion and Silent Beast, has been a pretty good pick overall. I feel like all these trainers in the end, like that have either one loss or undefeated right now, they're making really smart decisions with every single slot on their team. And these teams almost just look like an open Great League team, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing so much Medicham usage, or a Noctowl or a Azumarill in that slot. We're seeing so much Lickitung. There's a lot of interesting developments of effectively an open Great League format with Registeel removed. So, like you're saying, we're seeing these Lickitung, Umbreon, Azumarill, Tapu Fini picks that are all, uniquely weak to Registeel. We're seeing those thrive, but otherwise, there's not a ton of differentiation from Open Great League as a meta. And you're right about seeing things centralized, like this Lantern and Cresselia kind of matchup. If I was a member of a continental tournament upcoming, whether APAC or LATAM, I would definitely be eyeing up how this top section is consolidating in terms of team usage.
Yeah. We have an update, by the way, on this dispute. Okay. It is going to be a rematch for this game number one, which makes sense. It was so complicated in the in game. There's so many decisions that could have happened. And I actually thought that Silent Beast in general was in good position with his Charizard versus Lickitung. And then a bunch of stuff happened really quick that seemed a little funky. So it's hard to know exactly what went down. I thought the swap was very impactful from Elites, but very complicated. So they're going to rematch. And NHoff, do you know the rules on rematch here?
It will be the same backline. So I believe we're going like an entire rematch then of all three, or is that just the backlines? I'm gonna ask production.
So
Okay, so it's same teams. Entirely same teams of three. We will see a complete rematch here because the rematch was granted to Silent Beast. And we see the matchup start anew, that Cresselia into Umbreon we're about to get into right here.
Umbreon is so strong versus Elite's team. Elite had a team that was really weak to Shadow Swampert and Lantern in the past, and now just a glaring weakness to Umbreon, which I think is more manageable than Shadow Swampert. And this time, a different decision by Silent Beast. An attack drop! You know a little something about that, NHoff?
What? A Moonblast with an attack drop? Well, we know 10% equals 100%. We get the no shield now onto the foul play, knowing that you can tank it a little bit better. And this matchup becomes very interesting now, especially after the Umbreon has already devoted a shield to that first Moonblast. So we'll see how the remainder of this matchup plays out, but really interesting in this rematch. Blessed to get a fourth game between these two players, effectively, that we get to watch, because, wow, I'm already seeing this matchup become a lot more interesting than you'd expect. Again, ABA soft to the Umbreon, but just playing it out here now, the dynamics that result from a full rematch, always very interesting in how players change their play.
Wow, the Cresselia actually does Protect Shield there, but I don't think this Moonblast is enough. It's going to be close, but this Umbreon should be able to hold on and keep alignment here for Silent Beast. And Umbreon does hang on, has the foul play available, and looks like Elite is just happy to soft lose this matchup. So didn't have a good avenue to finish off this Umbreon. Now you could just go for a full lick down, so you could get a ton of energy on your Lickitung here. It decides to actually go for the water gun down. Got maybe 4 water guns in. We're going to definitely see the meta champ.
Yeah, I like this play a lot from Elite, and really, really a blessing to get that close of a matchup with Cresselia against an Umbreon. A bit of a lunar blessing for that Cresselia, getting that Moonblast debuff. And we see this Lantern's just so strong against the rest of Silent Beast team, as we know from the first matchup. So it's going to be really interesting how this game progresses.
Yeah, and the tough thing is now, actually, last Protect Shield out of the game, that is risky. But in the defense drop, so Silent Beast right back at Elite, getting the debuff there with the defense drop. And now the Silph is coming in. It gets Protect Shielded because Metacham is very valuable here. Swap in the Lickitung, then swap in the Charizard. So Lickitung got a little energy advantage. I think it can double body slam before the double blast burn.
Yeah, and this is really great for Elite, because even if the Charizard knocks out the Lickitung, you have that Lantern, which the Metacham looks within 1 Surf range, along with Water Guns. So Elite's looking like he's in a very strong position here. And yeah, we see the 10% debuff kind of swing go back and forth. The Metacham got it, but Elite's still in a very strong position here in this more endgame scenario.
We're in a full seesaw, though, because Lickitung got ahead on energy, but now this Metacham is going to be able to get energy onto his Lickitung, so now it has a Psychic banked. I don't think the Psychic is enough. You might have to get to a Psychic and an Ice Punch, or Psychic plus counter down. This Lantern is just so bulky, it's going to be able to endure, and this is the pressure from Water Gun. Can Water Gun get to a Surf, or will Metacham get to the Ice Punch? Barely gets there first!
Wow, a charge attack priority endgame. The Surf was there, but Metacham wins charge attack priority and gets the win for Silent Beast with a sliver of HP.
Wow,
what a rematch.
Game right there. Able to win that seesaw matchup, which I thought was brilliant from Elite to get the shields down. He knew that with shields up, like game number 1, he was probably disadvantaged unless he made a really amazing play, because shields up, Charizard is just going to be able to get to those blast burns, triple blast burns. So he got very lucky with the Moonblast debuff, got a Protect Shield out of Umbreon versus Cresselia, then got another Protect Shield later. But then in the end, Silent Beast able to get the counter down with the Metacham, Psychic, Ice Punch, knockout.
Yeah, just wild end games. Not only getting to the Ice Punch at the end with very little health remaining, but winning charge attack priority against the Surf on the Lantern. That's just one turn is how close that matchup was. If you had one more Water Gun against a prior Pokemon to have a little bit more energy, then Elite wins that match. And given that it was a Cresselia into Umbreon lead, Elite played that so masterfully for being against alignment that it's hard to fault him at all for losing that. It is so incredibly close in that endgame and just a masterful play. And of course, Elite's playing that great. He's 6-0 in the continental tournaments here.
Yeah, absolutely. But now Silent Beast is one victory away of having a good chance of qualifying for the Silph World Championships. And you have a commanding position in terms of team composition in my eyes, because Umbreon is just so strong. It's so safe. You can bring it against what Elite really likes to use, which is Lickitung, Cresselia, which we even saw it there. And it's so safe against everything. It really doesn't have any hard counter. So Silent Beast can manipulate that Umbreon to a full extent to try to set up either alignment or set up other Pokemon on his team.
Yeah, the Umbreon looks so safe. The other Pokemon I'm seeing that looks so safe is that Shadow Abomasnow. You have Elite with 2 water types and a Noctowl, all prime targets for Abomasnow. And in terms of counters, really just that Alolan Sandslash. Lickitung can out-bulk it, Cresselia can out-bulk it, but realistically, those are neutral matchups for the Shadow Abomasnow, and those 2 water types and the Noctowl are just clear targets for it. I think knowing that there's no fighting type damage on Elite's team, you can bring both the Umbreon and the Shadow Abomasnow to some success for Silent Beast, so long as you're able to align them properly. And, you know, if you don't bring the Charizard at all, you can kind of set a trap for that Lantern, knowing that it won't have a target on your team. But we'll see how it goes. I agree with you completely that Umbreon has to come every game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so safe not to do so. And we've seen Elite properly position his Pokemon in general. So I feel like he's going to have a team composition for game number 2 that protects from either a safe swap Umbreon or a lead Umbreon. Maybe he's going to lead Lantern in that game number 2 because it's going to be just fine against the Umbreon lead or safe swap. Then, to your point, that really brings out the Shadow Abomasnow. So if you can bring Shadow Abomasnow plus an Alolan Sandslash counter, here it is, the Lantern lead in game number 2, and it's met by the Spark Lantern, which is a brilliant decision. I believe it's Spark. No, it's Water Gun on Water Gun. This is actually a neutral lead now.
Wow, a wet and wild start to this battle. We have 2 Water Gun Lanterns. And Elite's probably pretty sad here because he's got his 2 Lantern counters in the back, but he catches the Thunderbolt on his Lickitung, which is a great catch for Elite.
And I feel like Elite is trying to bait out the Charizard, which doesn't exist on Silent Beast's side right now, but he does also bait out the Umbreon. So he's either with this move baiting out either the Umbreon or the Charizard, making his Cresselia insanely strong in the back. I know Elite looks behind right now, but Cresselia looks amazing in the back line.
Yeah, we see Silent Beast kind of approaches a fork in the road. There's 2 paths against a Lickitung. You can swap in your Medicham, which is a positive matchup, especially with the Lickitung a little down on HP. Or you can swap in the Umbreon. And the Umbreon is this bulky Pokemon. It's so safe. It beats the Lickitung. But it leaves you so vulnerable to the Cresselia in the back. And Elite's going to be very happy when he sees that it's Lantern and Medicham in the back for his Cresselia.
Yeah, I mean, not only happy, but I think advantage there. And there comes another swap just dancing around these 2 trainers with these bulky Pokemon. Elite's just running Lantern, Lickitung, Cresselia every single game, but able to lead that Water Gun Lantern in the proper position. But now you got a lot of energy for this Medicham. This Medicham is coming in to soak all this energy because Silent Beast knows that it might be weak to a backline Cresselia. So will Water Gun Lantern, but not as weak as the Medicham. So if Silent Beast was expecting that backline Cresselia, I actually really like that play.
Yeah, I was actually very shocked that Elite hard swaps the Lantern when you haven't seen all three of Silent Beast's Pokemon. As we mentioned, that Shadow Abomasnow could be so good um, in this matchup. Obviously not present, and Silent Beast doesn't get to put that Grass type onto the Lantern, but does get swapped back and avoids this Medicham getting onto this Cresselia for more than, a few Psycho Cuts here.
Yeah, and so we saw the pivot out of the Umbreon.
Low.
So Umbreon, yeah, in the Umbreon has enough health to threaten this Cresselia. It doesn't have any energy, so I think the Cresselia will outpace, but there's 2 Protect Shields remaining. Looks like Elite's just going to try to throw on proper fast attack alignment. He does so because he knows he's probably going to be in this matchup for a little while against this Umbreon, because the Umbreon is the best answer to this Cresselia at this point. And is at double foul play here, trying to avoid being swapped on, throwing the first foul play, has the back-to-back here, but Elite does have a very low health Lickitung that he can use to swap into.
Yeah, and it's very interesting here with that Lantern in the back. Yes, you're weak against Grass Knots or Power Whips, but you catch a Moonblast, and suddenly it's not so bad. Oh, but we get the Moonblast attack drop!
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry.
Not only swapping into it. That was amazing. And then now the Surf is going to be coming in. This is going to do nothing here. And now you're at this Grass Knot. You have to throw it before the Surf. How much energy does that Umbreon have? I don't think you're going to be able. And here comes an Undercharge. This Cresselia is trying to line up a way to get a Psycho Cut down. Does he? Oh, that was perfect by Elite there.
Yeah, Elite, once again, showing his mastery over some of these matchups.
Oh, wow.
And Silent Beast gets to put the Umbreon here, but shields a Grass Knot from the Cresselia. Huge for Elite once more.
Oh, and he catches! He catches the foul play! Elite is trying to come back into this series and be the clear champion of North America Continentals. Is just a couple Psycho Cuts away. The timer's almost ticking down, and Elite with the buzzer beater Moonblast to knock out Silent Beast Umbreon and take game number 2. Wow.
So sometimes, especially in a match with that much bulk, you'll see one interesting catch that might determine a matchup. You might see one interesting low percent chance debuff. The amount of, we're talking about seesawing back and forth, swinging energy, swinging matchups. What did we just witness in terms of catching moves, catching debuffs, throwing back moves, catching a foul play on your Lickitung? Just, we could not be more spoiled with an amazing final match in this round 7 than what we just experienced there between these 2 top battlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And because I feel like Elite's top tier positioning allows him to make these swaps, even when he's so weak against an opposing Pokemon, I thought the lead the Lantern was really smart, because you either can face the Umbreon in the lead, you're fine. You can face a Say Swap Umbreon, you're fine. And then you can pivot Lickitung and bait out the Umbreon, so Cresselia has a lot of play. I actually expect Elite to lead Lickitung in game number 3, because Silent Beast might try to bring a counter to Water Gun Lantern. He doesn't have any counters on the field at all against Water Gun Lantern. So the best way to do that is to bring a Shadow Abomasnow or a Cresselia, 2 perfect targets for that Lickitung. So I think we're definitely seeing the team of 3 of Lickitung, Cresselia, Water Gun Lantern again from Elite, but it's going to all come down to positioning and being able to move around, dance around the battlefield.
Yeah, I don't know. Silent Beast coming into this 3rd game, like, he just got danced around so heavily by Elite. And obviously you have to recompose yourself. You have to play for that World's Invite. And you still do have that Umbreon that's so safe. But, like, the mental game, you have to put yourself in these shoes of entering a game 3 after that game 2. It's going to be very interesting. And we see the Noctowl finally come out for Elite against this Umbreon lead for Silent Beast.
Wow, and look at this backline. Brought back the Charizard and brought the Shadow Abomasnow to be the counter against the Lantern. So, I mean, this is what you want, I think. This was a smart team composition from Silent Beast. Lead Umbreon, win alignment, and if you're expecting the Lantern in the back, alignment is going to be crucial to winning this battle.
Yeah, this is huge for Silent Beast. Shadow Abomasnow just so potent into a team with Noctowl and Lantern, and especially more so against the Lantern, which can't threaten nearly as much as the Noctowl. Silent Beast, if he wins alignment, is in such a comfortable spot. Again, that non-Shadow Charizard, just the littlest bit better against the Lickitung as well. And then Grass type into Lantern. It's the one thing Lantern fears. And, we'll see whether Elite forces Switch or tries to force Switch in this lead matchup, or just accepts the Umbreon kind of out-bulking the Noctowl. But I believe survives that foul play to get a Sky Attack off, and now it's up to Silent Beast if he commits or not.
Yeah, it looks like Elite actually might win the zeros here. So Silent Beast did commit because he knows his strategy is dependent on alignment. He knows Umbreon is useful even at very low health. He has to get the Snarl down, and he couldn't get the Snarl down, so he had to commit all that energy that he just gained on that foul play. But it's smart. You don't want to go down 2 Protect Shields to nothing. Here comes the Lantern to Water Gun down. You'll barely get to a foul play, maybe not even get to a foul play.
Yeah, but this is huge for Silent Beast. Getting to see that Lantern is massive in knowing that he has to keep this Charizard away from it. So, a little bit of information gain there. Still not in a great position because this Lickitung is so strong into the Charizard, but knowing that Abomasnow on the Lantern in the back is awaiting is going to be huge in how he decides to play out this matchup, where he commits his last shield, and what charge move he's throwing here.
Baits are pretty useful here because you know the opponent's going to try to shield. And look, Elite tried to call it, but got Blast Burned instead. What a play by Silent Beast to sneak in a Blast Burn in between 2 Protect Shields. I think Elite was trying to call the Dragon Claw, expecting the bait because those would be the best Protect Shields of the game. Suddenly, the Shadow Abomasnow's in position to Powder Snow down.
Yeah, and Elite gets to this Body Slam, kind of the saving grace here, but that Blast Burn being snuck through 2 shields, as you're mentioning, is huge in giving Silent Beast the best chance here. His Shadow Abomasnow is already at an Energy Ball. The Lantern has 2 Protect Shields, and whether or not they get baited or no shielded!
Woo! Oh, that is a lot of damage. I don't blame Elite though there, right? NHoff, like, you want to try to go for your win condition, which is probably no Protect Shielding a Weather Ball. And now there's no Protect Shields left. This is going to do a lot to the Shadow Abomasnow, but it's not quite enough. Here comes the Powder Snow down, and Elite goes down with 2 Protect Shields, and Silent Beast is able to defeat the last undefeated trainer in the tournament.
Wow. Something to be said about a tournament where no one goes through undefeated. And what an end game for Silent Beast to get it. No shields used by Elite in that final game, and it makes entire sense as to why. You think as Elite that the win condition for Silent Beast is baiting some of those shields, but actually the win condition was not having any of them used, was in fact going straight for the Blast Burn, straight for the Energy Ball, and that just propels Silent Beast into the 6-1 position right alongside Elite, looking very, very reasonable at having a shot at that top 3 performance.
Wow, and yeah, because at that point, your most efficient shield would be a Blast Burn if you're the Lickitung. So Silent Beast knew that, so tried to go for the mind games where you're expecting a bait because you know your opponent's always going to shield, then through the Blast Burn. Elite tried to call it, couldn't make it happen, and taking the first loss. And let's be joined by our other casters, Speediest Chief and sophtoph. What a matchup. This high-level play back and forth. Welcome back, guys.
Hey, guys. Good to be back.
Oh, my goodness. Game 2. I think Game 2 is my favorite game all day. That was absolutely off the rails. Catching the foul play on the Lickitung, coming in with the Cresselia, the timer ticking down, less than 3 seconds remaining, getting to the Moon Blast. That was something special. And I feel like in game number 3, losing with 2 shields, it feels so bad, man. I feel like I don't know. I don't want to speak for anyone here, but I feel like Elite probably feels that he left some things on the field that in that game in particular. That was tough.
Yeah.
Well, he
Two
literally
shields
did
specifically.
2 protect shields.
That's true. That's true. He left him on the field and he walked away. He's like, man, I wish I would have used those.
Fist bump
Yeah.
to
I
Butters
don't know.
there. Yeah, on the same page. 2 shields. Just so rough. So rough. Can definitely. I know anyone watching who's played PvP seriously can feel exactly how that end game feels. But just wow. That game 2 and game 3 both. Just incredible plays.
Well,
Yeah.
I just want to
I don't know,
congratulate
Silph.
Elite on his run in general because what an amazing
For real.
performance. And I might have been wrong, but am I crazy to say in his last 6 or 7 games, he was just using the same 3 Pokemon? He was using Lantern, Lickitung, Cresselia, and then he made one swap in the Noctowl on that last game. But how about to be so dominant in a tournament, only relying on 3 Pokemon and just having brilliant positioning and maneuverability to be able to outplay your opponent? I think he's really battling at a next level right now, even though he just lost.
Yeah, but still, I think the performance speaks for itself. Really, really impressed by both trainers. Again, I was looking at the top pairs, and all these pairs in round 7 are just absolutely stacked. And I think because Elite lost, we're going to have an interesting situation unfold here. We'll hear from production on what comes next.
Okay,
All
so
right,
it looks
sounds like we're
gonna
taking
have-
a quick break.
Yeah, we're taking a timeout here, and then we'll be back with even more action. Don't go anywhere.
See y'all.
When the echo stops, is that the end of the line? Should I settle for just fine? I'm out of my mind, want the world to be mine. Sick of being trapped all up in my cocoon. I can see my future, trust me I'll be there soon. I can't help you now, I know what you're about. I'm setting myself free to show the real me. I've had enough, it's rough, forget about what has been. I got my sights on new horizons, taking out the walls I built that kept me from this paradise. I got my sights on new horizons, new horizons.
The
Welcome.
soon has ended. Sorry.
Welcome back to Silph Continentals for North America, and we're in the playoffs now. We have every single trainer pretty much has one loss, so we have to do a ton of playoffs. We have some trainers that have some buys, but then we have some trainers that are going to be going at it to try to move through this playoff bracket because, like we mentioned before, only 3 trainers can qualify from this tournament, and the playoffs will determine those trainers.
Definitely a fierce competition in this top 6 group of this tournament, and we see some huge names in these top 6 player base. We have Magic Mason, Wadaj, Elite, Dial-Up Churn, Silent Beast, and Jay's Fan, all at that 6-point mark, and all competing from that group of 6, narrowing down to a group of 3 who will qualify for the Silph World Championships.
Yeah, and that's a ridiculous group of 6. I mean, we still have Jay's Fan, the global rank 1 trainer, and then with Dodge, Magic Mason, even these 2 trainers coming up next. Elite, who we've seen, is ranked 28 globally, and Dial-Up is ranked 73. So these are best of best trainers in Silph in other formats as well. But we are going to have our next matchup is going to be Elite versus Dial-Up. So it doesn't get more epic than that. 2 trainers that brought the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Cresselia. So finally, we might see some Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus Cresselia action, because first looking at this team, there's no answer to Shadow Alolan Sandslash on Elite side besides maybe Shadow Swampert.
Yeah, Shadow Swampert and his own Lickitung looks very strong as well. It's not a clear-cut matchup. The Alolan Sandslash has some play, but definitely a matchup that isn't clear-cut as like other Steel types will more firmly beat the Lickitung. Something else, as you mentioned, these trainers that are very good in other formats. Of these top 6, we have 4 regional champions from the Play Pokemon circuit, including Wadaj, who is also an international champion. So we have Wadaj, we have the 2 trainers here, Elite and Dial-Up Churn, and Magic Mason, all in these top 6. Just consistent performance across multiple competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. It's tough to be this consistent and this dominant, and that's why all of these trainers are here in this top 6 in this playoffs. And that's why also none of these trainers went undefeated, because it's just tough going against the best of the best, which Silph has to offer in North America. And yeah, so now it's the end stages of this tournament. We know which teams worked out in the meta. We've seen a ton of Lickitung, but one trend that I've noticed is a lot of the trainers that made it really far brought Cresselia for their final slot. Sorry about the lack of Tapu Fini in NHoff, but Cresselia seemed to come up on top in this tournament.
No, I completely can see why, and I'm not upset. If there's a second legendary that I want to see succeed after Tapu Fini, it's definitely Cresselia. It's another Moonblast enjoyer. We've seen multiple Moonblast debuffs, so not quite a fairy type, but a stand-in. Still does that Moonblast damage. And it's not hard to see why Cresselia has done well in this tournament. We see so many teams bring both Medicham and Tapu Fini, and what Pokemon breaks that core best in a meta that is devoid of Trevenant? Venusaur can do well, sure, but Cresselia is the best answer.
Yes, and I'm so glad you brought that up, because when Trevenant got taken out of the meta because of the Hidden Gems update, no Pokemon really replaced it. And I actually think Cresselia is the best replacement for Trevenant in that role. We've seen a lot of Shadow Venusaur because Shadow Venusaur is actually better against the Steel types like a Registeel. But I feel like if you just sacrifice that Registeel matchup, Cresselia does all the things that you did with the Trevenant, able to beat the Water types, able to easily beat Medicham. I feel like it is the best grass type that's not even a grass type.
Yeah, I mean, we have 2 of those, and we see it on both teams here. We have the Cresselia, which is, a pseudo-grass type, and that Lickitung. And we see 3 mirror matchups. Those 2, and then the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And it's for a reason. These Pokemon have really good play and shut down an otherwise dominant Lantern. All 3 of these Pokemon have really good play into Lantern. Shadow Alolan Sandslash having that heavy-hitting Drill Run, although it can be a little bit shakier than you would like, but we're seeing so much Lantern in this tournament, and these pseudo-grasses just do enough. We're seeing a lot of Swampert as well, and these pseudo-grasses do well into that as well. So it's no surprise that we're seeing them consistently, and I think we're about to get our first match.
Yeah, we have the Lantern into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and this is a Water Gun Lantern, so this Shadow Alolan Sandslash is going to be outpacing it by a good margin here, getting to that Drill Run even before Surf is available for the Lantern. The problem is this Water Gun pressure is doing a lot, so if Elite did decide to double Protect Shield the Drill Run, I think you could actually just Water Gun through, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, and even if it does, then gets to see the Lickitung in the back, but this is a very interesting backline matchup for Elite. That Shadow Alolan Sandslash that he has is in a very precarious spot against these backlines, but we see him swap to his Lickitung, which is just really safe, even against Galarian Stunfisk. Like, you're seeing a meta that doesn't have Registeel, and it's just a lot better for Lickitung, which is very great to see here, how it'll play out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, all these Pokemon are thriving because Registeel is out of the picture. And, both these trainers don't even have Medicham because Registeel is not in the picture. And plus, I don't even know if Medicham is a consistent counter to the Registeel. So I feel like a lot of these trainers just sit in Medicham and instead bringing the Shadow Swampert, bringing the Shadow Charizard, because you have play throughout the entire meta with your coverage there. As this Power Whip is going to be landing onto the Galarian Stunfisk, this isn't going to be quite enough. So now Dialab is going to be able to keep the alignment here if he decides to land this Earthquake.
Yeah, and things are looking really rough for Elite in that backline then, because he doesn't really have an answer for this Lickitung from Dialab. Completely full health Lickitung still remaining, and it's not got a clear-cut answer. Although, the Water Gun down of that Galarian Stunfisk, really good for him there on the Lantern.
Yeah, and now, do you ever just come in with the Lickitung and soak this energy? I really like this, because you don't really want to soak the energy on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. You'd rather just hit it right in the belly of the Lickitung, and takes this no problem. I believe that you're going to be able to take the licks on your Lantern, but you want to swap on the energy into your Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Definitely. You're looking at resisted damage from either charge attack, as opposed to a Power Whip completely knocking out a Lantern. Waits a little bit before switching, but Dialab doesn't fall for it. Throws an Ice Punch against the opposing. Listen, it is 1 Shadow Claw cheaper.
I guess so. Dialab just tried to flex on his opponent, throwing a double resisted Ice Punch and then landing the Drill Run, but it's not enough. So this Ice Punch is going to be landing. It's an undercharge because Elite does want to get that Water Gun down. This is going to do absolutely nothing. A little more than I thought. Can you get to the Ice Punch as a parting gift? No, the Water Gun down happens, but there's just a Protect Shield remaining and a Power Whip for Dialab.
Yeah, Dialab played that expertly throughout that endgame. I don't think that Ice Punch bait was even necessary from the Alolan Sandslash, but does it anyway, and just gets that very decisive Power Whip on the Lantern, still having a shield. Just a matchup that was not very clearly cut and dry, but making it look easy for him against Elite in that game 1.
And you don't even have to guess that it wasn't necessary. It was not necessary. You had the Shadow Alolan Sandslash switch locked. You had 1 Shadow Claw away from double Drill Run. Your only lose condition is probably them no Protect Shielding on the Ice Punch. So there was no point to throw it except to get in the head of your opponent. Like, I'll bait even if I don't need the bait. So now that's a little mental advantage onto Elite, because Elite was probably thinking, what is the point of this? But he doesn't know exactly the energy Dialab's at. Well, he probably does because he's so talented. But yeah, there is no point except for to flex on the opponent. But Dialab is starving, so that's why he's always flexing.
Dialab's starving. He's also definitely someone to try to play mind games. So that Ice Punch is for 2 reasons. One, is to flex, but 2 is you know that your opponent feels like they have to shield, because a drill run, as we saw, basically KOs there. But not only are you flexing, but you're making them second guess every bait or heavy hitting charge move that you throw in the future. So if you throw that drill run again in the future against a Lantern, Elite might think to himself, "Oh, this might be an Ice Punch bait," and it actually affects future charge moves in the same match. Which is super interesting and definitely a tactic that Dialab has employed multiple times in the past.
And I love this matchup because we've talked about earlier how talented Elite is at team composition and just throughout a series getting better and better. I actually think Dialab is one of the best players in Silph that I've seen. I've watched him play Silph in the past. He is really good at adapting in series and taking it to a different level. Even in championship series, he's good at that as well. So I'm actually fascinated to see what these two traders bring out in game number 2.
Yeah, again, half of these teams are mirrored, so lots of interesting mirror matches. We saw the Alolan Sandslash mirror match there at the end. But a lot of potential for those kinds of situations. As you mentioned, maybe we'll see an Alolan Sandslash on a Cresselia. Here we see a Lickitung into a Shadow Swampert, and definitely an advantage lead situation for Dialapture.
Yeah, probably going to say swap in to a Pokemon at some point after you throw a Hydro Cannon. I think you can throw the Hydro Cannon and then try to soak the energy onto either your Shadow Alolan Sandslash or onto your Lickitung. You really have optionality here. It's pretty safe to swap into either. You do all that damage, and then you're out, and then you swap the Body Slam. So when you thought that was maybe a bad lead situation, it turns out not so bad as you take the resisted Body Slam.
Yeah, I love this play from Elite. It is such a counterintuitive decision. You never see any situation where you want to safe swap an Alolan Sandslash, but Dialab, not having a fighting type, is able to have Elite do that, but Elite shields another Ice Punch!
And Elite was a Shadow Claw ahead. Not anymore, because Dialab again throws the Ice Punch bait, so now they're on the same energy cycle, so they should get to this drill run at the same time, and there it is. No, actually, looked like Dialab went for the drill run, and Elite didn't go for the drill run, went for the extra here, does use the Protect Shield, and he should be getting to that drill run. The back-to-back drill run will be available at the same exact time, I believe.
No, because it's a 6-6-5 cycle, so Elite still gets their one Shadow Claw sooner to the third, and Dialab, recognizing that, doesn't shield the second one. It's a really good call on both ends, knowing the matchup and knowing that the Ice Punch bait is very beneficial on getting to the second drill run, but not to the third. And we see Dialab bring in this Galarian Stunfisk, and Elite answer with the Lickitung.
I'm surprised that Elite actually didn't throw the drill run there, because that would have been a lot of damage into the Galarian Stunfisk, or pick up the last Protect Shield there. So then there wouldn't be a Protect Shield in the way for that Shadow Swampert. Maybe Elite's trying to bank that energy to try to use some sort of combo play down the stretch, just pivot into the safe Lickitung, throw the Power Whip. This Galarian Stunfisk is going to be able to knock out soon, but the problem is, I don't know if you can Earthquake and then one-shot down, and the Power Whip is already incoming.
Yeah, Elite's playing this really well. I really enjoy how he's navigating this matchup, and obviously getting that Power Whip off before the Earthquake comes through is huge. And this Galarian Stunfisk
undercharge.
Now, undercharging nicely, but it's in Mudshot range of that Shadow Swampert.
And so Rock Slide won't do anything into this Shadow Swampert. So Dialab smartly banks that Rock Slide to try to use it in the in-game versus the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. How much energy does this Lickitung have? Can it get the Power Whip before the Hydro Cannon? I think it's going to get there, but doesn't even need the Power Whip. Does it? This is going to be so close. Does this knock out?
This is going to be extremely close, and just narrowly does not, but does that Swampert get to a Hydro Cannon? I'm not sure. Depending on what Pokemon it lines up on, I don't know if a Mudshot does enough. This Drill Run will not do enough to the Lickitung, but is it in Shadow Claw range?
Oh,
Not quite.
Looks like Dilap and his Lickitung is really close to taking a 2-0 win here. This is going to be a knockout into Shadow Low and Sanchez. One lick away and knocks out the Shadow Swamper. And Dilap with a clean 2-0 in this opening playoff series against Elite, who never even took a series loss until the 7th round of the tournament and suddenly lost 2 rounds in a row.
You want to talk about close matchups. If that Swampert was able to survive those licks, Mudshot down, it was at a Hydro Cannon then to fire at that Galarian Stunfisk, but just by the closest of margins, those licks come through and secure the win for Dilap Churn, going up 2-0. We will see the third match, but progressing on in these tiebreaker rounds, and Elite, who was just at the highest point of the tournament, when 6-0 after round 6, is now, out of contention, which is just all falling apart right at the end. Very unfortunate, but also a testament to the opponents that Elite was facing here, and just how well he did up until that, end of the tournament here.
Yeah, it's tough. He's also been in the opposite seat where he was coming into a loser side of a grand finals in a championship series, and then reverse sweeping the thing 6-0 to win the entire thing. So he's been on the opposite side. You can't always win every tournament, but an amazing run from Elite in this tournament. Was the favorite until literally last round. So incredible performance. One of the best trainers in North America for sure. Global rank 25, and then also just one of the most consistent and talented trainers there is. So unfortunately, this probably means he is going to be out of contention here, but Dilap able to win that 2-0. Like you said, we're going to see the game number 3, and who doesn't want a game number 3 of Dilap versus Elite?
Yeah, talk about a big name matchup. We see even more content from these two. We get the Lantern into the Alolan Sandslash here in the lead.
Yeah, so once again, this is the water gun. So Shadow Low and Sandslash is outpacing by a lot on these drill runs, but it takes a lot of pressure from the water gun. Before Dilap actually threw the drill run when he had it, maybe he was expecting a swap out, so he actually played this differently, invested a Protect Shield here. Now I feel like you could swap into your own Lickitung and soak all that energy, but Elite didn't have the chance to.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup, and whether you choose to shield first or not actually determines a lot of how your opponent will generally play out this matchup. So Dilap Churn not saying that he has to throw the first charge attack, opting to shield first, and then still gets the drill run off, but actually catches the Surf on his Lickitung.
NHoff. Look at this team, by the way. That was an amazing catch to not have to give up a Protect Shield and keep it a little bit healthy on that Shadow Low and Sandslash. And now you're baiting out the opposing Lickitung, so this is actually pretty nice here. Look at how weak Dilap's team is to fighting right now. It's running Shadow Low and Sandslash, Lickitung, and Galarian Stunfisk. But of course, there's no counter user on Elite side.
Yeah, this is just the kind of situation you can get into when there is not that fighting pressure, is just triple weak, arguably quad weak to fighting because that Alolan Sandslash is double weak to it. But it doesn't matter because Elite has no fighting pressure at all, not even a fighting type charged attack among his 6 Pokemon. So Dilap just abusing a flimsy Steel type and a bulky normal type and Steel type in the back with that Lickitung and Galarian Stunfisk. Also triple strong against that Lantern. Arguably, bait dependent on the Galarian Stunfisk, but still looks really nice for him.
And look at how safe all these Pokemon are for these trainers. They're just swapping constantly, not really afraid of the repercussions of losing alignment here because everything is so neutral. So that's one of the greatest parts of Silph. You see a team quadruple weak to fighting. All these trainers have neutral Pokemon, so they're swapping around the battlefield, going for a Rock Slide bait here, and once again getting the Protect Shield from Elite. Dilap is definitely in Elite's head right now.
Yeah, the baits here in this set really just showing a strong, like you said, in his head, knowing what his tendencies will be around shielding, and getting this Earthquake against the Alolan Sandslash to definitively control alignment in the rest of this matchup will look really good for Dialapture.
Oh, that was actually huge to get to that rock slide there. If you got knocked out before the rock slide, this Lickitung would come out kind of healthy and with energy against the low health. And then here comes the combo move into Elite's Lickitung and Dilap with a 3-ball flex, 3 Pokemon remaining, clean 3-0. Oh, no, wait, never mind. There was that Lantern.
Nope,
so now it's, yeah.
That was incredible because you saw Elite still had 2 body slams on that Lickitung, but because of the timeliness, because of getting that immediate swap into the body slam, the Dialapture hitting with both fists, coming in and just taking that match again. 3-ball flex, extremely dominant play to close out that match, just as he started it with the 2 wins.
Yeah, 3-ball and 3 wins for Dilap here to start off this playoffs. Now suddenly, Elite looked like to be the favorite. Now Dilap coming out of nowhere, coming from the north in Canada to try to take the North American crown here at Silph Continental is really impressive play. Interesting team running Shadow Alolan Sandslash and Lickitung pretty much in every single game. It's hard to counter that core if you don't have a Medicham. And so I'm really curious to see how the other teams in the playoffs match up against that and if they did bring the Medichams, because NHoff, I believe a lot of these top trainers actually didn't even bring Medicham.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You expect a Pokemon to be so popular, and you were talking about this earlier. You expect the most common pick in each of the slots, and then you build a team that counters that top pick. And I think a lot of people in this top 6 have teams that counter that Medicham. The other thing I really like about Dialapture's team, and I'm really glad to see him succeed in this tournament, is he has the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. He brought that in these games, but also the Shadow Charizard. And we talk about Pokemon that really just propel you forward if you have good skill expression in this game. And I think these are 2 of the most high-skilled Pokemon that you can use in Pokemon Go PvP right now. The Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Shadow Charizard, both these Pokemon have double weaknesses, but both these Pokemon have immense amount of charge attack pressure and a really good amount of coverage that just allow you to, if wielded perfectly, win matchups that you have no business winning otherwise. And Eddie, Dialapture, really talented, really able to use both of these well. Obviously, we didn't see Shadow Charizard in that match, but I'm sure he's used it quite a bit in the tournament. Definitely a delight to watch.
Yeah, well said. I mean, I completely agree with the Shadow Charizard and Shadow Alolan Sandslash points that you just made, but I feel like a new wrinkle to those high skill ceiling Pokemon is trainers bringing Cresselia to the mix, because some of the best cores for like a Shadow Charizard, what are you really weak to? You're really weak to Lantern. How do you consistently beat Lantern? You need something that is either going to be ground, grass, or dragon. Dragon doesn't always hold up. The grass types in general haven't always held up, and a lot of trainers want to run Registeel instead of Galarian Stunfisk. So I really love Cresselia and how it partners with some of the highest skill Pokemon, because A, it really protects its weaknesses, and then B, you don't need to use Protect Shields on it. And then C, it's one of those Pokemon that can dance around a lot because it's so bulky. It gets the charge attacks quickly, so you can manipulate the board and your switch timer to move around. I really think this combination is something that we're going to have to look out for in the rest of this playoffs, the Silph Worlds, and of course the World Championships or the Championship Series as well.
Definitely.
We're just gonna have some matchups we just heard. I think I like Wadaj versus Dialap.
Yes.
That's gonna be a fantastic matchup. I think we're gonna run that playoff next. Wadaj had a bye round number 1 of this playoffs, and then of course Dialap just 3-0'd Two-Face Wadaj.
Yeah, I think that definitely a chat favorite would be to keep Dialap on the screen for this next round as we progress into it. I'm not sure if we're going to need a break first or if we're going to be able to roll right into it. It sounds like we'll get the feedback from production in just a bit, but definitely want to see that with Dodge versus Dial-App matchup next.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm just kind of taking a peek at his team, and he was running the Venusaur, non shadow, I believe, and that shadow Alolan Ninetales. I don't know. I feel like Dialap has a better team composition. I'm not gonna lie, but we've seen Wadaj just have the strangest team compositions in past tournaments and just pull off anything. But I really like Dialap's team right now, actually.
No, it's definitely like, again, you have those two very high skill ceiling shadows. You have the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and the Shadow Charizard, but the rest is extremely indexed towards bulk. You have Azumarill, Cresselia, Lickitung, as we saw a lot of, and that Galarian Stunfisk. So you have a lot of like Glass Cannon bulk monster kind of pairings that really complement each other well.
So first, looking at this, there's no real counter once again for Shadow Alolan Sandslash besides Lickitung. So of course we're gonna see a ton of Lickitung as we've seen. Tapu Fini can do okay. You get to those surfs, but in Great League, I feel like a drill run is just going to do so much to a Tapu Fini. I'm sure you know that very well. But I feel like the story here in Hoff is going to be the steel types. Shadow Alolan Sandslash looking very strong. And then Galarian Stunfisk is looking pretty good against Dialap's team. There's no true counter. There's only a Azumarill.
Yeah, the Azumarill looking almost mandatory for that Galarian Stunfisk, but it's not quite that clear-cut. Lickitung has more play into it than the Galarian Stunfisk user would like, especially compared to another steel type like Registeel. The Galarian Stunfisk Alolan Sandslash matchup is a little bit worse for Galarian Stunfisk than it would like. The Alolan Sandslash can 2-shield and go straight drill run and win that, so there's definitely a clear-cut answer in that Azumarill, but then some closer matchups, some like manageable situations, depending on field scenarios.
Yeah, in Cresselia's not even that bad. It sounds like Wadaj might need a little more time.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break.
All right. Well, we'll see you very soon with Dodge. He is off crutches, but you know it's hard out here for a dominant player. He's going to need a little time to cool off and get ready for the next game. So we'll see you pretty soon. You want to stick around because it's going to be with Dodge versus Dialap.
Awesome. So we are back, and we are ready to get into the next round of tiebreaker matches.
Yeah, it's going to be Wadaj and Dilap, like we were saying. They needed a little time. That looks like they are ready. So it's going to be neutral once again. There's no counter user from Wadaj's team. Pattern I've seen a lot of these top teams not bringing meta champs. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of Shadow Lull and Sandslash, a lot of Lickitung, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of Lickitung and a lot of Galarian Stunfisk out of Wadaj. So maybe that even forces the trio of the Shadow Lull and Sandslash, Lickitung, and Galarian Stunfisk, the 4 times weak the meta champ team, out of Dilap.
It looks so good, so I could definitely understand it. Once again, just like the last matchup, Wadaj has 0 fighting type damage on this team of 6. We know that the Tapu Fini is not on hidden power fighting, so he doesn't have any pressure to put on those 3 Pokemon, with 4 weaknesses to fighting across the board. And it really makes those just so safe for Dilap.
Tapu looks usable, though. I mean, it looks very usable. I think this is a good opportunity to ask you, like, how's the Lickitung, like, in a static situation against Lickitung, Protect Shield's up, like, say in the lead, like, how bad is it for Tapu?
So, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, it's pretty bad, but
Okay.
I have beaten Lickitung as Tapu Fini. How's that? In Peoria in particular, I got the Moonblast debuff on Pocket's Lickitung, and it was a Juan matchup from there, which is really interesting. So it can be Juan. It's not a clear loss. Shields definitely help you out because you are putting out more damage with Water Gun than they are with Lick. But it's definitely a matchup I'd always prefer to be the Lickitung for. But against the Galarian Stunfisk, you're in such a favored matchup as Tapu Fini. Against the Alolan Sandslash, it's pretty even. And if you get the Charizard, you're so happy.
Oh.
And here we're seeing a place that you love to be Tapu Fini against.
Yeah, this is perfect. There isn't even a Lickitung. There's no Cresselia either, so there's no clear answer to this Tapu Fini. I mean, you could do better with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but maybe you don't want to swap it quite yet. And here comes the bait. Dilap is just a baiting machine. All he does is throw baits, but so far it has worked.
Yeah, and that is a huge shield onto the Rock Slide from Wadaj. Still staying composed, and throwing the Surf against the Alolan Sandslash. I like this a lot, because now you can bring in the Lickitung, and you're a lot happier. But actually going for the second Surf, I love this as well, forcing a shield from Dilap.
I think you'd love it because Tapu is just dominating right now because you are able to get that Protect Shield, then pivot out of this situation, soak the energy on the Lickitung, which is so much better to soak it than the Tapu Fini, and you have a clear path for a full lick down. Yes, you'll have to take one more drill run, no problem. You're double resisting Shadow Claws, and you should get loaded with energy here.
Yeah, and I know Dilap's not too upset because he's gotten this Lickitung away from his Azumarill. But Wadaj is just getting so much advantage here, especially because that Alolan Sandslash doesn't get to another move, and you're getting to put this Power Whip pressure on this Galarian Stunfisk. So, yes, Dilap got his Azumarill away from this Lickitung, but the cost of doing so is so high because the Tapu Fini is still at like 70% HP, and there's an entire Galarian Stunfisk still for Wadaj.
I love this game. Is Rock Slide enough? I don't think it is. So here comes probably the pivot, or no, just trying to get the Mud Shot down because you know you can't get to the Power Whip. So you're just going to take that resisted Body Slam and commit to this Mud Shot down. It's going to be impactful to get this energy onto the Tapu Fini. You're at least going to be able to throw the Rock Slide. No, banks the Rock Slide, but the Rock Slide's pretty much useless in the back versus the Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, and we see the Azumarill moveset for Dilap. I'm not sure if we've seen it yet before this point, but there is no Hydro Cannon, so or Hydro Pump rather. So the pressure against the Galarian Stunfisk isn't that great, and we see the shield from Dilap getting a taste of his own medicine against the bait from Wadaj.
Yeah, the classic Canadian baiter over here finally had the Protect Shield on his Pokemon, and now you're kind of against the clock here because as the Tapu Fini, you're going to get knocked out by one Play Rough. I don't think this Azumarill is going to get knocked out by Moonblast. Holds on comfortably, but this Azumarill not only has to take out this Tapu Fini, it has to take out an entire Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, and very good timing by Dialab, throwing that play rough right before Wadaj would get to a Surf. However, again, this Azumarill does not have Hydro Pump, which means this Galarian Stunfisk can tank any amount of energy, and the Galarian Stunfisk for Dialab does not have an Earthquake yet. Wadaj can go straight Rock Slide and then just farm down with Mud Shots in the backline.
Yeah, and looks like the Rock Slide is going to connect. There is only a Rock Slide available. You need 3 more Mud Shots to get that Earthquake. You don't have the time. You get knocked out. And Wadaj and Tapu Fini dominate that game number 1 versus, I believe, the Azumarill, which is the, it's not necessarily a nemesis to the Tapu Fini, but it's, it's like an imposter. They're both water fairy, but Tapu Fini with the water gun pressure came out on top in game number 1.
They're the two best of what I call the mermaid typing. This water fairy typing. You see Primarina as well, but we don't really see Primarina in the Great League. But I think they have very interesting play. Obviously, I've played Tapu Fini into Azumarill plenty of times throughout my time playing Pokemon Go PvP, and obviously right there. Especially, we saw both of them line up at one point against Galarian Stunfisk. The lead had Tapu Fini against Galarian Stunfisk for Wadaj, and then at the end, Wadaj had his Galarian Stunfisk against the Azumarill. And this is like one of the biggest differences between the two Pokemon. And in that instance, Fini just looks so much better. And, obviously I love that because I love a good display of Tapu Fini, and Wadaj is not disappointing in that regard. We'll see how the rest of the set goes, but that was a joy to watch.
Yeah, and Azumarill is a tough Pokemon to have in the back line, too, to rely to knock out, especially in this meta where I feel like the meta in the in-game is becoming very fluid. There's 2, 3 Pokemon remaining at very low health and possibly able to get to a charge attack. As we get into game number 2, Wadaj is up 2-1. 1 game away from moving to the last round of this playoff series, I believe, and has the lead of the Lickitung into the Galarian Stunfisk. Very similar teams to game number 1.
Yeah, we see, again, Dialab's very happy that this Lickitung is in the lead instead of against his Azumarill. And this matchup, again, is not super cut and dry because this Power Whip and because Lickitung, depending on IVs, can sometimes tank 2 entire Earthquakes from Galarian Stunfisk.
And it's really interesting. I feel like Dialab is just bringing his 3 best counters for Galarian Stunfisk. He thought that his team was kind of soft to playing Galarian Stunfisk. So going into this game number 2, he expected the Galarian Stunfisk, so just brought 3 counters to it. So his back line versus Galarian Stunfisk is not too bad. Plus, he should be able to get to a Mud Shot down. I don't know if he'll be healthy enough to threaten Earthquake. So I think, oh no, here comes the pivot. Once again, Wadaj just trying to pivot out of there, get the water gun down, and met by the Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, and this is a very interesting matchup. Dialab going with a bait again, baiting the Ice Punch, and getting the shield as a result.
Wow, Dialab is starving, and all he wants to eat is Protect Shields, and he'll bait to do it because he just baits every single time, and it always works. There's no baits happening here because you don't want to mess around with taking a Surf. And now at this point, you're definitely in Drill Run range. You're at the Drill Run, finally throwing the Drill Run. Wadaj doesn't want to Protect Shield 2 Ice Punches, so he might just let it go. No, does finally properly Protect Shield.
Yeah, and this is interesting because you get to this shields down situation. We'll see Wadaj force either the last shield from Dialab or force the Alolan Sandslash to go down. No, forces the last shield. And this is very interesting because Galarian Stunfisk gets to Mud Shot down. The matchup against Azumarill gets pretty interesting for Wadaj. Without that Hydro Pump on Dialab during Azumarill, it's not a cut and dry matchup. And we see the instant swap in of his Galarian Stunfisk.
Yeah, and then we saw the instant pivot from Dialab to avoid that fast attack down, to deny all that energy. But already Wadaj is at the Earthquake. The 0 Protect Shield situation is not bad for Galarian Stunfisk. Like you mentioned, if you get a Mud Shot or 2 advantage, pretty much 2 Earthquakes will knock out the Azumarill, and Ice Beams just ain't it in this situation. You're going to do 2 Ice Beams. You have to rely on that super effective bubble damage as well.
Another thing worth noting is because Dialab had to switch in the Azumarill, he cannot catch any of these charge attacks on his 2 remaining Pokemon. Both of his remaining Pokemon very low HP, but Wadaj has that Lickitung in the back, so Dialab expertly waiting a turn so that Wadaj can't catch that move, but it is an Ice Beam, and it's not clear whether this will put low enough if Wadaj will reach a Rock Slide, and he does.
But the problem is, so you're going to get this knockout, you're at no health, but how do you even finish off the Lickitung? You can't do it with the Shadow Alolan Sandslash because it's double resist. So here comes one Shadow Claw. You're just going to get licked down here before you can get to a move, and there comes the lick down. Now it's going to be Mud Shots versus Lick, but I think one Mud Shot will do it, and Dialab takes game number 2.
Holy cow! That endgame matchup. You have these Pokemon that are just barely holding on. They have 1 or 2 HP remaining, and you just see those interactions. The Shadow Claws, they're double resisted, but they deal enough damage, and the Mud Shot comes through. Just extremely, extremely close. Way too close to comfort, and just showing how skilled both of these battlers are. In that match.
It always comes down to 3 Pokemon are remaining in these end games because all these Pokemon are so safe, they're instantly pivoting. So in that moment, it's all about these Pokemon that were swapped out to be sack swaps later, but now they're just all these little vulnerable Pokemon just rumbling it out with fast attacks. And in that moment, I think if that Lickitung was able to endure 1 Mud Shot, it would have been able to lick down that Galarian Stunfisk, was not able to endure that 1 Mud Shot. And so in the end, Dialab does tie it up with his little army of like 3% health fast attackers.
It's almost like if you've ever seen a 10 CP Pokemon battle, where it's like 2 fast attacks does it. That's what that endgame scenario was. It was this Lickitung with like 3 HP, and then this Alolan Sandslash with 2 HP. And this Galarian Stunfisk with like 4 HP, and it just happened to work out that Dialab tied up the series 1-1 at the end.
Yeah, literally a tap off at the end there, because all you could do in that situation is just tap and hope for the best, because there's no moves to be made. And that was really exciting because both these trainers are properly just pivoting at the right moments. They're trying to soak in advantageous situations, trying to catch attacks just to try to get any sort of advantage in this very neutral matchup. Both trainers are relying heavily on what you call the Mermaid typings and Galarian Stunfisk core.
Yeah, it's just so great. It's giving me a lot of throwbacks to the Peoria finals, because that is just it. It is Azumarill versus Tapu Fini. You have the Galarian Stunfisk, you have the Lickitung. It is so reminiscent, and it's such good battles for a reason. These are very close, like, team compositions, very close Pokemon, and you have this Azumarill versus Galarian Stunfisk situation. You have this Tapu Fini against Alolan Sandslash matchup, where it's these matchups that are a lot closer than you would believe given their typings.
Yeah, and I feel like the only true answer to Tapu Fini is, the only true answer to Galarian Stunfisk on Wadaj's side is Tapu Fini. Do you ever see a wild card game 3 where Dialab brings the Galarian Stunfisk, safe swaps it, baits out the Tapu Fini, and then tries to close with Shadow Charizard? Because once Tapu Fini's out of the way, and if you could get any momentum with Shadow Charizard, there is a situation where if you can line that up, that could be really strong against what Wadaj is running. So, but I kind of just expect more of Galarian Stunfisk, Azumarill, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash or Lickitung.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to bring those Pokemon. There's a reason we've seen them throughout the battles, and they're just so consistent. Again, the dynamic that's created here from no fighting type from either side is just one that I find extremely interesting. We still see the Water Fairies just so potent because they have some of the best play in the opposing Steel types. But there's just no hard answers, and like you're saying, you can do things like pivot around a Tapu Fini weakness with your Charizard. You have, once again, Lickitung into Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, with, again, the Water Fairy and Steel types in the back for both players, so this will be an interesting match, very similar to the last battle.
Yeah, we need to find a name for the mermaid Galarian, the Galarian mermaid core, because it's always just Galarian Stunfisk and these water fairies as this earthquake lands. Here comes the pivot, unleashing the Tapu Fini. There's no clear answer. I really like that decision from Wadaj. You can't really do anything except for bait, because you know Dilap is going to do that. And again, getting the Protect Shield.
Holy cow! The just composure of Dialab throughout these matchups to just bait consistently just goes to show like how much he's confident in his ability to force the opponent to shield. And we see Wadaj here going straight for the Moonblast. I love this play as the Tapu Fini player.
So at this point, you land the Moonblast. I mean, it's going to be hard to do a lot with Surf and Water Gun, but do you ever just get it low enough to like start throwing some Surf energy or swap on out of here? The timer is almost up. You're going to outpace by a lot. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining. Do you ever go for the Surf bait? And no, just going straight for the Moonblast.
I like this a lot because you get to force a shield back from the Ethereal, and they do not shield, which means you force alignment. This is a great play, a great position for Wadaj here out of that matchup. However, does get a little bit interesting in the back with that Galarian Stunfisk from Dialap, because you don't want to bring in your own Galarian Stunfisk there.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Lickitung can soak all this energy, no problem. It doesn't really have a good place to throw its own energy, but here comes a pivot from Wadaj. I really like that. Try to deny that fast attack down and just make it less efficient for that. That does nothing. I mean, I know resisted body slams don't do that much. I'm impressed by that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Trying to catch on the body slam, catches the power whip instead, but this Lickitung is getting close to earthquake range.
Yeah, but I really like this for Wadaj, especially with that no shield. You are now getting Dialap's Galarian Stunfisk in the Mudshot range for your own Galarian Stunfisk. So I think that this is huge in advantage for Wadaj, because I was worried about how he would take care of that Galarian Stunfisk. Not anymore. And it looks like Dialap doesn't tap on his screen, wants to allow Wadaj to take out this Galarian Stunfisk.
Yep, want to deny that opportunity that you just mentioned to Mudshot down the Galarian Stunfisk. So effectively did deny that Mudshot down by not tapping it and absorbing the body slam there. And here comes the Galarian Stunfisk. This does a lot and no Protect Shield. So now you can just go straight into the Ice Punch, because one Drill Run and Ice Punch is nearly enough here. Do you try to see a swap into Tapu Fini? No swap is happening. The last Protect Shield of the game goes away from Wadaj.
Yeah, that play by Dialap, not letting the Lickitung letting the Lickitung take out his Galarian Stunfisk, and then coming up into this situation was extremely crucial. Extremely good plays. Sometimes you have to let a Pokemon go down so you can force alignment with your shield.
Fast attack versus fast attack! No!
And it gets them to
Shadow
win!
Alolan Sandslash does it!
Wow. Just incredible. It's wild, those matchups, that they don't come down to the charge attack at the end, but rather how you maneuver your Pokemon around that fast move damage. And Dialap just doing that so well.
A lot of battles do end with charge attacks, but not in this series, not in this Continental's meta. Dialap able to bait his way through and then tap his way through with that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Played really well, not only last series, but this series as well, to take out Elite and then take out Wadaj, who's also global rank 11 in Silph. So impressive play from Dialap. We haven't seen him all day, and then he comes out of nowhere to win the first 2 playoff rounds, and he's in the finals of this playoffs. And I will have to get confirmation about seeding and everything, but he has a very strong case to have already qualified for the World Championships for Silph this season.
I think Dialap will have to, because he will be in the final 2 then. It's the last tiebreaker round, will be the top 2, so Dialap will play against the champion of Magic Mason and Jay's Fan for this final round. I don't believe that match has concluded yet, so we're going to see 3 rounds in a row of Dialap Churn. We got to see him against Elite, got to see him against Wadaj, just expertly play there. I still love that that Galarian Stunfisk against the Lickitung, just allowing the Lickitung to knock it out, and, you know, obviously rewarding Dialap with alignment with his Alolan Sandslash, and forcing the charge moves against the Galarian Stunfisk. Just very, very well played.
Yeah, it's really fun when these battles are so fluid. They're not static at all. All these trainers are pivoting all the time, trying to just get any advantage. And that's when Pokemon Go PvP becomes so dynamic, because then the options that you have, the different paths that you can take, vary so differently. The more you have all these three Pokemon that are moving around, having some banked energy here, trying to absorb energy here. And instead of like, if you play switch or lead beats lead, switch beats switch, and kind of play out that alignment where you don't really have a lot of choices. Suddenly there's about like 30 different actions that you could do differently in the last 1 minute of the game. And that's so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's so good. So looking at the bracket, it's going to be Magic Mason against Dialap. Which is just a gauntlet for Dialap. This will be his third opponent that's a regional champion from the Play Pokemon circuit. We had him take out Elite 3-0, take out with Dodge 2-1, and now he gets to play against Magic Mason. Obviously, Dialap himself, a champion from Vancouver this year, and just, you've said it multiple times, he is hungry, and he is eating up the competition in these tiebreaker rounds. Going to be very delightful to see how his match versus Magic Mason plays out.
Yeah, he really is. And yeah, like you mentioned, I mean, in terms of the championship series, like two trainers that have been on some of the hottest streaks that we've seen. Elite able to 6-0 in Fresno just recently, and then Wadaj becoming the North American International Champion just recently as well. So not only taking out two champions, but two recent champions as well. But, maybe they're not as hungry now that they're champions. And Dialap has been sitting back since Vancouver, starving, and he's hungry for one more win. But there's against a trainer that sometimes we call, I think, Wholesome made the name the Dream Eater, because Magic Mason constantly would be facing trainers that are trying to qualify or try to, progress in a championship series tournament. And Magic Mason just ate up all those dreams, because he is unrelenting. And in this type of situation, this is a playoffs. We don't know if he's secured his World's Invitation yet. So it's not only Dialap that's going to be starving here. It's going to be both trainers.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible finals, I'm sure, because you're right. These you have Dialap, who's hungry, and you have Mason, who's the Dream Eater. They're both obviously hungry for opponents and for good battles, and I'm sure all the viewing audience is hungry for these final matchups as well. Should be a very interesting series, because I think that Mason has a pretty interesting team, if I recall correctly. I believe he had the Abomasnow as well, at Shadow Abomasnow. And actually, I think for the first time in these tiebreaker rounds, we'll see a Metacham from Magic Mason, which will put the brakes on that team from Dialap. We see him continuously abusing these teams that are weak to fighting. Magic Mason is going to say, you can't do that against me.
Yeah, but I actually love Dialap's team, though, because you mentioned before, there's two Pokemon with insanely high skill ceilings, with Shadow Alolan Sandslash, the Shadow Charizard. I think you even mentioned you don't usually see those Pokemon together, but they are both available for Dialap. So now that you might be forced out of some Shadow Alolan Sandslash play, which we've seen a ton of recently because there's been no Metacham, but this leaves a lot of play for the Shadow Charizard, because Shadow Charizard only has to worry about Tapu Fini, of course, Galarian Stunfisk with Rock Slides. Anytime you can bank a Rock Slide with Galarian Stunfisk, you're going to threaten a Charizard. But Shadow Charizard is now looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, I love both of those Pokemon from Dialap. The Shadow Charizard is so good, and the Shadow Alolan Sandslash as well, really putting the brakes on if Magic Mason wanted to bring that Abomasnow. Both having really strong matchups against it, and just both being very strong Pokemon.
Yeah. Dialap seems like he needs a little bit of time. He might be actually hungry, so he might be getting a snack. But he needs just a couple minutes here as we break down the teams before we get into the final here. But it looks like we actually might just take a short break before this action. But yeah, please don't go anywhere. This is the end of the road for Silph Continentals North America. Dialap versus Magic Mason. You won't want to miss it. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
We'll be back in 5 for the matchup to see, so stay tight. Oh my goodness,
All
we're back.
Welcome back. A quick 4-minute break as promised. And we're back for the final playoff between Magic Mason, the Dream Eater, and Dilap Starving Churn, with the Shadow Lord Sandslash and the Shadow Charizard has been playing amazing this entire playoff series. Able to take out Wadaj, able to take out Elite, and now the last competition, trying to take out Magic Mason.
Yeah, and it's super interesting. Dilap being the master of getting inside his opponent's head with these bait moves, getting the shields on the ice punches with his Alolan Sandslash, getting the shields on the rock slides with his Galarian Stunfisk. And we'll see if Magic Mason is wise to it, or if Dilap tries to subvert expectations and go into the opposite direction, go for the heavy-hitting Earthquakes, go for the drill runs. We'll see how this matchup winds up going, because as we talked about earlier, the Metacham on Magic Mason's team throws a wrench into the plans that Dilap has been exploiting thus far.
Yeah, and absolutely, because also this is a live tournament. We are delayed on Twitch just slightly, so Magic Mason has been able to watch all these baits if he's paying attention. I know he's been playing his own series as well, but
competitors are not allowed to watch the Twitch stream. Just
oh, really? I didn't even. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
He hasn't been. And if anyone's been telling Magic Mason, he's in huge trouble right now. So no, just kidding. Never mind. He doesn't know that he baits. Oh, such an advantage, such a Silph advantage there for Dilap to be able to just bait forever, and now he's going to be able to bait through Magic Mason, which, by the way, we'll get confirmation. Is Magic Mason running Shadow Charizard? I feel like he probably is running the Shadow version of the Charizard, which looking fairly strong against everything besides the Azumarill. This Shadow Charizard Umbreon core has been really strong in Open Great League recently, but both trainers have the mermaid types. They got the one side Azumarill, and the other side the Tapu Fini.
Yeah, and I love this Tapu Fini for Magic Mason. Just having such good play into that Shadow Charizard from Dilap, having good play into that Galarian Stunfisk. Obviously doesn't want to see the Lickitung or Cresselia, but we didn't really see a ton of those pseudo grass types from Dilap in that last matchup against Wadaj, and we'll see if we see it again in this matchup. Because otherwise, that Shadow Charizard for Dilap looks really good.
Yeah, because we saw a ton of the Galarian Stunfisk Azumarill core, which, I guess the best answer to that core is something that Magic Mason has and Wadaj didn't, which is the Shadow Abomasnow, which could be quite strong versus those two. And I think we're in it. We've been waiting a while for this climactic finals, and now we're in game number 1. This is the final round of this playoff series, and this is Tapu Fini into Lickitung. Like you mentioned, NHoff, this is not fantastic for Tapu.
Yeah, this is a rough matchup for Mason in multiple ways, because first off, we do have the Tapu Fini into the Lickitung, but then we have Galarian Stunfisk into the Azumarill, and that Charizard for Magic Mason is just in such a rough position against this team from Dilap. We'll see if he's able to make something happen with it, but so far it is not looking good for Mason. However, this matchup, because the Azumarill doesn't have the Hydro Pump, not necessarily the worst situation.
Yeah, and if you soft lose this matchup, you can maybe wing attack down on Shadow Charizard, which would be really impactful, especially against the Galarian Stunfisk in the back. If you get up energy, you're just going to win that matchup. But the key factor is for Dilap, he banked all that energy on Lickitung. So even if you get the energy on Charizard, you might just come in with Lickitung. And here comes the Ice Beam, which I'm not sure is quite enough to get the knockout here. And can Magic Mason get to that rock slide to win the alignment? That doesn't necessarily matter. No, doesn't get there. But I think this is going to be a juicy wing attack down for that Shadow Charizard.
Yeah, this is really big, because the only way to get an advantage here is having some energy on that Shadow Charizard. But actually going for the Water Gun down, and Dilap does get to an Ice Beam, but this is a resisted non-stab Ice Beam. It's only going to do a little bit of damage to that Tapu Fini.
And now the Lickitung will go straight Body Slam, so you don't even need to go Power Whip. So it's not like you can swap on a Power Whip into your Shadow Charizard. You're just going to be going straight body slam. And this is going to be huge. There's 2 protect shields remaining. If he can somehow sneak the Moonblast in between 2 protect shields, no, last second protect shield.
But this isn't the worst for Mason because he gets a shield down and is able to bring in the Shadow Charizard. Unfortunately, though, is not able to try to catch a Power Whip, as you mentioned, because Body Slam is the only move that's needed. And suddenly does not have shield advantage. And things are looking really good for Dialab Charring. Actually calls the Body Slam, says that'll only put me into the yellow, which is surprising for any charge attack against a Shadow Charizard. And Dialab catches the Blast Burn on Galarian Stunfisk and no shields!
Just completely sacrifices the Galarian Stunfisk to Shadow Charizard, just eviscerates it. Actually doesn't even one-hit knockout. I'm shocked. Didn't get the one-hit knockout, had to throw a wing attack to finish it off. Here comes the Dragon Claw. This is risky for this Lickitung. Takes that, needs to get to double body slam. Is getting quite close to it, though.
Yeah, the water gun damage pressure comes through, but Lickitung is so bulky that double body slam is not really far away for Dialab, and I think he will reach it before the water gun damage from Magic Mason.
Wow. Dialab and Lickitung able to land the body slam into the Tapu Fini, literally use that Galarian Stunfisk as a third shield because it got roasted as soon as it got on the battlefield, and just one more wing attack knocked it out. That was impressive. I mean, I didn't see that win condition coming. I thought it was awkward because you can't really pivot Galarian Stunfisk because you're not going to mud shot down a Shadow Charizard. So you're in a clunky spot. So quick thinking by Dialab. Let's actually just let that thing go and then keep rolling with the Lickitung.
Yeah, it's actually a fascinating play because you're exactly right. The Blast Burn not KOing is good for Mason. However, you only get one wing attack. You actually wanted to CMP tie on the Rock Slide to have that additional energy because, again, those mud shots aren't doing any damage. But using the Galarian Stunfisk, something you never see in any format is using a Galarian Stunfisk as a sacrificial swap because it's just so bulky. You never have it only tank one charge attack. But against Shadow Charizard, the unbelievable happens, and that Galarian Stunfisk just got wiped by that Blast Burn.
That was crazy. I think Rise to Occasion's Shadow Charizard actually would have knocked out there. He's got a high attack one, but we don't know if the same for Magic Mason there. But really quick thinking, and that's why these trainers are the best of best. And Dialab continues his tear, and he's going to lead the Azumarill into the Galarian Stunfisk once again. Pause the lead, has Lickitung in the back, but there is a safe swap of the Shadow Bombstone. There's not a clear answer to Shadow Bombstone. It's looking kind of decent here, but it looks like both trainers are just going to play out the leads.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting backline matchup because the Umbreon looks so good into the Lickitung, but Dialab should win this lead matchup so long as, shields or swaps don't become interesting. Can go straight Ice Beam and just be comfortable here.
And I know it sounds weird to say safe swap Shadow Bomb Snow, but it's something I was thinking about. It's very safe against the team of Dialab. There's no real hard answer. Even I don't know if the Charizard can be considered a hard answer if the Shadow Bomb Snow does get up energy. Here comes the Earthquake into the Azumarill. The Azumarill, like we saw in that first matchup, will be able to win this. We'll be able to land the Ice Beam, get one more bubble. Do you go for some kind of greedy Powder Snow down to get really ahead on energy, or even a Snarl down? Snarl down would be really risky.
I definitely go for that Powder Snow down. And Dialab swapping into the Lickitung, and Mason able to wait until just before the Body Slam to tank this energy on the Umbreon and get the Umbreon matchup on the Lickitung. So really great swing of momentum towards Mason here, getting the matchup alignment he wants and having some energy stored on that Abomasnow.
It's hard to analyze the risk reward to instantly pivoting when you're so low health. Yes, you deny all those fast attack down, but then you gave up the alignment that you actually just won. And I know these games are very fluid, so alignment doesn't matter as much. But this is one situation where you definitely would have preferred to keep the alignment here, so you didn't have to face your Lickitung into the Umbreon. Of course, you do have that swap available on the Azumarill to try to catch something later, and the timers will come back up, but this is just tough for the Lickitung to get through this Umbreon matchup.
Yeah, this is just so good for Mason. I like your point from earlier, the Abomasnow safety. We actually see Dialab catch a foul play on Azumarill, but it's honestly not that terrible for Mason because he still has enough health on this Umbreon that you can't rock slide it down. You can't body slam it out. But Dialab gets to the Ice Beam, so he's going to get some shield pressure or some damage onto this Umbreon.
Yeah, and suddenly the risk reward of pivoting there. Now you caught a move and you got an Ice Beam off on that low health Azumarill, so now it was all worth it in the end. The Umbreon is quite low, almost in body slam range. Looks like Magic Mason is trying to instantly pivot. There it is, instantly pivoting and going straight Weather Ball here. Maybe a taste of Dilap's medicine, just going straight for the baits every single time and getting the Protect Shield.
I love how dynamic these bait matchups have been. Just really, really interesting. And honestly, the Shadow Abomasnow makes this so interesting where it's not really that much of a bait where Weather Ball just does a lot of damage. Neutral damage from this Shadow Abomasnow. And having two shields makes this matchup just really good for Magic Mason.
Yeah, I completely agree. They're both neutral. So, and then swapping into the body slam here. And remember, this Lickitung has double body slam. There's only one Protect Shield remaining. You want to save it for the rock slide, but you're going to be faced. Oh, wow. Oh, no, barely getting it first, throwing in between a Powder Snow, I believe. So smart timing by Dilap to get to that double body slam before the Weather Ball was available. I don't think, can you Powder Snow down? This will be insane if he gets the Powder Snow down, but last second has to bail and throw the Weather Ball.
I really like this play from
Dilap
because the shield and the lick damage means, and he gets to the body slam. Holy cow. Dilap just really turning the tables on Mason.
But he has double foul play. There's double foul play available. You can double foul play, and you have a Weather Ball banked. You were able to pivot with that Weather Ball on the Shadow Abomasnow, but here comes the first foul play. Here comes the second foul play. I think this is going to be Magic Mason's game.
No, there's no Abomasnow in the back. That's the thing. Is that Dilap
Did he lick it down?
Shield?
He licked it down. There is no timer. Oh, last second Dilap. No. Dilap wins, and suddenly 3-2-1-0. Dilap is able to take this game number 2 and the series in all 3 playoff matches, defeating Magic Mason, looking dominant all playoffs.
I cannot believe that. So you were right to think that the Abomasnow was still in the back with the Weather Ball, but what happened was Mason was so late to throw that first Weather Ball out of the two of them that when Dilap shielded it, the lick damage went through. It knocked out the Shadow Abomasnow, and that second Weather Ball's worth of energy just disappeared. Just gone forever for Magic Mason. So, when he brings in the Umbreon and goes for the 2 foul plays, there is no Abomasnow waiting to knock out the Galarian Stunfisk. That was so intricate in the endgame for Dilap to get that win basically through the shield on that Lickitung, and knowing that the one-turn lick would do it is just extremely well played, which is no surprise. Dilap just destroying this tiebreaker round of this tournament.
Once again, the quick thinking from Dilap in game number 1. He just sacrificed his Galarian Stunfisk out of nowhere. Game number 2 saw his opportunity, like you just mentioned, to be able to position the Lickitung to knock out with a lick to win the game. I thought there was a pivot. It all happened so quick. There was no pivot into the Umbreon. It was just a lick knockout. So super unfortunate, but I mean, I feel like it just comes down to the strength of Lickitung in the Silph Continentals, where it was fitting that a lick was going to be the deciding factor in the end of the playoffs for Silph Continentals North America.
How many matchups have we seen come down to one turn worth of moves? We see these Shadow Claws versus Lick situations, these Mudshot versus Licks, and once again, a Lick just gets the win for the tournament for Dilap Turing, and we see this final third match, the Shadow Abomasnow against the Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, and we see both both players with the Umbreon and Lickitung respectively, these bulk monsters in the back.
Yeah, and I'm really curious. Oh, look at Dilap is done with baiting. He knows he's already secured his victory, so he's not baiting at all. And he lands the Earthquake. Dilap with just a clinic on baiting and throwing the heavy charge attacks.
Yeah, this is just... Dialap has recognized how much people have been taking notes throughout this tournament and said, okay, this last match, I'm throwing no baits to keep people on their toes, because guess what? Silph Worlds is coming up, and I want people to have to shield against me sometimes.
As the Azumarill does get the knockout here, going for a straight Ice Beam into the Shadow Bombsnow. Shadow Bombsnow is not that bulky, so it's going to do a decent chunk, and it's going to be annoying to actually finish off this Azumarill because you have Umbreon in the back. You have to get all the way to this Energy Ball. You need to throw it before the Ice Beam, and actually you didn't even throw it before the Ice Beam, so now Magic Mason has to consider trying to get some sort of Weather Ball and Powder Snow down.
Yeah, he's just in such a brutal position. Taking that entire Earthquake from the opposing Galarian Stunfisk sets you back so much. It is such a drastic bait call scenario for the Galarian Stunfisk mirror. It's one of my least favorite matchups to play out because of how polarizing it is. And Dilap is just in such a positive matchup here now, both having HP advantage across his two Pokemon and shield advantage by forcing that shield from Abomasnow with his Azumarill.
Yeah, and properly protect shielding the Energy Ball here. To Magic Mason's side, he does have the Umbreon to face the Lickitung in the back, but the thing is, this Galarian Stunfisk is just way too healthy. So giving the last Protect Shield of the game, trying to get to a move, maybe going to bank the Energy Ball and then swap, and actually banking 2 Weather Balls and then swapping to soak the damage onto the Umbreon.
Yeah, I love this. This is textbook using your Umbreon as an extra shield. You know that Shadow of Abomasnow cannot take damage, but the Umbreon is able to do so in its place. And this is a positive matchup for Mason in the immediate, but it's still such an uphill battle. He's still trying to come back from that, Earthquake on his Galarian Stunfisk and trying to bring back the game for this Game 3. Obviously, again, the set is decided. And because this is the finals, I believe both of these players are making it to Worlds, but this is an invaluable opportunity to get practice against, the best of the best. This is such a high skill matchup.
No, absolutely. And like you said, the Galarian Stunfisk in the back is just so healthy. And because you're just already back at your timer, here comes the swap into that Galarian Stunfisk. Going to take the foul play here. This actually brings it close to Energy Ball. So maybe you swap and double Weather Ball here. I would actually like that play, back-to-back Weather Ball. Maybe try to take a charge attack first because you can kind of soak an Earthquake almost at this range with Umbreon. But yeah, it is just uphill for Magic Mason. Dilap has just been so dominant in these playoffs.
Yeah, and it's so hard to tell that Shadow Abomasnow with a sliver of HP, but I believe Dilap hit that Rock Slide, so I believe that he will get this Rock Slide off here. And just, wow, incredible calls from Dilap throughout this match, denying the second Weather Ball here.
Yeah, because imagine if Dilap didn't press the Rock Slide, he would have been able to get the shield with that Weather Ball and then back-to-back, denying all that energy for Galarian Stunfisk. So, I mean, to throw the Rock Slide there, because the Umbreon would not get knocked out by the Rock Slide. Another just high-level, quick-thinking, end-of-the-game dominant play from Dilap to win it 3-0 and sweep this entire playoffs. We never saw his journey all day, and the Canadian Dilap is able to win this entire Silph Continental's North America playoffs.
So there's, an adjective that you've used to describe Dilap throughout this tournament, and I think it's shown so proven here at the end. He has looked so hungry in this run. I'm looking back. So Dilap had 1 loss all tournament. Do you want to know when that loss was? It was the first round of the tournament.
Wow.
We call this the Stark strat usually. The House Stark. You lose the first round and then you have like the quote unquote easier tournament.
Uh-huh.
let's be real though. No tournament is easy at the Silph Continentals level. Dilap winning rounds 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then 3 tiebreaker rounds in a row. That is a 9-round run from a round 1 loss.
Wow. That is insane. What a journey. I mean, that almost never happens. And to get all the way here, what was his first loss? Who did he lose to? Do you
His
know?
opponent was ran past tenths, which I don't know that had any streamed matches or anything. But I like the team that they had. They had Pelipper, they had Shadow Venusaur, they had Cresselia. Some interesting picks, and sometimes it takes a match to get acclimated and get warmed up. And Dialab after that first round, just had to build up the appetite and then just ate all the competition from there. And baited all the competition from there up until that last matchup.
Wow, and I just want to congratulate Dilap because he, in these formats, is one of the best trainers I've seen making team predictions and adapting throughout a game, and just once again, amazing in-game decisions to secure all 3 games in this matchup. And I mean, what a journey between Elite, Wadaj, and Magic Mason, some of the best trainers in North America and the globe. Look at that. Dilap on top, first place, Magic Mason second place, Wadaj, I believe NHoff. Those are probably the 3 trainers that did just qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, I believe those 3. Jays fan did have the global rank 1 position, so yet to be seen if that is guaranteed. But look at this top 8. We have those 4, all of which we saw 5th with Elite, who we saw just dominate the first 6 rounds of this tournament. Silent Beast 4, which we saw some great battles from. DeFi 250 coming in 7th with an extremely good run from her this tournament. And Acidic Arisen in that 8th spot. Just such a stacked tournament, so much good talent, and this top 8 just looking really strong from what we see. I wish we would have been able to see either DeFi E250s or Acidic Arisen's matchups, because just the other 6 that we got to see were just a delight throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, but I'm stoked they ended up on this list because they had an impressive run to get that far. And DeFi with the eye procedure a couple days ago, I thought it was going to be her Michael Jordan flu game, and what a tournament. So congratulations to her. What a run. And Acidic Arisen as well, able to go. Both trainers, I believe, went 5-2. But had a lot of tiebreaker points to end up 7th and 8th. So congratulations to them. But then huge congratulations to actually our top 4 here, I believe, because at least our top 3, Dilap, Magic Mason, and Wadaj, all qualified for the World Championships. But Jay's fan, because you mentioned number 1 on the global leaderboard, probably also did qualify for the World Championships.
Yeah, just incredible. And yeah, DeFi 250 with the bionic eye, scoping out what each of her opponents is bringing. Really, really excited to see that level of performance from a woman battler in this community, just doing very well. And yeah, as you said, those last 6 matches that we got to see from those, or rather, those last 3 matches from that top 6, all of them a delight to watch.
It really was. I mean, the competition was next level. And the thing that I liked most is kind of a theme of Silph in general is when you have these metas that are so specific to Silph, like where you have 6 different slots, you don't have an open meta, it's restricted. A lot of these trainers try to go for the safer picks, try to make the game a little bit more fluid. And when they did that, it was such a beauty to watch. And I really, really enjoyed the competition here at Silph Continentals.
Yeah, just, it's a bit of a send-off to Silph. Obviously, we have a few more streams to go. We have Asia Pacific in less than 4 hours, 3.5 hours, I believe, until that. Continentals will be streamed at the same channel, so be sure to come back to support our APAC competitors and casters and production and judges, all working extremely hard to keep this show on the road. And just what a beautiful send-off. What a beautiful tournament that we got to see for North America. And I'm sure that these 3 or 4 representatives that we see moving on to the World Championships are going to do exceedingly well. We're going to see continuous positive matchups, some beautiful displays of skill, and what more could you ask for the last Continentals for Silph in North America?
Yeah, you really couldn't ask for any more. I mean, it was never about alignment. It was about these trainers' talent, and it was displayed just like it has been displayed in all of Silph since the beginning. So it was amazing. There's more Silph to come, so make sure to stay tuned for the upcoming Silph streams. But then also, you should watch this just even if you're more interested in the championship series, because a lot of these Pokemon and a lot of these trainers are participating in this, and it's very educational. This meta is a little twisted, but very similar to what you see in Open Great League. So for all the Silph fans out there, all the Championship Series fans out there, this is the place to watch high-level Pokemon Go PvP.
Yeah, it was an honor to be able to cast these matches throughout all of these rounds. Obviously an honor to cast with you, Butters, and just what a tournament, just across the board, just extremely great to watch and to cast.
It was an honor for me as well to be here and to be with a Worlds qualifier and now with the travel package in NHoff. So it was awesome hearing your insights, especially in a Tapu Fini meta. I know it wasn't the top of the meta with the Tapu Fini, but we got to see a lot of that action. So what a pleasure. I just want to say thank you to everyone in chat who watched, and big thank you to production and to Silph Arena. So thank you, everyone, and make sure to tune in. And I believe you said 8 hours, right?
No,
3.
3.5 hours.
3. I'm all messed up with my time zone. You know what? I said before that it was a 4-minute break. It ended up longer. Now I said it's 8 hours, and it's only going to be 3 hours. So stay tuned in 3 hours. That's it for us. Thank you so much. We hope to see you soon. Take care, everybody.
See y'all.